this now. How the love before fades away with autumn. Feels like we're dancing above water. Any moment we could fall, like the sun never rises. You fade away with autumn. Fade away with autumn. Fade away with autumn. Sweet almost memories like close friends, but we fade away with fade away with fade away with fade away with autumn.
Hello, hello, hello. What is going on, everybody? Good to see you. Good to see you on this fine Sunday afternoon. First off, what's up, Rocerus, Mad Cats, Lewis, Blake? How are you guys doing? Great to see you. This is going to be an interesting one because I heard Phil was bitching again. Bitching about the FGC again? Shocker, I know, right? But you know what? That's DSP. It's not unheard of to be complaining about something he's not a part of. Oh, it's By Drake. By Drake is here. What is up, By Drake? Get sucky Kimberly tonight. You better be. Hell no. You know we don't do that around here. Don't do that around here at all. Even though he's been crashing out pretty hard too, and gooning over a woman. Who knew? Yeah, community claims to be completely detached from. Exactly. Like, if you're not part of the community, then why do you care what they do? Like, that's weird. That's really weird to me. Like, if you're not part of a community, then why care what they do? Why care how they operate? Why care about the tournaments they run? What's his beef with the FGC? He got put in his place back to being fourth. Because this is just clearly my thought. You know, we're about to do the usual thing, so we're going to have to switch this up, unfortunately. Going to have to say bye to the techno for now. But if you guys want to listen to this in your own leisure, here you go. I will definitely give it to you. That is what I am currently playing. It is a live thing. I love listening to it when I'm not streaming. And I was just like, I'm going to listen to it, even though this whole video is getting demonetized. But I don't care. I like the music. Fuck it. There's an hour-long rant. Oh my god. This is going to be a good one. This is going to be a good one. You know, as somebody who's slowly getting into the fighting game scene, not as a competitor, but as a watcher, you know, you start learning a lot of things, the terminology and what's being done and who's there and whatnot. Oh man, it's just insane. It's insane. But all right, let's go ahead and put a pin in that one. And you know what time it is, guys. The Parasite Eve must come in. But we're going to definitely jump in this. Let's go. I see I'm already set up, ready to go. 3, 2, 1, let's go.
And welcome to a brand new week of streams here on DSP Gaming. We got a good one. This week, we've got continuing and completing playthroughs. We've got a brand new hyped game. We've got nice chill streams.
All right, bros. Thank you, man. Oh,
we got a fun
be safe at work, my
podcast
man.
today.
Be safe.
It's the return show, meaning I'll get you caught up on everything. How stuff's been going with the current playthroughs, how my day off was. And today we're going to tackle an interesting topic. That age-old question of old versus new. Were fighting games much better back in the day? Or is it just that those salty old FGC boomers are angry because they suck at fighting games today and can't hang with the new blood?
So wait. All right. So right off the rip, are we including ourselves in that, Phil? Because you cannot hang with the crowd today, and you couldn't hang with the crowd then. So help me out here. Throw me a bone here, Phil. Are we really doing this? Like, are we really doing this? Because usually when there's a rant on the FGC, you're always talking about how you don't like the fighters now, you don't like the game, you don't like how the game is doing this or doing that, that people are doing this way too easily. You can't go back in the old days where you had to do footsies or know the competitive spirit of the fighting game, which is all a bunch of bullshit, by the way. But still, like, what are we gonna say, Phil? Let's go.
You might say, well, why am I interested in this? Because we've been talking about this ever since the release of Street Fighter 6, how I feel one particular way about it, and a lot of people seem to disagree. Well, there's actually a big debate going on, and I'd like to have a nice little discussion about that with some corroborating testimony.
Corroborating testimony? I don't think so, Phil. What's up, Crafty? What's up, Well Swade? Big ups to you both. Good to see you here tonight.
But of course, we'll have our usual antics. All this and more on the week beginning episode of the Level 1 Podcast.
All right, no need for any of that.
The 22nd of June, 2025. It is officially summer. That's right, summer hit. So I hope that you're not sweating it out. It's actually not warm here at all in Washington State, which is bizarre because weeks ago it was. Weeks ago it actually was like summer. So I installed all my ACs in my house, and now it's cool. Very bizarre.
I'm tired of him saying positive stream and chill content and stuff, everything that's saying broken. Exactly, and he usually rages out about something. So what is up, my man? How you doing tonight?
Anyway, welcome, and I hope that you're all doing well. First off, with all of the chaos and the craziness going on in the world, I hope that you are ready to come and hang out with me.
No. With all the chaos going on in the world, I hope you're ready to come over and empty your wallets into my account so I can feel like a big boy, a successful boy at streaming, and I can eat food in front of you after you give me $1,500. Are we going to say that? No, of course not.
And unplug from all of that drama and nonsense and just have a good...
Phil, I wouldn't call people dying drama. I wouldn't call nations going to war with each other drama. These are world events that are happening right now in the world, Phil. That's not drama. That's going to change a bunch of people's lives and or end them.
Good time. That is really what my goal is with my content, is to distract everyone from all of those things that are inundating you every moment, right?
By asking you to give me money. That's how we're going to do that, guys. I want you guys to forget about your troubles and your woes, and I want you to just give me money, and we'll be right as rain.
Right, you turn on the TV, you open your phone, blah, 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 blah. Oh, God, again? You gotta keep hearing this crap? Well, not here.
Exactly,
here,
Mad Cats.
We firmly stick your fingers in your ears, cover your head, shove it in the ground, ignore all that nonsense. No, in reality,
you mean like you've been doing with your detractors, yet you still bring them up at every waking moment? Sure.
I just want to entertain you guys and give you something to do rather than having to hear the same crap from every other talking head on the internet. You know what I mean? So.
Exactly.
I hope that you
would
guys
never move to
are
Washington is too dangerous. I mean, that is true.
And get caught up. We're going to get caught up on everything I've been doing. We haven't had a podcast in a couple of days now. You know, we didn't do one on Friday. I wasn't here yesterday. So we'll get caught up on the status of all the current games and playthroughs that I'm doing, so you have an idea of what's coming up this week.
I mean, but you have a schedule that says what you're doing every day. So why do you need to tell people every day the thing that they can just go to the community tab and see what you're doing? Like, you know, people still pay attention to that, Phil.
And I'll tell you a little bit about my day off yesterday, and then we'll jump right into this big debate.
Hell yes! So that's what's up. Congrats, man.
Chiming in on it? Well, right now, fighting games are in an interesting state of flux, okay? There's a lot going on in fighting games, and as you know, I play fighting games on my streams, but I don't consider myself a part of the FGC, all right? Why? Because
you can't hang with them. Because you get stomped out. You're getting stomped out by a bunch of nobodies. So, what is there to say, Phil? Like, what's there to say? That'd be like me saying, oh, you know, I don't hang out with the Call of Duty crowd, guys. You know, but what are they saying? What does it matter? I don't hang out with that crowd. Why would I give a fuck what they're saying? Got chatters in Discord? Okay. What's up, movie sign? How you doing, man? Good to see you. Let's see what we got. Hold on. Let's see. Oh, we got a couple of people in here right now. All right. Let's see. Let's see.
TMNT Shredder's Revenge.
Hello, hello.
What up, Ice?
Hey,
How much?
$600 raised in charity from yesterday.
Hell yeah. Congrats. We are live, as most of you know.
Oh, snaps. What's up, everyone?
It practically killed us to do it, though. I slept through 2 alarms after I went to bed after that.
Dang. Yeah, hey, Mars Champ, how you doing, man? If you aren't part of the FGC, then any opinion you have regarding them is completely irrelevant and should stay to yourself. Exactly. Like, there's no point in talking about the FGC if you're not a part of that crowd. Like that's why I was using the Call of Duty community as my example. Why would I talk about the Call of Duty community if I'm not part of the Call of Duty community? That's a waste of my time, my audience's time, and their time to listen to me.
Also,
Just don't really-
Ice. I haven't been paying attention to Phil for the past, since last night because of current events. I'll try to pay attention tonight. Although, the only thing I want to say is for everybody, just be safe and prepared. That's all I'm going to say.
Oh, definitely. Most definitely.
Care
Like,
about playing.
Okay, I'll say this much. A friend of mine I know for years, him and I have been speaking, and I told him straight up, my man, get any medical supplies and gas, because, oh boy, it's going to be interesting in the coming weeks. And I'm going to leave it at that.
We will see. Hopefully not too bad. Just will say that before we knock out for the night. That's perfectly fine, Mars Champ. Thank you for stopping by, my man. You sleep well now.
competitively
March
or
Champ
going
sleep
to
is
tournament
very
anymore. That doesn't mean that I don't have a lifetime of
shit.
knowledge playing these games
Nice.
in arcades, in competitions,
got 'em.
both at home on console online, but also in real life. I know what they've been like over the years. I've seen
Okay,
how
we are
they've
online,
evolved,
just so
and
you know.
I've given you my opinions on that.
Okay, I'm gonna say it beside
Currently in the FGC, there's
Okay.
a lot of things going on. Notably, right now, there is a big evolution where a lot of new fighting games that are coming out apparently are not even going to have input motions. Remember we watched the trailer or the
Also,
announcement
Ice, you've been drinking a
for
lot of
the,
fluids because it's been hot.
Invincible fighting game that's going to be coming out
Oh,
from the makers,
yeah.
apparently, of all games, Killer Instinct. Well, guess what?
There are
Apparently that
Ooh,
game
I see that.
has
Ooh,
absolutely
damn.
no inputs. It's just
Yeah.
pushing a direction and pushing a button, does a special move or a combo.
Um,
So a lot of people are
Like,
debating,
I'm
is
just
this
gonna
where
say this
fighting
much.
games are going? And
hopefully
leads
that
to a
person does
discussion
not
of,
get
well,
sued, but when it goes
when
that
you
route,
take out
it's bad.
challenge
And,
of input, like for example, the skill gap of executing a combo, doing a special move. If you remove
Okay,
that
chance of
Um,
lawsuit will be incoming.
and you just make it instead,
Not sure,
kind of
Crafty. It's just
gameplay elements
be
of when
prepared
do you
with the
do
way the
certain
world's
things
going
rather
right
than
now.
Can I even execute them? Does that change the skill level of a game? Does that
Crafty,
change the
again, I
entertainment factor?
apologize, but with current events,
And
just be
that
prepared.
actually
Don't
has led
panic,
to an
but
even
be
bigger
very
debate
prepared.
on, is it already there? Like with a game like Street Fighter 6, isn't it funny that almost every character has a get one hit immediately because of the drive rush mechanic, go right into a ginormous combo that does wild damage, pushes you
Hey,
to the
pause real
corner,
quick.
and now it's
Hold on,
just a
hold on.
guessing game.
Okay.
Okay, oh, my bad.
So here's the thing with that. That's every fighting game. Have you not watched professional Tekken players, Phil? Like, they can go wall to wall, beating someone's ass, go into their rage art, break the wall so they go through it, fall to the next location, continue to beat them to the next wall, and it might possibly stop. This has been a thing in games for years, fighting games in general for years. This is nothing new. And then now you're talking about, oh, well, there's no input motions. It's just that's another thing that's honestly been kind of happening in a lot of fighting games. It hasn't just started with Street Fighter. You can play a lot of games that do that. So you're talking about something that's already happening. It's just now that your major games are starting to see it. But again, you're not part of the community, so why do you care?
He just
Because
wants something to complain about.
He's trying to make himself seem smarter than everybody else once again, and failing miserably. Because he wants the attention of, oh, I called this out before the fighting community, but they always just looked down on me, so it's just me being when I go against them, I'm punching upwards. But if they come against me, they're always punching down. Blah blah. Same shit, different day with him.
Wait, I'm sorry to ask because I'm out of the loop. I stopped really caring about Phil like a whole lot. But what is his fucking problem now?
He's
Give us
having
a
a
notice.
history fit with the FGC.
Pretty much still wanting to be a part of it. Yeah,
He's a has-been.
what this is, the best way to put it, the easiest way to put it, is Phil wants to be the guy that says, see, I was right all along. And the FGC should look at me as like a sage for advice. I am valid in what I'm saying. Now, I could be
Actually, you know what?
way
I can't
overplaying
even
it,
say-
but that's what it feels like.
I can't even say he's a has-been though. This is a motherfucker that got 4th place. He doesn't even have the means to be a has-been.
He got 4th place. I want to say he's got 4th place twice, and then 8th place, or 4th place, 8th place, 4th place, something like that. He's not a high ranker. He's gotten it a few times at best, and then knocked out before he even got there, or just so low it didn't matter. But this is one of them things where you have somebody that's stuck in the old ways saying, what I did was better. And it's like, but you're just a fighter, just like everyone else. Like, and I'm gonna say fighter, even though Phil mimics what he sees, it still doesn't take away that he's a fighter.
But the funniest thing is, Ice, is that even with the FTC, the community, I can't say the name right now. In
Yeah,
the
the
very
FGC.
end, they would try FTC, excuse me. They were trying to be. They tried to open Phil open arms and try to be very nice to him, but because of his attitude and because he's such an asshole, that's the reason why they just threw him out. Because it's like, bro, you're too much. You're not as good as you think you are. And again, the only reason why, again, he won 4th place in Evo, and maybe another place is because of a broken tune. Outside of that, once the playing field was level, he went down. He went back down to what, 6th place, 7th place, 8th place. That shows how he really is.
Yeah. What's up, Ramen? How you doing?
Well, the other thing is that Phil expects whatever he says to be taken not seriously. But when someone says something about him, it's like, oh, well, he said this, boo hoo, my fifis were hurt. So he has a complete misunderstanding of anything. Like even just trash talking, he expects whatever he says to be ignored. But if someone says something about him, it's like everybody has to go up in arms and protect me.
Yeah, like I caught a little bit on the tractor beam, and he's like, this is the only part I really caught because. All right, that's fine, Viking. He sat there and was talking about the OGs, and he sat there and said OGs don't want to compete because they're bored and they don't feel like this is the game for them. And it's like, Maximilian, Justin Wong, Daigo, all them dudes are still competing. So what the fuck are you talking about? Like, I just watched Daigo get knocked out of the Street Fighter winners bracket. Like,
That's funny you brought that.
4
that's
days
funny you
ago.
brought that up. Ice, I'm glad you brought that because I want to say it was maybe a month ago. I was watching Josh Wan play Street Fighter.
thank you.
He was just playing with a friend. I mean, it was just a one-on-one, but I saw that. I'm just like, Phil, what are you talking about? They're still playing. Like, dude, you act like
Yeah.
they moved on. No, they're still playing the game.
Yeah, like Daigo did it. I think Justin Wong, he didn't do Street Fighter. I think he did another tournament here recently. Like, hell, he just hosted the Notice Me Senpai Sponsor Me Senpai for was it Virtual Fighter? No, it was Marvel vs. Capcom 3.
Ooh, that's a classic there.
So it's like these dudes are still very much so connected with the FGC and tournaments and whatnot. And I want to say last year, Justin Wong was commentating about Street Fighter 6 and had to stop to go do his match. So it's like, Phil, what the fuck are you talking about? These dudes are still competing.
And that's the whole
Go
game.
ahead, Ice.
Like that.
Oh no, that was all I had to say.
Oh, you good? You good?
Street Fighter 6 in a nutshell. I've actually described all of the gameplay elements of the game. And back in the day,
No, you didn't, Phil. You didn't describe all the elements of the game because you don't understand all the elements of the game. People had to tip you, give you their hard-earned money to explain to you how certain mechanics worked in the game.
Wait,
So-
hold on, Ice. Ice, you're a little bit wrong on that one. No, they didn't just give him money. He cried, bitch, and begged, and then they explained and tried to help him, and that still wasn't enough with this fool.
Yeah, and I'm talking about, I want to say it was 672, who gave Phil, like, I think it was like $10 or $20 to explain the drive impact mechanic to him. And then Phil tried to turn around and take that knowledge and re-spit it out to you as if he knew what he was talking about. It's like, no, this dude just gave you the money to explain the shit to you. So no, you can't sit there and say you've talked about the mechanics and understand them when we can go back to people giving you money, explaining to you how the mechanic worked. So you don't know how the mechanic works. You don't know what's giving you a plus or a minus. You don't know what can whiff and you can get more damage out of or get less damage out of. You don't know any of that. You don't keep up with the patch notes. That's why, honestly, here lately when he plays certain characters and his combos are whiffing and he would say, oh, it's dropping my combo. No, it's not dropping your combo. They've changed the speed at the attacks. So now some of them are falling short or they can go longer. And there is somebody on YouTube that does a comparison showing you before the patch and after the patch.
Exactly.
today it wasn't like that. Back in the day, every character played differently. The game was a lot more varied and also supposedly needed more skill to actually play. And this has led to this big argument.
All right, so actually let me stop you right there, Phil. This is the only time I'm going to say this. Phil is right only in one regard. And that is because fighting games were not huge back then. Not a lot of people were playing them back then. He's even said so himself when talking about the tournaments. The fighting scene has exploded in popularity. So now, yes, you have thousands of people chomping at the bit to show that they are the top competitor. So when you have more people joining in on a thing, it's going to change how it's viewed, how it's looked at, what's being done. Back in the day, you might have had, let's just say, a round number of 300 people. Well, 300 people is not a lot of people. So a lot of people keep shit to themselves because it's only 300 people. Well, now we have several thousand people that are involved in this now. That's going to kind of change the space. That's going to change people, what they see, what they learn, and everything else, and then people putting it out online. So people are getting to the point that, hey, this information is getting out there like that. People are now playing on, streaming. What's up, Hoff there? How you doing? Hey, Detective Tractor, how you doing? So when you have more people doing a thing, it's going to become easier for people to pick up on because there are a lot more people seeing it. Again, you're going from 300 to say 5,000.
Oh god. Alright, so look at the pause. Look at the pause.
Oh god, that's terrible. Oh, I want to go an extra second to get rid of that.
New
There we go. That's better.
that pause was
So, in reality, Phil's not mad that the games have changed. Phil's mad that there's more people involved and more people that are better than him. They understand the game better. They understand the movesets better. They actually can go to other FGC members and talk to them and get different strategies. There are videos being put out that people can watch and study and learn, and he wants to complain about people taking things to the lab and practicing a combo or a pattern for a couple of hours when that's what you do. Like, that's all you did in the past, is you turn around, you followed a pattern that you learned, and that's all you did. You didn't do anything that wasn't a pattern. Everything you did was a pattern. Nobody's saying a pattern is bad. Nobody's saying a pattern is great. It is something that works. This pattern, using the character this way, works. And as they say, if you get someone in a throw loop and they're not breaking it, keep throwing. Because it's obvious they're not getting it and they're not breaking it.
Hey,
Phil's nickname was Throw Like Hell Brunel. The very thing he bitches about people doing today, throwing, is what he did. Yeah, a combo is technically a pattern, yes. Go ahead, Vanguard.
Okay. Chat, let me ask you a question. Let's throw video games out the window. How do you think people such as Michael Jordan, Tom Brady, Eli, Peyton Manning, how do you think these people became better? They practiced, and guess what? They went to the lab. They practiced their craft. They honed their craft. Phil doesn't do that, and this is the reason why he's the lapstar. He's known as pattern play vanilla, whatever. He only follows a pattern. He does not practice what he preaches. He doesn't go into the lab and practice and try to master be better. He just hopes like, oh, guess what? I'll go out there and hope for the best. And guess what? He'll be a couple of scrubs when he goes up against really confident players, decent players, such as like Pop or Raw Phil. He gets his ass caved in, and then he bitches, complains that, oh, it's the game's neck. I was like, no, Phil, you just suck. And you suck at every game.
Yeah.
Maybe if you just practice, you might get a little better, but he won't do that. Because he takes, just like you said, Ice, he makes every game about money. What'd you call Ice? A game, he makes it about, not money, oh God, you said before that, it's like slipped my mind at the moment.
Uh-oh. I've said a lot of things.
No, but you hit on that way. Guess what? He holds every game hostage.
Oh, hostage. Yeah.
It's profit. There you go. If it's not profiting him, then he's going to dome the game no matter what. It could be a single player game that's chill, like Donkey Kong, to a competitive game to COD. If he's not making $150, he's ready to dome the game.
Yeah. And then on top of that, though, what makes it worse in Street Fighter 6, right? And I'm singling out Street Fighter 6 because Phil isn't using characters that are following a pattern, a flowchart, or whatever. He's using gimmick characters. So he complains about footsies, but you're playing a character that doesn't worry about footsies. So why are you talking about footsies when you're using a character that doesn't need to worry about footsies? You're using Zangief. Zangief doesn't need to worry about footsies. Dalzine doesn't need to worry about footsies. Blanca doesn't need to worry about footsies. So why are you bitching about people, you talking about footsies or understanding footsies when you're playing these characters that don't even need it themselves?
But not only that, he likes to play characters that's like safe, not like that gives him edge. Just like safe characters, like Blanca, for example, is a very safe character.
Like he used to run the kin for Alpha 3 or no, Third Strike. Now he just uses whoever. Like this is a case of somebody who used to be, and this is not the truth, but this is somebody who claims they were good back in the day, and now that there's so much competition, like YouTube and streaming in general, he cannot compete. So what happens? He gets dogged, he gets beat, he gets stomped out, and the first thing he wants to do is complain that, oh, there's this, there's that, and there's that over there. These are all the reasons why this sucks. It's like, just get better. That's all you gotta do is just get better.
New school versus old school. New school players who only have played games like Street Fighter 6 or the recent Tekkens, comparing to the old days when, you were in arcades grinding it out and it was a lot different. And people arguing back and forth what was better. Are fighting games bad today or are they better than ever?
Tries to buy an instrument expecting everything to be great just because he's heard other people play the instrument. Yeah, he does that. That's why he wanted that Victrix controller so badly, because he heard it was good. He heard that a lot of the top people use one, so Phil wanted one. Phil is trying to stay with the FGC, but not be a part of the FGC. Oh yeah, exactly, Crafty. It's old man yells at clouds. Just before he is upset he doesn't have an advantage, and not any of the reasons he gives. Oh, exactly, Ramen.
So we're going to talk about that today.
Actually, Ramen,
There's a particular
the only
video from Button Check that he came out.
Excuse me, go ahead.
Oh God, he's gonna watch another Button Check video. I can only imagine how this is gonna go.
Wait, before you get
go
to
ahead.
this, before you get, Ramen, in the very beginning, he does have a bit of advantage when it comes to, and I'm using Street Fighter because because it's brand new. People don't know the combos, the pros, the cons, the counter. But once they learn about that, then he gets mad. It's like, oh, now the game stuff's like, no, Phil, you use a brand new character nobody knows. Once they figure out how to play the character, use the character, go against the character, and you get on, then you get exposed.
Well, actually, Phil exposed himself. I forget which Evo tournament it was that he went to. He got knocked out immediately. And his complaint was they didn't give him any scrubs to fight. You're at Evo. You beat the scrubs to get here. The scrub phase is over with. You're here now. It's now just the killers left. And I wish I could remember which stream it was I did that he said that. It was way back, way back. I wish I could remember. But that shit had
Also-
me dying.
Also, I'm glad. I just realized I'm glad this is today's, not was it yesterday, the day before? Anyways, the past couple. Did you see what happened Friday?
No.
It's the fourth one. Hopefully this doesn't happen, but Phil accidentally, well, he didn't accidentally, he decided to stand up, and he his you know what was showing, and it's like,
His ass crack?
why, Phil? No, not his ass crack.
His stomach?
Not his ass crack. No.
Don't tell me his underwear.
No, his boner was showing when he stand up.
Oh. Damn.
Yeah. Thanks to, of all people, I love this brother, Bro Sci Phil, who, if I get a chance, I'm gonna put him in a chokehold, which I'm joking, guys. I'm not gonna do it.
What's up, Fandel? What's up, Wet Floor? Phil's a scrub, no joke.
That got showed. I was like, what the hell?
It's like the wheel he brought. It's like the wheel he bought. Sure, the wheel is better controller for the driving games, but if you're terrible at the driving, the wheel doesn't make you better. Exactly. That was the one where he said they put him against Rambo. Thank you, Ramen. Yeah, Ramen knows what I'm talking about. Because they didn't give me any scrubs to fight. You're here at Evo. Scrub face is done, my dude. Like, you gotta fight motherfuckers now. You gotta fight for your position. And that's why I always said, what's up, Spurs? How you doing? That's why I always said, I'll give him his 4th place, but I look at everything else after. And he did terrible.
It's funny you mention his 4th place, but if you listen to the story about how he got that 4th place at Evo, he literally mentions that, first of all, it was a version of the game that none of the top players wanted to play, which, in a way, okay, I can see Phil's point that it's a version that the sponsors or whoever running decide to use. There's not much you can do about that. You either play it or you leave, and they chose not to play it. Fine. I can give Phil that much. I'm not going to argue that point. My argument is just like, then he mentions that, oh, well, I went to a friend's room and we just played and practiced that. It's like, Phil, you just pretty much admitted that the only reason you got 4th place is because you did what everybody else should do to get good at the game, and it's pretty much played and practiced it so you understand the game. Now all of a sudden, you just want to jump into a game and be good at it. Do you understand the difference between back then what you actually did and now? Because clearly you don't.
But even still then, so the character he used in Evo was a broken Cammy. That's the reason he got 4th place. If the Cammy was not broken, I guarantee he may have gotten 6th place, as normally he gets.
No, that was Vega. Vega got in 4th place.
Yeah.
Was it? I thought it was. Hold on.
Ah,
let me double check
it
real
was-
quick.
it
I
was
might be
Vega.
wrong.
Because he did a mirror match against Tokido, Vega versus Vega, and he got stomped out.
Hold on.
And that's because Vega has throw priority, and Vega's a little bit faster with his attacks. So like people knew the busted characters to use. I believe Evo is an open bracket. No, you gotta fight to get into Evo. You have to do your placements to get there. And he got there. He did his placements and he got the Evo.
By the way, which Evo was that? Which year was that?
I don't remember off the top of my head. What's up, Gina? How you doing? Welcome to the stream.
With in the last day, that was actually a really good.
Final
one.
Fantasy Explorers, awesome.
That gets that discussion going, and I'd like to chime in and give you my thoughts on that topic today because we don't talk about fighting games all the time, but when we do, I feel like, hey, I should every once in a while
What's
at
that,
least give my 2
2005?
cents on this stuff.
2000,
I know some
yeah,
people in my
2005,
community care,
2006, something like that.
Hopefully,
Yeah, I'm gonna
some
look it up right
discussion
now
going.
because I'm
Alright.
pulling up right now.
So,
So is this
Good
from earlier
stuff.
today, or is
Anyway.
this the?
This is
let's get
earlier
started
today.
with
Right
the
now.
This is
general
today. This is
topic.
earlier today.
So, for example, how's everything
I
going
slept
right
through
now?
everything. I didn't
Well,
wake up
what
till
I'd
like
to
8
do
o'clock today, and I
is
went
do
to bed
kind of
like 9.
a cumulative update on all the playthroughs that I'm currently doing because right now I'm in the midst of a ton of games.
Oh, okay,
Well,
no
a
one
lot of
cares
Okay,
still.
now,
Let's
okay,
go.
And
Ice,
to
you
our
was
little
right. It
FGC
was
topic for today.
Vega.
Okay.
You was right.
We
my
actually
bad.
start off today. Jalen
Yeah.
1820 has content.
Don't care about any of that.
Or we started off the week on a slower side, but then it started picking up.
Okay.
Almost every single stream last week we hit a support goal.
Because of one person. You had one person who gave you 150, another person that gave you 100. I mean, you had one person funding your streams last week.
Thank you so much for that. We ended the week at 27 out of 30 goals hit. So to refresh everyone's memory, okay? The cool stuff about this is we are close to a really well-desired.
I'll be right back, guys. Can you hold the chat for me real quick?
No.
I figured as much. I'll be right back. I need to take care of something right fast. I thought I gave my buddy everything he needed before he left, but he was just like, hey, man, I left something there. It's like, shit, be right back.
Well, yeah, I mean, I agree with you. Partly, Vanguard is use a broken character can give you a huge advantage, but if you don't know how they're broken, you're still a fish in the water. So my point is that Phil spends time understanding what made that character more effective, whether it's they're overpowered or whatnot. And he admits that he went to someone's apartment or hotel room, whatever. I forget the exact details on that end, and actually practiced the version of the game that they're doing for the tournament. So therefore, Phil admits that back then he was actually trying and practicing with what he was using. Now he just thinks he just watches a quick video on how a combo is done, and that should be enough.
No, I mean, I don't. You definitely got a point there. So, but the thing with him is, you can give him the best weapons, the best equipment, whatever, and he'll find a way to screw up. Like prime example, go to his Elden Ring playthrough, his stream, whatever he playthrough stream, whatever. Excuse me, he plays a cheese cat, and he still finds a way to die to a lot of trash, which makes no sense. This is how Phil is.
Well,
And what makes him-
how he plays a Soulsborne game, he tries to run past everything that he feels will be too difficult for him.
Well, but
Like-
true. Because the two things he'll either do is, as I say, he likes to face tank everything, or try to be Sonic and run past everything. It's always one of the two.
I mean, he's in this mental state where he thinks that he should be able to pretty much just ignore what he views as too much work to be worth his time. Like, the best way I can put it, like I said, is look at anytime he plays a Soulsborne game. I shouldn't have to run back to the boss is too far away. I shouldn't have to go through all this. And he'll run through hordes of enemies trying to get back to the boss and have like an army chasing after him. And he wonders why they hit him in the back.
Or better yet, I'm sorry, chat, better yet. Recently, just watch his Doom gameplay, Doom the Dark Ages. just see how bad he was in that.
All right, I am back.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Sorry about that. And he was nice enough. He brought me a whole box of Swedish fish from his run. So.
Oh, you dirty wolf! I love Swedish fish.
Yeah, he was just like, yeah, man, I had to run a load, and he got to the yard to deliver it, and they turned it down. So he's like, hey, man, here's a whole box of Swedish fish. I'm like, fuck yeah! All right, let's hear. So, chat, do you like saying slurs?
Well, I mean, Ice, if you see a big walking kaiju, just run the other way.
Very funny.
Really, for most people, if they get 4th place at Evo, that would be a neat thing, but they would probably not bring it up unless led to the opportunity. Yeah, and that's the thing, like a lot of these guys, they start getting they can get sponsored by, you know, a particular person or whatnot or group because of that, because it's like, oh, they'll do better next year, or the next year after that they will do better. But as we've said numerous times with Phil, is he is Al Bundy. I threw that one touchdown and that's it. Except in Phil's case, he didn't even score the touchdown.
Actually, I think it's 3 touchdowns in one game is what he did.
Oh yeah, you're right. 3 touchdowns in one game. You're right.
No. You know what? I hate to do this. But Phil is like the white version of Cam Newton, who made the one time go to the Super Bowl, and since then he hasn't been there since then. I hate to do that, but that's how I see Phil as when it comes to football.
Mm-hmm.
And even when they made it to the Super Bowl, they still lost because defense the other side whooped the offense.
It's no okay game, but grindy. Quarter Japanese, tune in for the slurs.
DSP tries it. The Takis menu at Wendy's that just came out on Friday in the United States. I think
Nobody cares, Phil.
Some people stay on and do it as soon as T support.
All right, so if you had the
If
top,
that would happen, I don't think it's ever going to happen. 3 goals on this string, but
Never had it,
if
but
you
it's like,
think
I don't
of
really
pacing,
care.
well, today, tonight, tomorrow, we could potentially do it tomorrow. All right.
He's gonna hate them because the build up.
So let's get it going. First,
I had them before. It's like something you want to have, like
for the week
if you're in the mood for
on
it.
PayPal.
Gotcha.
Already took the lead. All right, so let's get that recovered, because the week before, man, because I was trying to finish Claire Obscure and stuff, it was actually a very slow week for support. But this last week, I couldn't be happier. Thank you guys so very much. And
Yes, because some streams you doubled the tips goal because, again, somebody came in and dropped 150 in your lap, and then with everyone else, it kind of built up to another 150. Okay. Safe to say the Monster Hunter with Final Fantasy skin. Oh, gotcha.
hopefully we can keep that going. All right, now.
Cam
What
will
I'd like
never
to
live
do
down
is talk about
in the
all
ball
the things
down.
that I'm currently doing really quick, just to get everyone caught up on everything that's going on. Because some people are, you always wonder, gee, is this ending? How long will this be? What's new? What's coming up? So let's discuss, shall we? So this week, my focus is to try to wrap up multiple playthroughs. And the 2 playthroughs that I'm focusing on are Onimusha 2 Remastered, which is actually a very short game from what I'm telling
Exactly. It's like, dude, nobody cares.
And we're more than halfway through it already. And the Lies of P Overture DLC, which actually we are only 1 stream away from completing. All right. So
you
could have beaten
that
and if we can wrap those up this week, that would mean that we are now opening up the schedule to newer playthroughs, and we got a lot of options. We have Death Stranding 2, which is coming out later this week,
and you're gonna make that game boring as hell. You're gonna make it very boring that people are just gonna want to tune out, and they're not gonna like it. That's
very
it.
Very similar to his taxi stream. It wasn't very boring, other than restreamers making it somewhat interesting. Other than that, if you were to watch it through Raw Phil, everybody else, and I love Raw Phil, but that game was boring because of Phil just made it incredibly boring.
And that's because he doesn't know how to spice it up. Like,
he doesn't.
Death Stranding 2. I love it. Death Stranding 2. I love it.
Absolutely, I will be playing. I think it comes out on the 26th, so that would be Thursday. And so, yeah, we'll begin the playthrough on Thursday.
Okay, I gotta pause and take a segue here. Last night, Vanguard, I played Helldivers 2,
Oh,
and I fought the bots.
what happened? What happened? Keep going. Keep going.
On suicide difficulty, and it was pure fucking chaos. Like, the moment we dropped onto the planet, we was getting murked by the bots. Like, we didn't even get 10 minutes into the mission, and we had no hell divers left.
Jesus.
But somehow, some way, we beat the mission.
Well, number one, you know what to do too. Also, the reason why you got murk is look at the name, suicide.
Oh yeah, it lived up to it, man. Like, oh my god, we were getting murked left and right.
Thursday.
And that's the time where
Hopefully
you
the game is
definitely be
good.
organized and you might
I'm gonna
get
be honest with everyone right now. All right.
Do you
Yeah,
guys
and Liquid
also
Ferret-
run the
Liquid
48
Ferret was
I
there with
really
me.
don't
Yeah.
know if Death
For
Stranding
what?
2 is going to work
For Death
as a
Stranding
lengthy
2.
playthrough.
No, I'm not. I'm gonna do like the first one. I'm gonna wait till that bitch is like $10 and
Oh
then
yeah,
I'll
I
get it.
did, but don't
No,
you remember
I'm
the
asking
whole
if
first
Phil's
game?
doing it.
The
Oh,
first
probably.
game was
Probably.
insanely boring.
Because he said
Wait,
something about
The
it comes out on
gameplay
Thursday.
elements of Death Stranding
Wait, hold
1
on. Ice.
We're not
you
Oh,
stabbed
me
me
back.
a little
with
bit
everyone
there.
right now. All
There's
right,
nothing
I'm
near
very
it.
honest with all of
Let me
you.
go back.
No,
I'm
you
gonna
no,
be
you did something to
honest
fix
with
it. It was
everyone
static
right
for like a
now.
hot second.
All right,
Oh.
I'm very honest with all of you. I really don't know if Death Stranding 2 is going to work as a lengthy playthrough. All right, you might say, "Wait, what do you mean?" Didn't
Pause
you
a
play the whole
second.
first-
Go for it.
Go ahead.
Phil, with you, any game is a long game because you pause constantly waiting for people to tell you what to do. You can't think for yourself. So anytime there's a decision between A and B, you pause the game, you check your chat, both of them, which takes you twice as long now because you have to look at your YouTube chat and your Kick chat to understand anything, and you wait for them to make a decision for you. Then between all of that, you stop and beg. And it's begging. It's not you bringing up that you need money. Well, actually, that's one of the definitions of begging. So any game, no matter how short it seems, you take at least twice to 3 times as long to complete any game. You couldn't beat Pong without taking 5 years at this rate. So it doesn't matter what the game is. You're boring, you take too long, and you don't know how to focus. So there's really no point in bitching about anything about this.
And just to piggy off of what Soul said, and Ice, you can correct me if I'm wrong. Phil, it took him what, 10 streams to beat Doom? You guys took you what, a total of 4 streams, and you
Took me
started after
3.
he did.
3 streams, and I had. He took 9 streams to beat Doom, and I took 3.
Exactly. So exactly to pick off what Soul said, it don't even matter what game you pick, Bill. It's long because you make it long. It could be a game that should, let's say for example, I don't know, DLC for let's say the RoboCop. Let's just say RoboCop. A DLC should be over in 4 hours to beat. It will take him almost 4 streams to beat that DLC. And if I can beat that DLC in one day, it'll take him 4 streams. And I'm exaggerating, but this is Phil.
No, it's true. I mean, you look at you want a perfect example? Look at another example is look at Metaphor.
That's
A
it.
5-hour demo, and he's already spent 12 hours in it, and he's wondering why people are disengaged. Well, dude, you just took 12 hours for a 5-hour demo.
Exactly.
Like, people are going to get bored.
Oh, badly at Little Kitty in a Big City. It took him with 2 streams. We could have beat that game in 1 stream, I believe it was.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we did have multiple of those damn walkers popping up on us. God damn.
I mean, I'll bring up the example again, and I know I use this as a constant one, and I still think I should find maybe just a short version of it. But look at his Pokemon Scarlet playthrough, like the last third of it. He literally does not take a step until chat confirms what Pokemon he should use, what moves he should use, and literally does it step by step by chat, and still bitches about it.
Was that the one with the Elite Four? And chat had to tell him which Pokemon, which
Yes.
moves. Yes! Like, dude, like, make some moves on your own. Jesus Christ.
Where step by step, after he beat the Elite Four, he went to go challenge his rival. He
Yeah.
bitched because he didn't tell him where the rival was, and he stepped into it without being prepared.
Wow.
And before that, bitched about how she cheated to have a preset team to beat him, but her team is based around what she chose as a starter, which she picks to be a weakness to your starter.
So can I say something real quick? Because Phil
No.
needs to know this. No, I just need to say this.
I just that's
I know. But here's the funniest thing, Phil. That's not just Scarlet. That's not every Pokemon game since Generation 1.
Okay, you broke up
Jesus.
that one. I didn't understand that.
I don't think I heard was Jedi Survivor, and that was all I can make out.
No, I'm sorry. I got a little annoyed because not you, but when he was like complaining about, my rival's cheat is like, Phil, your rival always picks the Pokemon again that is strong. The Pokemon that can counter your type. In other words, if you pick fire, they're gonna pick water. If you pick water, if you pick water, they're gonna pick grass. If you pick grass, they're gonna pick fire. That's always been the same thing since Generation 1. Red and blue, gold and silver, ruby and sapphire.
Even
It's
yellow.
Like, come on.
Even
Yeah,
yellow, they
yeah.
picked it. And you start off with Pikachu.
Here's the thing
Yes.
to that, Vanguard. That actually changes Scarlet, where your rival actually picks a Pokemon that would be weak against yours for the challenge because they're a battle master. So they literally.
That's right. She actually makes the comment
Okay, I didn't.
that if she used her actual,
I didn't know that.
yeah, like because she makes the comment when you do your first mock battle against her, the doctor or whoever the person that is like, don't you think it'll be a little wrong if you use your championship team against them?
So she chose a weaker. We're going to be weak against you. If you choose fire, she'll choose grass. If you choose water, she'll choose grass. Such and such for a challenge because she's so far experienced as a champion
Trainer.
in that region.
Yeah. So she
So-
intentionally handicaps herself to fight you.
Yes, and her team is specifically selected depending upon what she picks when you come across her next time. Like in every Pokemon game, they don't just randomly pick Pokemon that you will be instantly destroying you. And the other thing is, the Pokemon that destroyed him was using a move that buffs itself every time it attacks. So Phil's just letting it attack and build power, attack and build power. So by the time he's to like the third or fourth Pokemon, it's beefed itself up immensely, and he's wondering why it's one-shotting him. It's like, Phil, you literally just let it build up power and speed. What did you expect to happen?
Exactly.
This year, already defeated with the prospect that he is not going to get much support. Why am I not surprised? Oh yeah, he's already throwing in that fear that Death Stranding 2 is going to do bad. It's that same meme all over again. Or become human. He's holding the game hostage with the gun to its head already, and the game's not even out yet. It comes out Thursday. So we're already like, it's gonna do bad. You fuckers better be there to give me them stacks. Those sweet, sweet, fat stacks. Death Stranding is boring because it is walk to point. Point B. How's it any different from ATS? You drive from point to point. Yeah, but alright, so when I was playing Death Stranding before a lot of you guys came in here, I want to say Soul, Rydrake, and I think if he's still in here, G Million were there when I was playing it. And it was like I was doing dumb shit. It was just like, I think G Million was watching me one time. He's like, "Hey Ice, you don't want to go in there because you're gonna get caught by the whale enemy." And I was like, "I have a grenade full of piss. Let's roll!" And it's like, I'm running to the fight now.
Death Stranding, I didn't get far because, like I said, one time I lost my bike and it just pissed me the hell off.
Yeah.
And the real difference is that there's a bit of online play where people can set up like a path to help you get from point A to B online. So there's that little bit of aspect there. There's the dangers of coming across people that want to loot you for your supplies. The monsters that you come across. Like it's not just a walking simulator.
Then you have the rain that corrodes your gear.
Yeah. So there's differences to it. Like it's pretty much an adventure walking sim, if that makes any sort of sense.
UPS simulator with some issues on the side.
Yeah, there's more than just going point A and B. Like take Truck Simulator for example. You're just going from point A to point B. Phil's making
What's up, zombie fan?
for somebody being a terrible driver. But
Yeah.
if you're consistent with it, it's literally going from point A to point B. That's trading has options the way like things that are trying to kill you, literally.
Basically,
Well, not
what
only
I'm trying to say,
that-
it's not linear.
Well, not only that, in Death Stranding, if you want, you can stop doing trips and actually just explore and find things.
Yeah.
I mean, you might get in some fights along the way. And then they did add that DLC on like almost like an infinite dungeon you can keep going back to do. And it goes deeper and deeper. What's up, Jordan Fadeaway? How you doing, man? Good to see you. Oh, let's see. Oh wait, Onimusha 2, for example, averages 6 to 8 hours. Phil is 6 hours in, and he's I think about halfway through. Oh my god! Wheelie
Only
Steve
halfway
beat it
through?
quicker. He skipped. Oh wait, so Well Swain's saying he skipped the last battle of Legends of Arceus. I'm saying it like Phil intentionally. Arceus.
I didn't play that game, so I wouldn't know.
Wait, which Pokemon game?
Arceus.
Arceus, excuse me.
Yeah, Arceus.
Wait, which
He-
one was that?
The one where it's like in the past, where like when people
Yeah,
were first
that
meeting
was-
Pokemon.
That.
Yeah, he's saying
What's up with the 3DS?
Well Swain's saying he skipped the last battle in that game.
Oh, the last battle. Yeah. He stopped early. Actually, I gotta get back into that and beat
Wait,
that
so
one.
he actually wow. There is fact. In actual Pokemon lore, gym leaders use different level and amounts of Pokemon based on the trainer's level, aka how many badges they have. Interesting. I hope Death Stranding didn't. No, we're going now calling it Dent Stranding 2. Goes bad for him. What's up? Nothing much, man. I had a full day of hanging with my friends. You know, getting out of the house, eating some interesting yogurt that had peaches, shaved coconut, and strawberries in it. Fucker was delicious. Well, anyway.
Jordan. Phil said he's just gonna watch a quick recap video for Death Stranding and then go straight into Death Stranding 2. So he's gonna.
Which is there's nothing wrong with that because it is a 60-hour game.
Yeah, but this is
Yeah.
Phil we're talking about. He's not gonna remember jack shit.
Yeah, that's true. And by the way, he is skipping the 48-hour early access.
Oh, so you'll be able to get access to it Tuesday.
Yes, if you bought the deluxe edition.
Which he
Okay.
probably does.
Honestly, I'm not worried about it because I didn't even beat the first one. And it's like, I got a shit I
No,
want to
but
do,
it would
and
help Phil
Yeah.
to get tips and all that.
yeah,
Drinking and chilling. Hell yeah, zombie fan. I say, if you get killed by the monster, it changes the terrain to. Oh, I see. So you're telling me I need to go out there and just die like a couple of times.
don't do that. They're gonna make my game harder.
Good.
Do it.
Tell you what, I'll go die and make your game harder, Ice. You like the challenge.
I love killing shit. So if it adds things to kill, I am all for it.
I'll go kill myself and make your game harder so you have more things to kill.
Drinking, hell yeah, man. Oh shit. The German DLC. He completed the main game technically. Okay, Greek yogurt. Don't get me wrong. I like both games. I was just pointing out the stream audience that smaller. Oh, okay. That's fine. That's fine. Detective. No, that's completely fine. It's just the fact that he's already holding the game up, and it's like, let the game come out first and actually play it. Like, because Death Stranding is one of those games you can make it fun for an audience by just doing random shit.
Well, you see, Phil is doing it backwards, though. He wants to be paid, and then he'll go explore in the game. And then he'll bitch about how it's unfair to him that he has to try and do this difficult thing that it's only really difficult for him because he's not paying attention.
Yeah.
Jordan, he actually did. Go back and watch his Christmas marathon.
Well,
You'll
he
see what I
only
mean.
played the opening of the game. He didn't play the entire thing.
I was telling Vanguard about this while you're doing that thing for your friends. Like, every time Phil comes up against a difficult boss in like a Soulsborne game, and then he has to go back to the boss, he just runs past everything and pretty much builds an entire army chasing after him. And he's wondering why all these things are chasing him to stab him in the back. It's like, Phil, you aggroed all this shit, and then you wonder where they came from.
Yeah. Like, that's what you did. Like, that's... Like, come on, you can't be mad after you just bypassed everything and then they all just shanked the shit out of you. I need to get back into playing Stellar Blade. I'm, like, near the end of the game. Phil's trying to negotiate the game safe before he even... Yeah, that's exactly what he's doing, Wet Floor. There are games that require being entertaining or holding a conversation with it. Yeah, and that's why, like, when I was playing Gundam Battle Operations 2, I still try to talk to you guys. I even got killed from talking to you guys. I'm like, I don't give a shit. It's a game. You know, I'm here for you guys. You know, the game.
I gotta pay more attention to my chat when I stream. I can fully admit to that. But I'm not pulling a Phil where I'm just ignoring everything you say. I just get tunnel vision on the game.
Dude, tunnel vision is not hard to do. I've done that.
Yeah, especially with me, you, and William when we were doing Night Rain.
Night Rain, yeah.
Tunnel vision on the game because I'm trying not to screw over the team. And it's a lot harder to get out of that mindset when you're doing with a group. Even though I know you and William would have understood if I pulled my attention away to respond to a viewer and it got me killed. You guys would have been completely understandable of that.
Yeah.
My mindset was on the game, and that's what got me sidetracked for the whole thing.
I mean, so you do not have to apologize. I have gotten tunnel vision in a game multiple times. I mean, and it happens, especially when you zone it, like you lock in. Like, I forget what game I was playing and I was streaming, and I just locked in, and I think it was like 5 solid minutes. I didn't say shit. I was just like in the zone. But
I was like, I was for the chat and the channel. I was just saying, like, that's a difference. Like, I understand that's something I have to work on. Compare that to the Phil, who only time he really interacts with the channel is when he wants advice, he wants your money, or someone tips him.
yeah,
Matter of fact, Ice,
He doesn't give a shit about chat.
matter of fact, it was Ice. It was the game you was playing that you streamed recently.
was it Doom? The Dark Ages?
No, not Doom. It was oh god.
Thank you.
All right, now
Oh shit! Thank you, Jordan Fadeaway, for the $4.99. Greatly appreciated, man. He's like a heroin addict who's chasing the dragon. Except he's chasing one day fuse and money on the game that was created by a man, Kojima, that he hates.
Expedition 33.
Oh, Expedition 30. Oh yeah, the final the boss fight for the floating water.
Yes, you didn't speak for chat for almost 6 minutes, but because you was focused on the boss, everybody stood there. You was just trying to beat him because he was trying to get to bed that time.
Oh, that's why I was racing against the clock.
See, that's why I like doing RPGs because it's easier to take a second to breathe from the game and look at the chat. Well, because it was like an action game, that's what really pulls my focus because it's so fast paced. But that's just my opinion.
Well, for me, it was I got lucky and I went back and watched it after, and I perfect parried the entire fight, and I didn't realize I could shoot the flowers that the boss was spawning. I felt so stupid after I found that out.
I went to a boss fight with an ability that increases my parry. It prevents me from being healed or something like that. Didn't realize I could not heal my one character. Spent half my resources trying to heal them. And then had 2 characters die do the boss fight. I realized I should have shot the lantern on the creature so it stopped doing one of its attacks.
Dude, that's like in Night Rain. Like Night Rain with the butterfly and the scorpion. You get this like pus put on your neck, and you're supposed to have someone knock it off or it instantly kills you. And I had no idea when I was playing with Ramen and them.
I had one of those on me just as we killed that thing. I was like, what the fuck is this thing?
Yeah, if you don't do anything with it, it kills you.
Well, thank God I had it as soon as we killed it.
Yeah. You locked in during the Cyberpunk 2077 stream, and it was still interacting with you. Oh, yeah. Oh, man, if I played my Cyberpunk, oh, my God, I'd be taking off the air so quick.
It is definitely, you can definitely easily not get tunnel vision like that, but I'm saying, like, that's what happens to me is I get that tunnel vision, and I completely forget about chat. Not intentionally, but it's like, I gotta focus on the game, or it's like I said, for me, it gets really bad when I'm doing it with a group because I don't want to screw over the group because of me doing something with the chat. But it's like that's completely different than what Phil does because Phil say, "Oh, I can't talk to the chat while I'm doing a fighting game." It's like, Phil, you're gonna lose anyway most of the time. Just talk to the chat.
What kills me with Phil is he says he can't talk to the chat when he's playing a game like a walking sim. Dude, you're not doing anything! And you're still not able to talk to the chat when you're not doing anything? We're just standing here! Man, the Adam Smasher fight was intense. Yes, it was, but I have an issue with the Adam Smasher fight. I have an issue with that fight because in the Cyberpunk lore and board game, Adam has killed every single person that has gone up against him. Yet, V is the only person that is able to defeat him. I find that wild.
That's because V's a god.
Yeah, because if somebody that should have been able to take out Adam Smasher, it should have been David. Like, David was so jacked up on shit, like, David should have been able to easily take out Adam Smasher.
The problem there was David was so jacked up. That was hard part of the problem. Like, his mind was going places he didn't realize.
I mean, David lost it anyway. Locking in on games is understandable, but it's in a game that DSP would say chill. They tend to be games that do not require locking. Yeah, that is true, Detective. Like, those games do not require locking in, yet Phil doesn't say anything. Yeah, scanning the chat during cast and chill stream was so pathetic. Yeah, because he's just looking for tips. He's not looking to actually talk to people. Yeah, lore-wise, V should have just died immediately fighting Adam Smasher.
Well, you gotta take in one thing to account with V. Dumb luck. He had the dumb luck of two people for the price of one.
See, even Zombie Fan says it. Someone taking out Adam Smasher is someone you should fear. Exactly. Like, yo, if they were bad enough to take him out, imagine what they're gonna do to me. I'm not fucking with that dude.
Well, look at it this way. You literally survived one encounter with Adam Smasher when you first got the chip. Survived the gang trying to kill you to take the chip. Survived the entire adventure to figure out how to remove the chip. So you're already doing the impossible most of the time
by surviving 3 encounters with him.
So is it really by the end of this entire thing you take up Adam Smasher really that surprising at this point?
Yes.
Look at everything else you've done.
Well, all right. So I'm glad you said that because the first encounter with Adam, he knows you're there. Like I forget who pointed it out to me, but like when you use your sight that turns everything red, and when enemies know you're there, they light up bright red. Adam was bright red, so he knew you were there. He let you stay there. Yeah, that's what I did. My character just took him out with fucking pistols. It's like, goodbye, Adam. But like, fucking Rebecca went in here with a fucking heavy machine gun, and he just smashed her. Not in a good way.
First game? Oh yeah, I did, but don't you remember the whole first game? The first game was insanely boring.
I mean, in retrospect, everything V does in the game happens inside like a 2 to 3 weeks, so V is pretty powerful. But all that, Smasher was on a different... Yeah! Like...
Maybe Adam Smasher just was ready to die. It chose V to be the executioner.
Well,
you could say... Yeah, you can say that. You can say that. Because it's funny, because technically you can let him live, too.
The gameplay elements of...
But Adam Smasher's also the only character in the game that's fully cybernetic.
Stranding 1 were not good. I'm sorry, Mr. Kojima-san.
Look, just look at Adam Smasher up to the
Hold up. I gotta hear this. That's why.
Game was insanely boring. The gameplay elements of Death Stranding 1 were not good. I'm sorry, Mr. Kojima-san, but the gameplay of the game was very, very tedious, very, very lengthy, drawn out, and padded the length of the game. I feel...
So then why are you bothering with 2 if that's how you feel about 1? You know 2 is more of the same. Like, what? What? I gotta hear this again. I gotta hear this shit again. Who is my partner in the game? Oh, Pan Am. Pan Am all the way. Pan Am is the... Well, Pan Ass is the only option in Cyberpunk. When has there ever said anything good about a video game? That is true, Mad Cats. That is true.
All right. You might say, wait, what do you mean? Didn't you play the whole first game? Oh, yeah, I did. But don't you remember the whole first game? The first game was insanely boring. The gameplay elements of Death Stranding 1 were not good. I'm sorry, Mr. Kojima-san, but the gameplay...
Why are you saying Kojima? Oh, you're throwing shade at Jeff Keighley because he always says Kojima-san. I got it. I got it. My bad. Figured out that case closed.
The game was very, very tedious, very, very lengthy, drawn out, and padded the length of the game. I feel Death Stranding 1 was a better movie or series than it was a game. Now, there were elements that were good. There were some interesting boss fights and things like that. But the story was absolutely the main focus of what was good about Death Stranding 1.
So, first 10
this is 20 years later.
If you got fucking Lycon, I'm gonna kill you.
I got Rena in the first 10 pull I did.
Rena? Okay.
I gotta get back into that.
I
still
do
don't
too.
really what I wanted.
Yeah, I was like, literally, first 10 pull I saw on S. I'm like, oh shit, who is this?
Hell
I
yeah.
still got you or Grace, and those are the two that I really want.
Nobody asked for your
I
opinion,
got,
Philip. Exactly. Smasher was the only person, quote unquote, in the universe confirmed to be fully cyborg. Yup. Sorry, guys, your internet went down. That's cool, man. Female V, go for Judy. Male V for Pan-Ass. Hell yeah. What's up, Dunce? How you doing? Go ahead, Rev.
Yes, that's
there's no who's. Yeah, I got Rena.
Rena. I use her. My team right now is Abby. Not Soldier Abby. Her other variation. Rena. And I want to say my third is Corn.
So I'm using Rena because I just started. I'm using Rena. Is it Belle her name? The pink-haired lady?
Oh, Nicole.
From the beginning of the game?
Yeah, Nicole.
Yeah, Nicole and the chainsaw lady.
Yeah, that's Corn. No, same one I use. Not bad. Tired from work. I hear that.
From the start with the twin guns.
Oh, yeah, Billy.
The girl with him that uses the katana.
That's
I used girl.
You talking about Soldier Abby or Miyabi?
I forget exactly.
If she's got cat ears, that's Miyabi.
No, it's the one that starts off with the guy in the red jacket.
Oh, okay, yeah, it's Ambi.
And
play FBC Firebreak.
The girl
I have
swings
not.
around.
Yeah.
You guys, I also got the bear. I did one of the special pulls. I got the panda bear.
Oh, you got the panda bear already? That's what's up.
Yeah.
I need to get back into streaming that because I actually enjoy playing that on stream.
Today, people
I think I did like the first 2 story missions, the first 10 pull, and I actually got really lucky.
Actually, for Wednesday when another mobile game comes out that I really want to try.
Fits the bill of Death Stranding 1.
Well, the Persona one, I know that's
I remember during that.
No, it's the one that's
after I reached about the halfway
from,
point, people were just tired. They weren't showing up.
I can't remember the name of it.
Enjoy the streams, but at that point,
So this
Wait, hold up, what?
This is 20 years later. Today, people want me
the
to
Blue
play
Exorcist
games
game
that they can engage and have a good
Hold
time
up.
with. They don't want to see me trudge through boring sludges. You know what I mean? And I hate to say it, that's pretty much fits the bill of Death Stranding 1. Like, I remember during that.
Okay, so if we're gonna continue saying this game is boring, yeah, he is. If you're gonna say the first game was boring, then why bother getting the second game? It should just be a total skip at this point. Then
What?
Because someone probably either
He's talking about.
Phil's talking about he's talking about Death Stranding 1, saying how it was boring and all of this, and he's saying he's on the fence about 2 because he doesn't think it's gonna do well, and he's sitting there going through all these negatives of 1. It's like, then why bother getting 2?
It's the same thing he did with every other game. He's looking at it because someone said
I kind of think Death Stranding 2 is gonna win kind of game of the year because it doesn't come out this year.
Yeah, it comes out this week. Comes out Tuesday for early access and Thursday for official.
No, here's what it is. Someone in Phil's Discord or his chat said, "Hey, you play this game, I'll support you." And Phil knows, like, the first couple of streams of any new game, he'll get the support. Later on, he knows it's going to drop off. but he wants that early money so that he can get a couple of extra things here and there. He knows this. There's no argument here.
His problem is that a lot of these games are not up to his par, and he's just thinking, dude, why are gaming not, or something weird like that.
Yeah.
I don't know.
You use your free gift from 2.0 to get Lycon. Nice. See, I got Bernice on my first poll. Oh yeah, dude, all his games are being held hostage right now. Every game has a gun to its head. Like, I want to say it was Friday. Somebody asked him, or somebody said maybe he should base games off of playing them instead of monetary gain. And Phil's like, well, I don't base games off of monetary gain. I do this, I do this, I do. It's like, okay, then what about Dave the Diver? You played that one time and then you axed it. That chill and fishing game, you played it one time and you axed it. And you sat there and even said, well, it didn't meet the goal, so I got rid of it.
Doom, that other RPG, he almost killed Blueprints.
Dude, Blueprints is on a constant chopping block now. That is
He's still playing that fucking game?
Yeah, he's still playing it, and it's still on the chopping block. Games can be boring, but a decent Expedition, he beat that. Games can, but a decent streamer will be able to make a boring game somewhat entertaining. Exactly, Phil. But the problem with Phil, and even myself at times, which I'm not ashamed to admit it, is Phil doesn't know how to make something entertaining, because Phil's not in this for entertainment. He's in this for profit, as Vanguard said earlier.
We're playing fucking Trucking Sim.
Yeah, he's playing Trucking Sim right now. So if you can't make something interesting, like even something as simple as Truck Simulator, if you can't make that interesting or fun, you can't make any game fun. He can't even make Street Fighter fun. Like, when you listen to Phil play games, all he does is bitch, bellyache, and complain about the games he's playing. So if that's all you're going to do, why should anyone continue watching you or supporting you in what you're doing? Now, like, I get it. Phil is technically put himself in a position that he will always gain support. He is in that position. It is locked in to make something. What's up, Alfred Ponte? Good to see you, my man. Welcome to the stream. But
he's still playing Mario Kart?
Off and on, which he bitches every day. I want to say was when he played that on a night stream, he didn't win a single race. I think the highest he got was third place.
I don't know the remaster game he's playing. I didn't know that was fucking Liza P DLC. You should have fucking finished that. That's
yeah, he's getting demolished in that too.
Playthrough. After I reached about the halfway point, people
he's
were just
still playing the
tired. They weren't
Capcom
showing up.
collection.
They didn't really
I thought he would have dropped that already.
But at that point, I was in a different, situation. At that point, like when I bought a game, I basically had to.
That is true,
Detective.
He
I was financially in a really bad place. I couldn't afford to buy any game that I wanted on the fly and do whatever I wanted, like I can today. I didn't have a gaming
for a
PC,
while,
so I didn't even have as many options. I was very limited to only play.
He's not raging about the Switch 2, but he's also limited. He's still saying why.
The problem with this,
I love the ending,
Go for it.
but a lot of people yelled at me saying, "Why did I waste all that time?"
The problem with the Switch 2 is that because it didn't really release with any games, it literally released with, like, what, a Street Fighter 6 port, the remaster to Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom,
Mario Kart World.
Mario Kart's the only new release, and I think there's another fucking remaster.
And they got Donkey Kong coming out, I think, next month or 2 months from now.
Yeah, next month or the month after. Yes. Well, Switch Online got a lot of stuff because they added the GameCube.
About time.
And Wind Waker's on it.
Yep, of course.
The way I see it, if I don't,
they didn't
play
put Twilight
Destiny 2,
Princess.
a lot of people will give
They
me
put
hell.
Wind Waker
like,
on
oh, it was
there.
the hot new game, you didn't play it, But at the same time,
because has the Dust Bloods got released yet, or have
the
a
way
date?
things are going with content and gameplay.
Everybody calling Bloodborne.
I'm not sure this is going to be a full play.
That hasn't got a date
I'm just
yet.
being very honest with all of you.
That hasn't got a date yet. Okay.
All right. I would like to play it and see if it's any good. If
Expedition 33 is supposed to Switch 2 port.
Obviously, the story is the hook for me, and I would like to experience the story. But I don't want to experience a 10-hour amazing story at the expense of 40 hours of
Metroid
insanely
Prime
boring
4 got a
gameplay
date
that we're
yet?
all tired of, and you guys
Not
hate
yet.
streams, and I'm tired of the game, and no.
Not
Wait,
yet.
so then you're
Okay.
not again. So again, then you can't sit there and say you would love to get to 10 hours of good story, but then have 40 hours of boring grinding gameplay to get to the 10 hours of story. You're already shitting on this game that's not even out. And for all of that, for any common person, then they would just skip the game. I'll watch it on YouTube. I'll watch someone else's gameplay of it. I'll watch another streamer and get everything I need to know about the game. Because listening to
Problem is, it's a new
DSP,
release and it's fucking
Yes.
Kojima.
I'm saying listening to DSP, there's no point in me getting the game. I'm saying me as a viewer, quote unquote. There's no point in getting the game because all he's saying is the game is bad. And he's saying this game is bad before it even comes out. So with all this, there's no point in getting the game. Like, DSP says it's going to be a bad game out right off the rip. But
I
he's
don't
only
think so. I think that
he's saying this from the point of money and the fact that he can't make the game entertaining. Yeah, Revy said they added GameCube. The real question is, are they going to add the best GameCube game, Eternal Darkness?
Suppose, yeah, that's what they're bringing up. They brought the GameCube to NSO, and I think they stated that Wind Waker is gonna be like one of the first ones.
To defend the Switch, all the Switch 1 games work on it as well. Oh, but there you
that
go.
too. Yeah, that too. That's the big thing. Oh, you know another Switch game that's coming out this year? I forgot Pokemon. The new one's coming out this year.
Newest
I don't
one,
know
yeah.
when, but
No one's having a
Pokemon
good time,
ZA,
because
that's
you
supposed
know
to
what
come out
happens. If no one's
later
enjoying
this
it,
year.
then no one engages, no one shows up, no one supports, and it
Phil, you get the same amount of people showing up every day, but you see, he wants to say no one engages and no one supports. Phil, I can have 15 people watching and next to no one talking because I'm on in the background. People are working. They could be doing house chores. They could be watching their kids. They could be building a boat. They could be playing a game themselves. They could be doing anything. So if they don't talk, they don't talk. I can go watch streamers that have thousands of people and like maybe 200 are actually talking and the rest of them are silent. Like that's not an unusual thing. I can watch the Dark Souls player I like, Ouroboros, and he can have 900 people to 1,200 people, and there's like 30 people talking. Everyone else is just watching. That's still engagement, Phil. Even if they're not saying anything, it is still engagement. But then you said the second most important one, support. And that's what it really boils down to, is support. Like, that's all you care about is money. And you even admitted this, and I don't think I went over it yet, or I might have and I don't remember, but a few pre-streams ago, or fail streams, you sat there and said openly you can't play games for free. So people supporting giving you money is mandatory. And that's just not how the way things should be as a streamer. You put out a good product, people may support, they may not support. Again, it is their prerogative if they wish to do so. They don't have to sit there and shower you with riches and tribute every single time you flip on stream. That is a blessing. That is a kindness if someone decides to donate to you. You can't sit there and demand that of your chat. No one shows up, translation, OIC isn't giving me enough money. Exactly. They could be building an MG Barbados kit. Yeah, exactly.
it's a waste of everybody's time when I could be doing other
Yeah,
things.
so there's a lot of stuff. with
Notably,
Phil.
some of the projects
Phil's
that we
way of
talked about that I
gaming,
could do
like
over the
he
summer.
likes, is never gonna come back. I don't think like the handhold. I think they're got to die down the hand holding stuff.
Well, there are people in Phil's chat that want him to succeed no matter what. And they
I
will
know.
sit there and tell him everything that's happening, that's going to happen, and what he should do before he gets to that point. And it's like, okay, in doing so, you have now hindered him as a gamer. First off, you've hindered him as a gamer.
Oh. By the way, we're going back to Street Fighter when Sagat comes out because Sagat's gonna be the first character in season.
Oh, he's gonna be the first one they release. Oh shit!
Mm-hmm. At the end
Damn.
of the trailer, you see a little bit of gameplay of Sagat.
Okay, Jade is busy eating Elmer's glue. Oh,
Because
Maybe number one.
I don't know if he talked about the Marvel fighting game that Arxis is making.
yes. He's not too hyped about it. He's kind of, he kind of made fun of it a little bit. It looked tight as fuck to me.
Suikoden
More
2
a
HD,
4v4
which I
tag is
promised you
gonna be
guys I
really
would
interesting.
play. You
Yeah.
guys bought in to Suikoden 1 back a few months.
No, you begged and begged and begged and begged for that money for Suikoden 1. And people got tired of you begging and gave you money for it.
Months ago,
But yeah,
showed up
it's-
to every
no, I
stream,
see why you
supported
made
it in
fun of
droves,
it
and I
because
said,
it's not
"Fine,
Marvel
because you
versus
guys are so
Capcom
awesome
4.
during that."
Yeah.
All right, I would absolutely
we have to count fucking
consider
Infinite.
continuing and doing the sequel this summer. So I'm gonna try to do it.
It looks really good.
Yes, it does.
In addition to that, we've also got
I
GTA
know
4,
it's
which we've
next
been
year.
discussing possibly playing with some mods
Mm.
to make it a more modernized game.
The one I'm
Better
waiting on is
graphics,
2XKO.
Right, more
I'm waiting
gameplay
for a
elements
piece
that have
of
been
that.
refined. Maybe the city will be more realistic. I don't know what mods are
Which
available.
is- it's
I've heard
this
there's
year,
really good
too.
ones. All right, so that's been
Yeah.
an option that we've been kind of.
I played both
mulling
alpha
over.
tests. I had
That's
really
a
fun.
possibility. Another one would be Undertale, which I guess did finally not Undertale. Excuse me. Oh God, what's the new one? Not
So I'm trying to think
Undertale.
of what
I
other
the
games come out.
Wait, you're gonna play Deltarune? Why would you play Deltarune?
No. Has he played Undertale?
Yeah, he's claims he's played Undertale.
Alright, hold up. I'm searching. Because if DSP
Yeah.
hasn't played Undertale, he needs to play Undertale first.
Elmer's glue is too fancy for Jade. It's gonna be General Brand glue.
Yes,
Damn.
he played Undertale literally 9 years ago.
Wow.
And he
Well, I
actually beat it. Because he got to Megalovania.
Wow. He probably did the violence route.
original one popped into my head. Whatever the new game was from Toby.
Yeah, he did
Deltarune.
Blind
Came out
Baby.
recently.
Yeah, the sequel
Deltarune,
to
thank
fucking
you.
Undertale.
It's the Hutch. It's Deltarune is the new one. And so there's options.
Yeah, he did the
There's
evil
definitely
ending.
options of things.
Yeah, because he kills everything. I mean, I like killing everything too, but
Yeah,
He
he, was like,
doesn't-
he didn't do the pacifist run, which is like the hardest one to do and the funnest one.
yeah.
What is it? Pacifist, normal, and psychopath.
Oh shit. Vanguard.
Oh no, genocide. The genocide run. That's the evil.
I just spotted a wild 672 in Phil's chat.
No way. Wait. I haven't heard that name in forever. I thought he was
He is
gone.
in the chat right now in this. 672. Killing all your on-demand content with all these partial playthroughs.
Nice.
Yo.
I just logged into Zenless Zone Zero on my PS5, and for the game of the character I wanted.
Fuck you.
Things that I can do.
The evil ending is the
I think-
hardest
isn't
ending.
the Bird Street? Is this what they're doing right now?
I have no idea.
No,
They just gave it to me. I'm like, yeah, I'll take it.
Yeah,
Um,
they said they gave like characters because the anniversary is next week. Because if it came out 4th of July,
Shit, now I gotta see what they give me. God damn it.
I'd be down
I got
for
my-
any
I
of
got
those.
Corn-
so I'm
those are
happy.
Good
I got Corn
summertime
for free.
kind of playthroughs that we could be doing. That would be interesting if we get bored, with the current lineup. Outside of that, FYI,
Yeah.
there-
So I
There's a lot
want
of
you.
stuff like
I want you
DK's
to pay
doing.
attention to 3 chatters. Chill brother. At 672, on-demand games, on-demand does not pay the bills. Neopet. Not Neopet. The villain. Phil does it because of support. I don't know why I said 3. I thought it was 3 names in there, but oh well. 2 names. So they're telling him right out, it's just about money. It's all about money. So his own chat even knows it's just about money.
There is a game, Mecha Break,
Always
coming out
been about
July
money, dude.
1st, but it's unsure if
Always
it's going to
been
be
about
good or
money.
not. It's a mech game that seems to be very fast paced, but I guess we got to wait.
Because
for
I
more
don't know if he's
information. Here we
lost,
are,
like, a
only
lot
a
of
week
support.
away. And there's really no info about the game, so I guess we'll see when it comes out and people start reviewing it. And then we've got Indivestance Day. What is Indivestance Day? Let's talk about that.
I don't care
July
about your
4th,
fucking
at
vest. Don't care. I'm
Listen
skipping
up.
all that.
And someone randomly had mentioned, hey, just watch this channel update, okay? So I watched it, and when we're all watching it together, we noticed that I had this beige vest on,
Don't care about the history of the fucking vest, Phil.
rather than doing it as some kind of a celebration. To be honest, it was frustrating because trying to wear
I
a
know,
vest was
right?
hot and stuff, like, oh God,
The dents
So
are
it worked
revolting.
itself out. All right, and now a lot of things have changed. Now that my upgrades have made this visual so much better in my content, now I'm actually dressing a lot better and everything, as you can see.
Wow. We need you here at 672. We need you here full time, brother. 672. Those days are long gone.
There's no need for these gimmicks anymore. All right. So, the vests.
The villain. It sucks, 6. Good games are getting kicked out early. Phil, maybe you should be reading your chat, because your chat seems to be pretty sad about how many games you've been dropping here lately.
Hats. Those things that for years I had as part of my content.
What games has he
have been
dropped?
sitting in
I'm
this
trying to
closet
remember.
for about
Dude, he's dropped a lot of games already. Like, I can't even keep up with all the games he's been dropped because of support. This is them just trying to reintroduce
That's
the
what I'm
vest and hat. That's all it is.
What games have come out this year that you fucking dropped other than Dave the Diver? I remember that one.
Yeah, Dave the Diver was one of them. Oh man, I had to go back to his list. But there's been at least 6 that he's
Yeah,
dropped this year alone because support's not there. He just kills it right then and there. And
I
he
think
gets
a
mad
bunch of
about
them
it.
were RPGs.
Yeah. How ironic the Cove 2 is going to be released. I know. I need to stream the first one again for you guys.
Alright.
See, I streamed it basically to myself
has he
before.
dropped Night Rain yet?
Oh yeah, Night Rain's dead. He didn't even beat all the
Okay,
bosses. He beat
that was
one
one.
boss and then dropped them all. Then dropped it.
Okay, I was wondering if he dropped Night Rain. Oblivion was Oblivion
Yeah,
was
Oblivion
one.
was dropped. So Night Rain, Oblivion, Dave the Diver, Cast and Chill.
Wait, he dropped Dave the Diver? Why did he do
Yeah,
that?
he did because it didn't hit the goal that first day he streamed it, and so he killed it.
Oh, I thought he did another stream
Oh.
of that. I'm
AC Shadows.
Oh yeah, Assassin's Creed Shadows. Yeah, that got dropped.
The Suiki didn't get dropped?
No, he beat that.
No, he beat that one.
Oh yeah, Avowed got dropped. Yep, Avowed got dropped.
Adamfall?
He beat Adam Fall.
He beat Adamfall? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, Disco Elysium got dropped. Yeah, he killed Metaphor on the spot.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's just
South
looking.
of Midnight. We only played fucking 2.
Oh yeah, South of Midnight. That got dropped because it didn't make no money, and he got pissed off and chastised his chat.
Oh,
Call-
is that where the one that he was calling his chat racist?
Yep.
Yep.
All right.
So yeah, he's been killing all these games left and right. Like there's so many games that have been just killed off already.
And so,
Oh,
what we're going to do
Kingdom
on
Come 2.
Indivestance Day,
Yeah, Kingdom
he
Come
dropped
we're going to have a
2.
throwback event where you guys are going to be able to
Did he drop
pick
Doom?
hats and
No, he beat
vests
that.
for me to wear
He beat
out
Doom.
of the ones that
He
I don't
beat
even
Doom?
remember what I
Okay.
have. So that it's been so long. It's going to be interesting because you guys are going to be voting for G.
Don't
He's like,
care.
he's gonna
Go,
finish
no,
that
go on,
one.
just skip,
What about
skip,
my-
skip.
Mind's Eye?
How the Smirnoff Ice. and all
That
this
got
stuff
dropped.
back. Upgraded
And the
my-
funny thing about that was he played Mind's Eye knowing it was a bad game. everybody was saying that was a bad game before it even got out, and he still played it anyway, and then gave surprise Pikachu face old man rant how bad the game was when everyone already said it was a bad game before it hit the light.
Yeah, did you hear
Fire setup.
PlayStation was literally refunding people?
Yep. Yeah, another
Yeah,
Vestry could temp, exactly.
I love his freaking thumbnails now. World's most boring jailbreak. I quit.
Oh yeah, that's right. The 100 lines, Last Defense Academy. Yeah, he dropped that on the spot, but that was the demo too. Like all those games during the demo night got dropped. That fishing game was the only one he actually tried, which I was shocked by because he didn't even hit the goal for the demo day. But then you're gonna try the game and then it failed. He's like, well, I don't get it because Bassmaster made it.
Game that
Yeah, he was
looks
like
he's dropped.
He's like, Bassmaster made it. I don't get why this didn't make it. And it's like, cuz, Phil, like,
Taxi Life. He's driving a fuck. He's doing
yeah,
a
he's
car
doing
sim-
that.
What?
Yes, he is for that wheel.
Okay. Stuff has accumulated yet again. Old equipment
Fucking
got tossed in
sweet,
there.
what the
Old decorations that I used to use for my background that I'm probably never going to
it's
use
not a
again.
game,
are
but he
crammed
dropped
into
Legos.
crevices. Junk is in their boxes. Garbage. And the problem is I need to use this closet. Like right now,
Fatal
I
Fury. He
Nintendo
dropped that game
Switch
on
2
spot because of
accessories,
the
but I
beta.
can't put them in there.
Yep.
There's no room. The
I
entire
don't
top shelf
count
is
games that
half
are
I'm not
betas.
wearing. I got a million vests hanging
Like
on
the
my
games
arm.
that were
I don't have
actually
space.
out that he's
So what I
played
need to do
or
is go
seen, he's
through there,
dropped them.
Clean it out.
No, yeah.
But I mean, you could say he dropped-
I'm
Doing
gonna
the
have a ginormous
But you could
crack
actually
back
add City of the
stuff that I
Wolves
don't
because he
want
was gonna
anymore
get it
and
until he
there.
played the beta,
This is gonna be
and
a
he didn't
good
make
way
his
to
money. Yeah, and he
kinda
didn't make his
start
money, so he
fresh.
dropped it.
That's what happened.
So, yeah, you
He
can-
did-
you
he
can
played
include
the demo
that.
of Metal
But I haven't had a
Force.
chance.
The
So this
demo
will be a
didn't
great
do
time.
well.
It's
That's
gonna
why he's
be
not
just
playing Metal
a
Force.
very
Like
chill
he's
vibe
stating,
hangout day.
when
We
P4
hang out,
Remaster
we enjoy
comes
each
out,
other's company.
most
I do
likely
closet
next
clean out.
year,
We're drinking. You're
he's
you're
going to
getting- we're
fucking drop
stupid
that
stuff
game
all
too,
day
because I
like
think
an
they're gonna.
idiot, but it's all good.
Because
It's gonna be a good way
he
to
said he
have a nice
played
summer
it
day.
once, and I think he
So
played Golden.
Indivestance Marathon, July 4th.
Oh, yes, it is,
All right, so I
Detective.
hope you'll come by and hang out with me all day long. It should be a great event, and I'm very
But,
much
like-
looking forward to it. Okay,
Like fuck.
it's coming
bro.
up. All right. Outside of that,
Is he playing Outer
there
Worlds
is a
2?
lot of stuff coming up in July.
He
but it's
might.
all in
I,
late
yeah, he
July.
dropped
Get
Call of
the
Duty.
Pro
That got dropped.
Skater 3 and 4 remake. You
Wait,
got
Call of Duty
RoboCop's
got
Rogue
dropped?
City Unfinished
Yeah, that got
Business,
dropped.
Expansion, Donkey Kong Bonanza, Ludo, Grounded.
Gonna be
2,
juicy
which
the
I'll
day
probably
when
play once
OIC
I
moves on
download
from
it.
Phil. Oh yes.
Just something to check out. So a lot of stuff.
Yeah,
that, you
that
know,
was the thing. He's
to
gonna
check
play the
out
Outer
in
Worlds 2 in
July,
October.
but it's all around the second half. So that gives me opportunity.
What would you say?
To do some of this other.
Is he gonna play the
downtime
Outer
stuff.
Worlds
Yes,
2
we'll
in
try
October?
Death Stranding 2.
That I
If it
don't know.
doesn't
I know
work,
it's on his list.
then that's fine. We could be doing other games. Like I was thinking, I think.
I'm waiting for the
2,
date for
maybe
Final
GTA
Fantasy 7
4,
remake.
Maybe something else in the
I'm
mix. You
gonna
know,
buy that bitch.
balance it all out. Balance
finally
that with all the
fucking
chill
released it.
playthroughs.
They did
so,
it. They finally
just so
did
you
it.
know, these are the games that I'm currently playing, and the status of all of them. All right.
Right.
Lies of P Overture. We are literally one stream.
Yeah,
away
he
from
hated
finishing.
Black
I
Ops
have
6
confirmed
campaign.
That when I play this again, which I think is going to be Tuesday.
Oh, Grounded
Tuesday, I will
2.
be
Oh yeah,
That's the end of Lies
Ninja
of P
Gaiden
Overture,
4.
and then we can give Soulsborne a rest for now. However, that's another possibility. We could bring back Soulsborne, like maybe Dark Souls 2
Well, there's
or
like
Dark
3
Souls
games
3
Phil
with
has right there.
mods.
Wait,
Gears
so
of,
hold on.
Gears of War
Give
remake.
Soulsborne a rest
Yeah,
for
reload
now.
it.
However,
Wait, so you're now
that's the end
gonna
of Lies of
put
P
the
Overture.
Soulsborne to
We can give
rest?
Soulsborne a rest for now. However, that's another possibility. We could bring back Soulsborne, like maybe Dark Souls 2 or Dark Souls 3 with mods. And I
So now you're gonna dangle the carrot of playing Dark Souls 2 or 3 with mods. Whatever,
be
Phil.
very excited to do that because people want a
Well,
modded
if Night
one of
Rain
Dark
didn't
Souls
do
1,
well,
we did,
and
but
I
it
don't know
wasn't
how
really
Lies
what
of
people
P's
were expecting,
doing.
or me. I thought it was going to change the game, and all it really did was.
I think you only
tweak
missed one
I'd
goal
actually
on
like
that
to play
so
a
far.
mod that changes the game entirely, so we'll probably do that
Yeah.
maybe over the summer. Okay, then we've got Onimusha 2
I just love
remastered.
Phil said
Alright,
Switch
don't
2
care
is
about
a rip-off.
this.
Now,
Like,
our very you to
the problem,
Minecraft, where
like I said, the problem with
we
Switch
get like
2
$100
is
for
that they
it
just
to go.
don't
I
have
am
new
hoping that we
games.
can
All
maybe
this
get
just
Minecraft,
remasters or you
All
can
right,
play
let's just
Switch
speed
games,
this.
so-
Let's speed this shit up.
We'll see. City
1.5.
says, why is American Truck Sim not a daytime stream? Because I drink during it. It's that simple. Because I'm drinking when I'm playing it. I'm not going to start drinking at the beginning of my day when
No,
I
the
have
problem
all
is
this
it
content
feels
to do and
like
I have
he's doing
responsibilities
this.
to my
He's literally
family.
gonna
You know
go
what I
on
mean?
to
I'm not
have
gonna sit
no
here and get
games to
buzzed
play.
and then have to go do other stuff.
Yeah.
If I'm getting buzzed during a marathon where the only commitment I have is to stream,
Because if
and be
Phil
buzzed on
is
stream, that's
actually gonna
different than,
quit Death
by the way,
Stranding
I
2,
get
I
buzzed, have to
forgot
go
it's coming out
in
this
the house
year.
or cook dinner or clean stuff or spend time with my wife when I'm not going to do that. All right, I'm not.
Wait. Okay. So I mean that is respectable. Saying he doesn't doesn't want to drink as soon as he wakes up to stream. I mean, though, really, you shouldn't be streaming as soon as you wake up. You should at least wake up a couple of hours before then to get yourself sprucened up and ready to stream.
No, he wakes up, eats his burrito, and then goes to the stream. You
Yeah.
gotta remember that. That's his
Yeah, I
fucking morning
know.
routine.
Has he actually gotten to the last boss? Dude, that last boss in Lies of P, I was watching another streamer fight it, and oh my god. I don't even know how I will beat that final boss. Like, Jesus fucking Christ. That's a hot mess. I wonder
Oh, here's
without the
another
dent
game
tips how
he
much Phil
shitted
makes
on.
just from videos.
Because I know.
Not much.
I remember Phil said this, and he said, "Why they fucking making a sequel, Code Vein 2?"
Yeah, which he didn't even play the first one.
I'm gonna be sitting here. all
No,
day
he
drunk.
said it's like
Okay.
a sequel
So
that
that's
nobody
that's
was
also why we're only
asking
doing like once a
for.
week. Now I know that I also drank.
That's because Phil didn't ask for it, but I asked for it. A lot of
Like,
people
Code Vein-
asked for it.
Code Vein's really fun.
It's a good game. It's actually a good game. How strong is Eliza P boss? Dude, fucking wild. Like, he can rip you to shreds in seconds. Like, he'll hit a flow and won't stop. Like, it's just swing, 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 swing. Yes, exactly, Ramen.
During Taxi Life, and that was fun, but I don't want to be drinking on every single stream. Okay? Cool. Also, in the mix, yes, I know, Blue.
No, his other big
Prince.
problem was too is
Alright.
because
Oh.
GTA 6
Blueprints.
got fucking pushed
almost
back to
done.
another
Probably
year,
one
and
to
he
two
was
more
like
streams of Blueprints,
actually
and we're
really
actually gonna beat the
excited to
game.
play for it.
No wet floor. He actually, Phil admitted when Duty streams, it showed that he makes over 5K per video, 5K a month from YouTube, from videos. Phil admitted that he makes half of that. So about roughly $2,600
A video?
Game. I know how to be.
a month from YouTube. Because nobody's watching his
Videos,
shit.
right? Or is just
Yeah, from just
total?
that's just
Oh.
videos. Because like I said, Duty showed how much he made in a month from videos, from people watching videos. And Duty made like $5,400, somewhere around there, possibly even higher. And Phil turned around when he saw that and watched it back. Phil turned around and said, "Well, I only make about half of that."
Yeah, so if we're going like the halfway point, I'm just gonna put 2750. Yeah, he's only
Yeah.
making 33,000 videos.
Yeah.
Damn, that's bad.
He should edit videos, the tracker. He really should.
But I don't got time, Drew.
Yeah, Duty exposed him on that one. Like, because Phil wanted to sit there and be the big man, he outed how much he makes. And all of Phil's money comes from tips, super chats, and memberships. That's where the bulk of his money comes from.
Beat it now. Basically, I found the throne room. What I'm being told now is that I have to do one more iteration of the chess puzzle. That's going to allow me to find the royal scepter. And then I think I also need to get some kind of a gem. And once I have the scepter and the gem, I got to go to room 46, grab the crown. Then I have to draft the throne room, go into that room with all the items, and you actually beat the game. So we're actually at the end of Blueprints. We're like 60 hours into this playthrough, as ridiculous as that sounds. Okay, but we're almost there. We're almost
Didn't he
ready to
drop
beat it.
Blueprints?
And I'm excited for that.
No,
Honestly, I
we're
wanna
still
see it
going
to
with that,
fruition.
'cause-
if people keep showing up,
Because he was getting ready to end the stream, and he kept crying and crying and crying and crying and crying. And then somebody came by and dropped him $69, which hit the goal. Yeah, that's just on videos alone, nothing else. Oh, I know Detective. I've looked at it a few times. It's a fucking mess. It's a shit show.
supporting Blueprints, we'll finish it. So we'll see how that
I'll
goes. Hopefully
see,
tomorrow when we
because I think he makes from streams got to be at least almost 100K a
Today's
year.
Onimusha 2 remastered on this stream after the
Yeah.
podcast, and then tonight American Truck Simulator on the late stream. Tomorrow it is Blueprints as a daytime stream. And then we got Minecraft Chill on the late stream. Tuesday, Lies of P Overture will conclude on the first stream, and then we're gonna do Mario Kart World Knockout Tour multi.
Okay. That can't be the Papa Polecat. Papa Polecat 33. I don't know if you recognize me, but I've been hating on you for a while. Recently realized my real issue was with myself. Sorry for being a jerk to you. That can't be the real one.
player on the late shift. Okay, Wednesday, Onimusha 2 remastered again, and the possibility.
Be happy making 30,000 a year.
Short as people are saying, and then we'll do Taxi.
That's
Live
about the
Thursday
average
night,
for a
and then, of course,
job.
As we discussed, Thursday is the release of Death Stranding, and we're gonna do that. We'll have a bonus stream of something on Thursday night. I'm not sure what it's gonna be. It could be anything. What I was thinking is, if people really support Minecraft well on Monday night, I would do a bonus stream of it on Thursday. We do 2 Minecraft streams this week. So let's see if people will actually show up and support Minecraft.
He claims
tomorrow.
Duty was lying because DSP does not make half of that. Yeah, when it's like, dude, this is that's on his page, Phil. So how is he lying about something that's on his YouTube page?
Later on in the week with what they want. Okay? All right. So there you have it. I have a couple shout outs to do, and then we're going to jump into our fighting games topic for the show.
That's what I'm waiting for.
Haters, and I still wouldn't know because there's so many of them, I just don't pay attention. Seriously. Like, you very well could have been like trolling me in comments or whatever.
What?
The fighting game
shitting
community
on my
thing.
life, so I wanted to crap on everybody else. No worry.
No one cares, Phil.
Oh, what?
What
happened with that?
And
The fuck did
Mario
you do
Kart.
now?
Why are they sticking to this?
He's
Nintendo
still
property?
trying to be
There's
part of the
other places.
FGC without
Yeah,
being part of the
third-party companies
FGC.
are awful. Characters from other guys doing. Thank you for our
Okay.
first or in. And as a refresh, number 3 is.
That's why I'm just skipping because he's just doing shout outs. No one cares about that.
I like to chime in too. Bard Wheatley did a $5 super chat. Cleaning out your closet is good. What about old perks?
No, don't care.
Hold on.
I
Maxwell.
just want to see. All right, fuck all this.
Yo,
Let's
what
see.
the
There we
fuck?
go.
I'm the one
Here we
that's
go.
getting a second
security
seat.
breach. Well, when you say the next reward, I assume you mean like the next marathon. Well, fair enough. We need to think about what the next event will be. You know, when we hit this.
Something has
July
been
4th
taking known
event,
detractor names as
that's
in
gonna
super
be
chats.
Indivestment
Yeah,
Day,
probably.
or
That's what.
Indivestance Day.
This is not the
And then we have
first
to
time it
figure out what's
happened.
The next marathon. You're one.
Yeah, it feels
Well-
fucking neat.
A little bit. I'm like.
All right, here we go.
really
Here we go.
Yo,
Now,
I'm
see,
the one
Phil,
that's
look at his
getting
background, Phil. Look at his background and look at yours. That's a fine background. Got Ryu, we got Goku, we got. I can't tell who that is behind, but you know his shit is dealing with fighting games or anime or whatever that deals in fighting. You can tell exactly
Hello.
what his
Hello,
is.
Good over your stream. I got you.
You know, like.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's like supposed to be a Joestar or if that's supposed to be like
Ryu.
Frieza.
Goku.
It looks like
Yeah, it looks
Frieza.
like Frieza to me, but that's just.
Yeah, it's Frieza. I'm getting a little
Is it
closer.
Frieza?
You see,
It's
yeah,
blurry. That's what
It's
I'm
blurry
saying.
as fuck, but it's definitely Frieza. But you can still tell what he likes.
Chloroform Frieza.
Like you can tell what this
Goro
guy
and Dio on
likes.
the top corner.
Yeah, like you can tell what he likes. Like when you go to mine, even though it's not a background, my just chilling. You can see what I like. You kind of know what you're getting. You're like, oh, this is what this guy is really into, or what he likes on his spare time, whatever. You can look at that and tell what I'm doing or what I like. Phil, just a fucking jarbled mess, and you don't know what the fuck it is. It's just diarrhea.
Yo, freaking Ronda 1 has getting a second season.
Okay.
Mm.
All right. So.
Essentially,
the debate
less on
right now, as you can
YouTube
see,
versus working a
FGC
job. That is
viewers
true.
Are miserable because players are better now. The FGC debates. Let's see what's going on over in the FGC. Every once in a while.
Again, why do you care what's going on in the FGC when you're not in the FGC? You don't follow it.
Because
You're not a
you
part of it. You're not talking to anybody on the inside. You have nothing to do with the FGC. So, oh yeah, the goof. Actually, which goof? Let me hive the VTuber. Which goof is that? Come on now, which goof is that, detective? I know you know. It's the only goof. What's up, Meth Bear? Isn't Rama and a half from the 90s? I believe it is.
Yeah, it's the remake. The remake's getting a second season.
Ah, the remake's in the second season.
Yeah. There's a lot of anime coming out. Supposedly that Panty and Stockings anime is supposed to come out this year.
Yeah, they got bought by a different company, so I'm wondering if it's going to have the same raunchiness, or are we going to get a much watered down version?
You know who got the rights to it?
No, I do not.
Trigger.
Trigger?
Trigger got it.
Wow. Oh, speaking of that,
Yeah.
that's on Guilty Gear, right?
No, I think the what? Which one?
I'm trying to think. Oh, is it Trigger or Is it Trigger, the company that, or the studio that did Beastars and Guilty Gear? That company said they want to do an uncensored anime. So I can only imagine what they want to do.
Yeah, all right, yeah. The remasters will be scheduled for July of 2025.
Wow.
While
What's up, Matt Bear? It's good to see you, man.
happening. As you know, I'm a very
Oh wait, hold up. We're about to get the spiel. Oh, we want to hear that spiel.
GC. Every once in a while, I like to poke my head over there and see what's happening. As you know, I'm a very unique.
Oh, Trigger to kill a kill. Oh, okay. So then it might be good.
Cyberpunk Edge Runners was Trigger.
Okay. So then it should be good because it is. I'm just wondering if they're going to leave Panty and Stocking raunchy. Like, 'cause that whole show was just fucking raunchy.
Well, the big problem is it's going to be on Amazon Prime.
Well, I will hold out hope. I know it's going to be stabbed to death.
Fallout got some shit.
Yeah.
Position because even though I'm well versed in fighting games and I have a wealth of
You are not well versed in fighting games. That is the biggest fucking lie I could ever hear you say. Well versed in fighting games, my ass. Get out of here with that bullshit. I'm well versed in fighting games. I guess you guys don't know me. I am DSP. I'm a pretty big deal in the fighting game space. You know, I am well versed, just well versed in all these games. City of the Wolves, me. Street Fighter 6, me. Tekken 8, me. Showdown, me. Like, get the fuck out of here, man. Yes, that is the Goof custom. You are correct, detective. My man. So she doesn't even know who you are. Exactly.
knowledge about them. I'm not part of the FGC. I stopped caring about competing and traveling and that.
So then why the fuck do we care about this video? If we're gonna sit there all like poking my head in, but I don't care about the traveling, I don't care about competing, but you have an awful lot to fucking say about the competitors that are competing in Street Fighter or in the FGC in general or any of that shit. Did you just hear that Philip got banned from his kick chat? It just... What? Hold up. What? Hold up. We gotta see.
What happened?
We gotta see.
Move too fast to really pay attention to.
Repeat
be honest.
yourself?
They don't get like
Hold on.
highlighted. Like for example, I have a queue. Roadwork ahead. Oh, son of a bitch! Look at this nonsense. So
He's sitting there right now
I have
trying
a
to figure
queue
it
for
out.
Super chats. I have a whole email system for tips. There's nothing for the highlighted messages on Kick. There's not even a way to gather them and read them later. So I'm stuck reading. If I see them on the screen,
What's up, Astro C?
At first, I tried.
Welcome to the
I
stream, my
started
man.
A month or two ago with them, I tried to read them all.
Well, where is it? Where?
I just said, forget it. There's no way. I mean, I hope you understand. There's not much I can really do about it. I wish that Kick, they added functionality, but didn't really think it through.
Doesn't look like he's banned.
I don't know how I'm supposed to read those
Yeah,
so
you
fast.
have to point out where he got banned.
Hold on, let me go back.
How do you play it? Are you playing? Oh, that's
He said he
Do you play it on
lost the
gamepad?
way to see
Or do you
his
play it on keyboard and mouse? I actually
super
have
chats
no
on
idea how
there.
you play games. Pad?
Wait, let me see.
All right.
Duty just made a video. Okay, Duty made. Hold on, let's see. Let me go to Duty and see.
I won't.
I want to see this. Record it. Oh wait, duh. Trigger when people call him fat. No, that's 3 days ago. What the? Is it a short? Or did I not click on the right
No.
thing?
It's a video from 11 minutes ago.
Okay, let me see. Oh, Kick. There it is.
He said
That
he
would
said
have
he's
it all.
paranoid.
Okay.
It states paranoid ban.
Willow says, "What happened to the Kick stream? What are you talking about?"
Oh, paranoid Kick ban. Yeah, let's see.
I'm on. It's up. You don't see a stream? Did Kick crash? Oh crap, I think Kick went down. Kick won't even load.
It won't even load.
Kick won't even load right now.
I don't know, Shadow Blade. Let me stream, man.
Stream again. It says I'm streaming, but my Kick
So
page
the
won't
Strive
load, meaning Kick is
animation
down.
theme for the anime,
So let me tell everyone in Kick chat.
funny enough, was the original Panties and Stockings team.
Oh shit! So we might actually be. We might get a. It might still be the way it is. Like we'll see though.
Yeah, look, there is an error sending your message. I can't even send
Yeah,
a
because they
message.
were co-producers for the original
chat.
Panty and Stockings.
I literally can't send a message in Kick chat.
Oh, and they did the Sakura Wars anime.
Oh shit! We got the model kit boxes to find the model number. Nothing wrong with that, man. Nothing wrong with that. Yeah, it's Kick's fault, not his. Exactly. It would be hilarious if
I
he
just
did
know
get
the
banned.
weird one is Viz posted a tweet. Supposedly.
I'm trying to change the game.
Mhm. Oh, you main it in Battle Operations? Yo, Spurs, we have to get some
I can't
games
save
in,
the
man.
Game change.
I usually main
So,
support
yeah,
because
Viz-
nobody really plays it.
Yeah, this is messed up. Kick is really messed up
Viz
right
made
now.
a tweet.
So it's the
about
site that's
Ruby.
the problem. It's not me.
Shit.
It's the actual site of Kick.
Is
That's
Kick the new
should
Twitch?
season
I
end
know.
be an
What's up?
animated
Like,
series.
we'll
Yeah, I
see.
can't, I'm trying to save now. It's erroring and not even saving.
Or it was something
All right,
like,
let's skip
should
ahead.
Ruby become an animated series
So,
or
there you go.
something like that?
Quantumin says the page that didn't even exist for a minute. Now it says it exists again. So it'll probably be back in a few minutes.
I don't know if it was Viz that posted it or is
What's up, Jade? Good
Ruby
evening.
that posted it. I just know they got the website back
What
up.
happened with Kick tonight? This happened before. This is like the second or third time this has happened to me on Kick, where just the site.
You're watching
is not
for a bit,
working
I was
properly.
Yeah, it was something.
I'll
That,
try to restart the stream.
Oh, well, thank you, man.
I'll try a third time.
yeah, that's a lot of.
Hey, like I said, I appreciate lurkers and all, man. Even if people don't speak, I'm still happy they're here.
I'm
But I
trying again.
appreciate
It says
it.
it's connecting again. It says it's broadcasting at 60 frames again. Day, it would be great if I could get the stream to work before we begin with the game. But I don't know if it's going to work on Kick tonight. It looks like Kick might have crapped out. What's up, Jeremy? Good evening.
Okay, so let's see. We can actually figure this out.
Yeah, I don't know. It's I am still broadcasting.
Let's go to Kick. DSP Gaming Real. Yeah, let's see. It says he's live, so
This game, I had that on there
Yeah.
and I beat that. And
No, I think it's paranoid.
I
I think
have-
yeah, he was paranoid.
what was it called? Shoot.
Let's see. What are we sitting at on the King's tax? Oh, 195,
I
of
can't remember
course.
the name of it now. It's a very popular game that was on PlayStation for a while. It's more indie, but I can't remember what it was called. But I tried it on there and I did not like it.
Like, he
and I
doesn't even
didn't
have
finish
music
that
playing. Like, he could at least have music playing or something.
one. Grind life. I just don't care. I'm much more happy as a variety content creator on YouTube.
Then you shouldn't care
Oh,
what's
it was
going on in the
Thursday.
FGC.
That's probably-
Start working after like 5 minutes.
Sure,
Ah, he's always worrying. And false alarm. Hey, it happens. It happens. Still, get a mini haha out of it. What's up, Seawook Dev? Welcome to the stream, my man.
Too. And it's funny because the FGC hates me, even though I've
Yeah,
literally never
well.
done a damn thing to them.
Actually, you did do a lot to the FGC, Phil. You started shit for no reason in the FGC. You trash talked. You sat there and was trying to put people down. You went on Alphaism Radio causing a bunch of shit with Bunkay and whatnot. You did a lot to piss off the FGC. Even Justin Wong said, "Don't be like DSP," which pissed you off because you're like, well, he don't even know about the situation. He don't know about the situation. He knew enough to tell people not to be like you. Nobody needs to know the full fucking history of you being in the FGC for people to sit there and say, yeah, don't be like that guy. That's on you, Phil. That's you. You can't be mad when people say that. You put that image out there. That's the person you wanted to be. Yup. Jaha was about to beat his ass and Mike Watson.
They actually, did you know that the common person in the FGC actually believes that I am permanently banned from tournament play and cannot attend a tournament? Were you aware of this?
Well, I mean, guess
it
what,
wouldn't
Phil?
surprise anybody.
Here's the thing, right? He's saying this, right? Here's the funny thing. Has he done anything to change it? Has he tried to go to a tournament to prove he can go to a tournament? Did he ask an official at EVO if he could attend it? So if he hasn't taken these steps and you haven't been there for years, so people start asking about DSP, like, yeah, I think he got banned. That's going to be the story because you've done nothing to prove otherwise. You just sit there and shit on the FGC. The LTG is banned? Oh, I know, yeah, he's banned. Didn't he participate in the tournament like last year?
Where did they get that idea? I have no clue. I've never been banned from a single tournament in my life. I could go wherever I want right now. It's just about a decade ago, if you remember, I'd say it was around 2012, 2013. I decided I just didn't want to do it anymore. That I didn't find it rewarding. I didn't think it was going to make sense. I was becoming a variety creator on YouTube and I was enjoying what I was doing and I wanted to put all my time and effort into that. But the FGC actually says shit like that.
Exactly.
Like, Phil's permanently banned because no one likes him, and like, actually, that's not true at all. You're just an idiot. You made it.
Phil, if there people are saying that, and that's what's being believed widespread in the FGC, maybe, just maybe, you'd want to say something on it. Instead of fucking calling people dumbasses and pieces of shit, maybe you could put out a video saying, hey, or even a tweet, You could put out a tweet or do a video, a small video saying, hey, I heard there's rumors that I'm banned from tournaments, just so everybody knows. I've never been banned from a tournament. I can still go to tournaments if I choose to, or if I'm able to qualify to go. I don't know where this came from. I don't know who started it, but it's not true.
Wait, there's a rumor that Phil got banned from tournaments?
That's what he's talking about right now. That people are saying that he is banned from Street Fighter tournaments. And he's sitting there calling them stupid asses because it's a dumb rumor, but he's never said anything to say otherwise. And then on top of that, let's assume it's even true. So if it's true, how do you know if you don't keep up with the FGC? Because if you're banned from something and you don't know about it, and if you don't keep up with it, then how would you know? Did somebody try to mention your name at a tournament? And people were like, yeah, that dude's, nobody likes him. He's banned from here. Which could be the case. You may not be officially banned, but in everybody's mind that goes there, could just say, yeah, he's banned. I mean, you're like a banned subject, a banned topic that nobody wants to deal with or talk about. DSP won't go to locals or Evo because there are detractors there. That goes and yup. People think he was banned from Twitch instead of being removed from the partner program. Yeah, like it is not hard because he doesn't do anything to prove otherwise. Like he could have been like, if you're gonna say, hey, people think I'm banned from Twitch, let me prove that I'm not. He could fire up a stream on Twitch and be like, here I am, I'm on Twitch, I'm not banned. Done.
It up because you're a dunce.
See right here, he's insulting whoever it is that's saying it. And then on top of that, we could take it a step further and say it might not even be an actual person. This could be something that someone in his fan base told him, or a LARPer or a detractor playing as someone else. They're gonna send him a message saying he's banned, and Phil just bought it hook, line, and sinker. Most likely he's blacklisted from Evo. That's true too.
And you like to believe these toxic memes and shit. Like, what are you talking about? Where'd that even come from? You know what I'm saying? Like,
exactly, Ramen.
Anyway, let's hear a little bit of this topic and let's see what I can do to chime in. Here we go.
What I can do to chime in to a community that I have no dealings with at all. Oh no, he can still get it back. I think it's like 30 days. You can get your account back, or you can just put it on Twitch, or you can put it in a state where it's like not there, but it's still there. It's something you can do with that.
That is really low volume, isn't it? Hold on. Let me see here. Just want to make sure we can hear it.
Okay, so
Okay.
somebody by the name of King Scrub. Gotta love that name, right? Posted this, I believe.
Oh my God, that's so low.
I pray-
Okay, that's so low. Let me boost it up. Sorry for eardrums, because it's gonna boost Phil too.
No.
pray. I never see myself become one of these.
Okay. Nope, he's still too low. God damn, Phil. Like, Phil, God, your volume control fucking sucks.
Miserable FGC boomers.
There we go.
They constantly bring up the past games and try to downplay the achievement of the next generation. The older games were harder mechanically, but the competition now is much deeper. Players are just better now as well.
First off, I'm not going to downplay anything that a modern FGC player does. I don't think
Bullshit! How many times you sat there and said these people don't understand footsies? They don't know, they don't understand the way that Street Fighter is supposed to be played. That these people can just roll into a tournament because they've made it so simple that anybody can just pick it up and become a top tournament player. How many times on your stream have you shitted on the newer FGC competitors because of the game they decided to play? Schrodinger's victim. Yup. Testing your portable bug zapper. Oh shit.
I've ever said something like, oh, that guy Punk the God sucks ass and he could never play an old game. Or what's that guy, Mena RD, the best Blanca player? Oh, screw him. He's a scrub. I wouldn't say stuff like that. Okay. But admittedly, I will say, having played the old school fighters at a competitive level and being successful at them back then. And
Phil, successful means you won. You have not won. So you're not successful. Do you understand the word successful? Means you succeeded at what you were doing. You went into a tournament and the goal was to be number one. You did not succeed at becoming number one. So you were not successful. Guess what? As I've said before, Phil, I was almost chosen for MLG for Titanfall. I did the qualifying matches. I played against teams. I played with teams. I was not chosen because the person that was selecting was buddy with the person they were shadowing. But I'm not going to sit there and say I'm an MLG level player because that would be a lie. I'm not going to say I was a successful first person shooter. That would be a lie. I didn't get beyond the point. I didn't get beyond the preliminary. You were not successful at fighting games. You did not win EVO. Local qualifiers and some local tourneys do not count. You didn't win the thing that mattered most to every FGC member. Winning the big one. The one that puts you on the map. The one that gets you flown around the world. The one that people are willing to get on their hands and knees and worship you and have your picture around their fucking neck, sitting in a hot ass room with a bunch of other sweaty fucking people to watch you and a bunch of other fucking people duke it out on stage on a PlayStation 5 on a big ass projector screen. You didn't get that part. You didn't get number one in that part, so nobody gave a fuck about you. Nobody sat there and said that DSP was the greatest successful fucking person in history of fighting game communities. Nobody said that. Even Jaha said you were good at the game. You were above average. That's it. That's as far as your combat capabilities could take you. But then you would lose to somebody who knew just a tiny little bit more than you did. And you got stomped out. You did a mirror match against Tokido. You got stomped out. Then when you were doing the following year to qualify for EVO, you had to fight Tokido again. You got stomped out. Then you sat there and said that you and this one cat fought for 6 fucking months as training, and then when EVO finally came to, or the qualifiers came to, you two was the first match, and you got stomped out by the dude you've been fighting against for 6 fucking months. That should have been the fight of the goddamn century right there. You two, you have fought each other and trained for 6 months. You should know every ounce of this man's body. You should know his thoughts, his brainwaves. You should have been able to have Goku Ultra Instinct against this man just as much as he should have been able to have Goku Ultra Instinct against you, and that was not the case. He just basically grabbed you like Brock Sampson from fucking Venture Brothers with Henchman Zero and just kept punching you in the face repeatedly until you died. And you sat there and said it was a setup by them damn Cannon brothers. Cool story, bro. Just like the communities of the FGC, they lost their roots for money and trying to recognize by corporations at the top of what they are. Political correctness and shit, trade into, but they prefer money over being their true selves. I mean, that may be true, but it's got them a lot of publicity. I mean, I follow Daigo, Snake Eyes, Justin Wong. Like, I follow a bunch of those guys that are like really up there. And I watched, Daigo, he cut back because he said he wanted to get more in roots with winning tournaments, even though he got knocked out of this last one. Well, he got put in the losers and then he lost losers. Sure. We talked trash back then. He talked trash 5 years ago. He talked trash 1 year ago, 6 months ago, 1 month ago. This is true. He would never say something to their faces. He only makes broad generalizations. What's up, Reap? How you doing? He's not successful. He is successful idiot. He brought up twice. Yes. Yeah, just a smurf on them. He bought the game 3 times to smurf on people. And like I said before, He got to master with a few characters on the Xbox, jumped to PlayStation. I think max he could get was like 1,700 points or 1,500 points. He jumped to PlayStation, got back to master, could only get 1,500 points. Then he got to 17 once. And then they had the reset, which dropped him back to 12. And then he couldn't get back to 13, jumped to PC, got to master with the very same characters. And then right back to where he could only get a maximum of 1,500 points. This dude managed to hit the glass ceiling on 3 different consoles. At some point, it's no longer about the console, it's about you. It's not about the people you're fighting, it is you. There's no way that you were fighting different people on different consoles, even though it is cross-platform, which makes no sense to keep buying it for something that is cross-platform, and you still end up in the same spot, the same position every single time. Let's see. If Phil was successful, he'd be making $1 million a year, not literal pennies on YouTube. Exactly. In Halo 4, I had the highest KD in the world, better than anyone that was inviting in the Vegas tournaments. Big margin. I never got contacted or invited to anything. I mean, and not a lot do. Like, you almost have to go seeking them out, or you have to end up fighting a bunch of them in the game to get recognized, to possibly get pulled in. He's not qualifying for anything. He's just a qualifier at a qualifier, which does not count as accomplishing. Yeah, it's just shitty. 4th place gets you nothing. 4th place Evo, number 1 in the US, just went to his head. Yeah. 4th place gave him an ego boost and a super giant star hanging out with the other big stars. And the funny thing was, is a lot of them had either prior obligations or they just didn't care enough. Shalha said, above average, that would be enough just saying. Yeah. I really hate when he talks about fighting games. He acts like he's the point of authority, and it's the only one that has a history in arcade. Many people played for fun and didn't go to Evo. Dude, my uncle and I used to go to the arcade and we played Street Fighter 2 Turbo. Played Mortal Kombat. Played Tekken 1. Watch Phil play Mario Kart. Says it all. Yeah, he finds no joy in anything. Disgusting display of ball sucking whenever he plays against some dude. And that was the thing. When he played Snake Eyes. I want to say it was GTG that said it best. Phil disrespected Snake Eyes by not fighting him, and that's why he left the way he did.
Playing modern fighters today, abso-freaking-lutely. Oh, it was too low. People are saying it was way too low. Seriously? All right, I'm gonna bump the volume all the way up. Then it looked like it was fine for me. Abso-freaking-lutely. Modern games are easy mode to play. You can easily jump into a modern game and lab for a little bit and immediately learn the meta of the game because people posted it all over the internet.
See, watching someone use the meta of the game is very different than the person being able to do the meta of the game. Guess what, Phil? Call of Duty, there are always meta weapons to be used. And you could get all the meta weapons you want, which I think this go around right now, the meta weapon is a SMG. Doesn't mean you're going to be all of a sudden this hellaciously good player. It doesn't happen that way. It doesn't. You still have to know how to play the game. I could watch 100 videos on how to play Ken, but if I can't play Ken, I'm not going to be able to do what they're showing. If I don't have the speed to initiate what they're doing, it won't matter.
With zero effort, you can know the top tier strategies within a few days of the game being out. And there you are, you're ready to go. Now, I'm not saying you're going to be a Punk the God or a Mena. You're not. But you can
That's
still
true,
play them at a
boy.
competitive level. Back in the day, it was very different. You literally had to grind and grind and grind in arcades and tournaments. You had to travel the world. There was no online play. There was no tech posted up.
Okay, then blame the fucking internet for coming into existence. But it's still, remember, Phil would go to tournaments and put the footage on YouTube before anybody else. He did the very thing he's bitching about.
All over the internet. None of this was accessible. It was all about your time, dedication, hard work, money investment, and all of that to even.
Which it still is, Phil. People still put up their own money to go to these tournaments. Guess what? When they have a tournament, Phil, I guess you don't know this, you have to put money in the pot. When Call of Duty does their Call of Duty tournaments, you have to put money in the pot. You have to buy that spot, which can be anywhere from $50 to $100, to put in the pot to join the tournament. Street Fighter is no different. When you go to do these tournaments, you have to sign up for the tournament and you have to put a little bit money in the pot for the tournament for people to decide if they want to do it or not. They're not just jumping in and every Joe Schmo is out there just beating each other's ass for a spot. He's like MMORPGs. Then the mid-maxers ruined it for me. I'm not crazy about tryhards. Yeah, like when I play 14, I don't mid-max, even though like my Dark Knight is supposed to be doing, as we say, big daddy damage. I don't mid-max my Dark Knight. It's like, look, are you alive? Yes. Am I alive? Yes. Good enough. Let's fucking go. You have all knowledge but be bad at a game. Exactly. That's how I am with Dark Souls. I have a lot of knowledge of Dark Souls. It doesn't mean I am fucking excellent at the game. I'm average at best. Hell, sometimes mediocre at best. Even though I have the knowledge, it's not making me this let me solo her god level. It's just I know what to do. I just can't execute the shit like I should. DSP is lying here. There was a meta. Yeah, it's a meta in everything.
Even learn the meta of a fighting game. Today, everyone knows the meta within a week. Everyone. All you got to do is open YouTube and you learn the meta. Okay?
Okay, then why haven't... I'm sorry. Because you did do that. You did the same thing. Hey guys, I watched some Zangief tech. Hey guys, I watched some Bison tech. Hey guys, I watched some Yuri tech. Hey guys, I watched this person's tech. Hey guys, I watched this character's tech. Hey guys, I watched some Blanca tech. Hey guys, I watched some tech of some tech. You have done this yourself. So you can't sit here and bitch about the very thing you have done yourself. And you have admitted to doing this.
So there is a difference between saying the modern players, are as good or better or worse, but the difference is the execution. Like, right?
Actually, no. As I said before, when I started my stream, before a lot of people got in here, back then you had roughly, it's a ballpark number. I'm not saying it's a true number. You had roughly 300 people. Today you have thousands of people. 300? Several thousand. 300? Several thousand. Shit's gonna get out faster. Shit's gonna be learned faster. And then you have the internet, so now people don't have to go to a machine and pop in quarters. So that was another thing against people back then, was they had to have a shit ton of spare change or dollar bills or $5 or $10 to get the amount of quarters or coins, if that machine required special coins, to play these games. So it wasn't where I just go up, let me walk up to this Street Fighter 2 tournament or arcade cabinet and start playing the game. No, I gotta pop in 50 cents, 75 cents, $1. So I gotta pay money to play. And I better keep winning to keep playing. Because the moment I lose, I now gotta pop in that money yet again. So this is another thing that stopped people, average people, from continuing because they didn't have that kind of money to continue this endeavor. The moment PlayStation came out, actually you want to be technical, Sega Genesis and whatnot as well. When these came out and these games became available for the consoles, that eliminated the need to keep going to the arcade to play. They could play it at home. They could play with their friends. You can learn shit faster, and then you can go to the arcade, and then you can play against people because now you have new tech that you've been able to sit there for countless hours playing on the console, and now you're going to the arcade to put it into practice against other people. Now we have cut out the arcade, and we are now just, hey, anybody can play. You got a pulse, you have an internet connection, you have a console, you got a subscription to that console, unless you're on PC, then you can play. And now you no longer have to stand in line popping quarters in the machine. Everybody can just fucking fight now. We can just fight and have fun and not worry about it. I tried Dark Souls, got to the Graveskeeper. Oh yes, before you stop playing, I turned to him for like the 30th time. You can show Blanca tips. Of course, DSP likes mommy gave him money. You learn to counter meta faster. Exactly. I call it a barrier to entry, especially with a paywall. Yeah, that's what it was. That's what it was. People are always willing to give advice. Back in the day in arcades, a good player might even be the only one that reach tens, and the people in the back of the day would. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, and this dude right here even said it. Although I need to use the restroom real quick, so I'm gonna put on something for you guys, so you're not sitting here bored. It'll be quick, but I still want to. Like here's another dude I started watching. Oh, that shit's funny right there. Like this dude I started watching. I mean, do I understand what's being said? No. I don't know a fucking word being said here. But it's fun to watch. Like seeing what these characters can do and shit. What's bad about that? That's learning something. But for Phil, this is a problem? Like this is a problem to sit there and watch this and learn something? Yeah, I may not speak Japanese, but I can learn some tips by watching this dude fight. Like that's a problem to Phil though. Even though he does this all the time. Like right, this is what I was talking about. Look at how much damage he did to that guy. Look at it. This killed him right there. But hey, you know what? It's cool. It's cool. All right, let me see. Throw on something real quick. I'll be right back, but I want to leave you guys with something funny. Ah, there we go. This is always funny.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome
All
to
right.
Crash Team
I'll be
Racing
right
Nitro
back.
Fuel, the game that people have been hyping up for me for quite a long time. Now, I never played this game back in the day. We're going to check out adventure mode first, reason being, I never played the game before. I need opportunity to learn the controls and everything about the game before we jump into, say, online play. So, but what characters are available? Holy shit! So what they're telling you is there's two characters that are beginner, Polar Bear and Pura. So I guess the tiger and the polar bear are kind of the beginner characters. Oh, really? All right. Here we go. Tick boom. You can press circle when a bowling bomb is rolling to make it explode on the spot. Yeah, I'm gonna have to learn all the different item properties. Damn. You're driving as shit. You're absolutely right, Kay. It is. DSP drives it. DSP drives it.
Drive into a warp pad that has an active warp vortex, and it will take you to the track's starting line. Finish the track in first place.
Oh no. I didn't know this is who I was doing a mission for. Alright, let's try this. Here we go. I just want to race. I just want to race. I don't know how to race. I've already got hit. And I'm getting rocked. I don't know how to build up the boost. I have no items. Oh my god, I hit again. Wow, I have no idea how to do this, the drifting at all. It's actually quite different from Mario. Because when you jump, you're not locked in place facing a direction. Yeah, I have no idea how the drifting works. I have no idea what I'm doing. What? I don't know what hit me. The drifting seems really hard. Yeah, I don't know how to build up a drift. It's not like Mario at all. Well, I'm not gonna win. I don't know. I'm trying to build up a boost. I don't know how. It's not like Mario where you hold the drift and then you just get it. So I don't know how to get a boost. I got no item. I swear I hit the car, but apparently I didn't. What the hell? I lost all my speed. Well, fifth. I don't get it. So how do you get your speed boost on drifting, guys? I have no idea how to do it. I have absolutely no idea how to do it. The game doesn't explain anything. Well, they all passed me. I don't know why. I don't know why they're passing me. Oh, now I get hit with a random item out of nowhere. It's very hard to get the item boxes.
Yeah, I don't understand the boost system. I'm trying, and it's not really working. Why the hell is this guy so far ahead?
All right, I'm back. Sorry about that.
First, where the hell is he?
Online combo.
Now I get
All right.
Right now, if you were to ask me if a top modern player could do the one frame links and crazy execution needed to play fighting games from back in the day, the answer is probably no. But does that mean that they're bad at fighting?
But can you do that, Phil? Hell, can you do infinites? You know the infinites exist, but can you do the infinites? I have watched Justin Wong do a many infinite combos in Marvel vs. Capcom 2. Can you do it? No. So don't sit there and want to throw out something when you yourself can't even do it. Like, oh, can you do the 1-inch link? Can you? Because I have watched you play Street Fighter 2 Turbo for a while, and I have yet to see you do it.
In games? No.
Oh, I've seen the Bison player do the touch of death on you. I've seen you cheese the Bison crouch kick, though. That's about the only thing I've seen you use, and that you use that when you get pissed at the other player because they done whooped your ass so much that you go into that and it's like, this is all I'm gonna do. Knowing it's damn near a guaranteed win. It's got a 98% chance of winning.
No. They're good at the modern fighting games, which is more of a mind game kind of a deal than it is execution.
It's probably
So there is a
cheating in his eyes, exactly. I forget who did it to him because he's been infinitely comboed a few times and he's pissed about it.
difference there. Now, would you say, well, do they suck? Are they scrubs? I mean, no, they've learned the meta of what the modern game is, okay? I would argue in that statement, the reason that the fighting game boomers are always criticizing modern fighting games is not because they're too easy to play and any scrub can jump in. The problem is they're not fun, okay? They're just not fun to play. If you played fighting...
No, they're not fun to you. Because there are more people out there that are hungry for victories. They're hungry for combat. They're hungry for blood. And you cannot handle it. And that's okay. It is okay. You don't need to continue to handle it, Phil. Like, I was good at Call of Duty back in Modern Warfare 2 and 3 and Black Ops 2. If I played the newer Call of Duty, I'd probably get eaten alive. If I played Titanfall now versus when I was almost like really good at it back in the day, I'd probably be chewed up and spit right out now. When people in here watch me play the furry shooter Wild Assault, they watch me get obliterated in that game. When they watch me play Gundam, they watch me get obliterated in that game. And I had S-rankers teaching me how to play the game. And that's okay. It doesn't mean I'm going to say, oh, you guys suck compared to when I played Call of Duty 100 years ago or Titanfall 10 years ago. You don't have to be good at every single game as time goes on. But you also downplay people that are good at the newer games because you're not. I'm not great at Helldivers 2, but I have a shit ton of fun with it.
Games back in the day. And you had to grind to learn tech. You had to practice over and over ad nauseum to learn these tough...
I totally didn't laugh at Ice during the first game. Oh, I know you did. Speaking of which, Batboy, I did do what you asked. I did do what you asked. It's now at the bottom, I think. I don't know, because I can't really look at my own screen like that. From what I have seen, a common argument of modern combos is the increase in focus on counterplay over executing combos. Oh, yeah. Yeah, like a lot of times it's waiting for the person to fuck up, and it's been like that forever. It's always been waiting for a person to fuck up, and then they just don't get a turn until they're dead. There and love chilling in the game. Hell yeah. Like, that's the thing. Like, sometimes just playing the game is fun in itself. You don't care if you're the best or the worst. You're just there having fun. You're having a blast. You can play that now too. Hell yeah. Phil is a pro gamer, dude.
difficult frame lengths and inputs and special moves. That was a level of experience that you felt accomplished. Man, I played the shit out of that game, but now I can play at a top level, and no one else can just jump on this cabinet and play it like I can because they haven't put in the time investment and the money or whatever it is.
See, right there, right there. Oh, thank you for saying it. Oh, you sweet, stupid child. Thank you for saying it. What I just said earlier.
Cabinet and play it like I can because they haven't put in the time investment and the money or whatever.
The time investment and the money. Just what I said about cabinets. Average people did not have the time or the money, even though I focused on the money aspect, but they didn't have the money to put in these games to play them like that until they became available on the consoles. So, thank you, Phil. Thank you. Lore accurate. Oh, hell yeah, that's what's up, Bat Boy.
Whatever it is. Today, literally anyone could buy Street Fighter 6 lab for 12 hours by watching YouTube videos and have the same execution as you.
That is not true, Phil. If I boot up my Street Fighter 6 right now and I go to fight Piece of Peace, Raw Phil, or any of them cats, I'm gonna get blown out the fucking water. Because I don't know how to link all the combos. I don't know how all the changes work. I don't know all that shit. I'm just gonna get stomped out. I'm gonna be a fucking footnote of how badly I just got the shit beat out of me. Like, wait, what was that stain on the floor? I don't know. Fuck it, whatever. I get a new gaming rig. Gonna do a stream of Oblivion modded, of course, but mostly a Skyrim graphics mod. Dude, I had 400 mods in my Skyrim. It looked beautiful until whatever mod I put in corrupted the entire game, and now I'm starting over. Looked amazing though. Oh, had food, had texture mods, weather mods, character mods, body mods, armor mods, weapon mods, follower mods, dragon mods. Let me stop. Shut up, Ice. Shut up. Just shut up right now. Shut the shit up. Love to see DSP try to get his running. Oh God.
That's frustrating, isn't it? I can understand.
No, it's not frustrating, Phil. Because if everyone learns what the meta is, let's take Phil at his word. Everybody learns the meta. Everybody knows how to work the meta. Well, now we have something new and fun coming about. We now have to learn to beat it. Now, new strategies are coming into play because the current strategy is now the meta, and everyone knows how to do the meta. So now we need to come up with a new way to beat the meta. That's amazing. That's now fun. We are now bringing a lot more of a fun factor into this because now we have to figure out how to beat this strategy that has been the top dog since the game came out. But now everybody knows how to run it. Ooh, what if I do this instead of this? Ooh, wait. It's starting to work. Can I link this into this? Ooh, I can get it partially. Partially that works. Okay, what can I do to tighten this up to where I can get it to fully work? Maybe I need to change this up to do this and then go back to this. Oh shit, it's working. Okay, it's working in training. Now, let me apply it to actual combat. Let me fight some people and hopefully get in the position that I can do this. Holy shit, it works. Now you have something new with that character coming out that you're the originator of, that you know people are going to start following because it works better than the current method. See, Phil, it becomes a fun cat and mouse game. You know, the chase is always better than the catch. But you don't understand that, Phil. Let's see. Let me catch up the chat. Sorry, chat. I get on these long tangents, and you know how it goes. DSP thinks the FGC is just like him. I enjoy fighting games, but I'm mediocre. I have been fortunate to talk with people that are top 10%, and they are supportive, not destructive. Exactly. Just got a new rig to play Doom. Hell yeah, Astro C. That's what's up. I enjoy Skyrim Vanilla well enough, but when you want more, mod it. Mod the piss right out of it. Exactly. Oh man, I'd love to show my Skyrim fully modded. Icy, don't tell her. She will never play my Skyrim. My Skyrim is hell on earth. Anything can kill you. You can get broken bones. You can get sickness. You might actually have to sleep in your bed for a week to clear up a broken leg or a broken arm. Oh, some enemies you can kill them and they spawn other enemies. Oh, so fucking amazing. So fucking amazing. I love it. I love my hell on earth. I mean, hell of Tamriel. Hell of Skyrim, if you will. Nice, just got a new gaming laptop game to travel with. 3050, 32 megabytes. Hell yeah. I know what you mean. The beautification mod of Skyrim just made vanilla look like trash. Yes, it does. It makes it look like dog shit. Like, oh my god. Makes it look like straight dog shit. Phil versus YouTubers is funny as fuck. Yes, it is. When he's kicked the hollow behave was funny. Yo, the beehive, yes. Oh yes, Bethesda games have a limit. They have a limit of 255. So you can technically put 255 mods in it, and that is it. It will break after that. It will stop functioning. But now they have ESPs are usually what mods are. That's the limit. But now you have ESLs, and then you have ELSPFEL, which is a newer type of mod that came out that also doesn't take up mods. Oh, god damn it, I'm nerding out again. Shit.
And why someone in the FGC who was back in the day playing these games competitively and now they're playing the modern ones, like, what is this easy mode shit?
Who said that? What FGC member has said that though, Phil? What player from the old days besides yourself has said that?
Well, it doesn't matter. As long as Phil said it, that word is law.
That's true. That's true for Skyrim, Oblivion, Fallout 3, and Fallout 4. Now, because Obsidian made Fallout New Vegas, it's actually 215 is the limit for Fallout New Vegas. But you can actually go further than that with certain mods. Certain ones you can go past it by like 20 to 30. No, Nerd Out Isis saves us from Phil. I think the prettiest thing in Skyrim and Morrowind is the sky at night. Yes, Skyland is a good mod set. We love modding shit. You should play RimWorld. I've heard of RimWorld. I've thought about picking it up. I have thought about it. What's that game I have? Hold on, let me look at my list, because there is a game I actually have that I've modded and I've never completed it because it's like a 2D version of Minecraft. But there is a ending. What was the name of the game? Well, let me look through my list. Streets of Rogue is a fun game. I'll always swear by that game. Where is it? I know I didn't delete it, did I? Ah, shit. I might have deleted it and not realized it. Oh, actually, Terra is doing a crossover with Power World on the 25th, so 2 days. I can't wait to do that.
Harper, you were just out. Lay down.
Harper's like, I want to go back out. I want to bite him.
Look, it's too hot. I'm not going out there right now.
Wonder if the AI voice will do with mods in game. Maybe it's type in game. Even modded Marwin looks great when you get the graphics mod. Oh yeah, oh absolutely, Wet Floor. Hey, Follow Babble, welcome to the stream, man. How you doing? If you get into RimWorld, it would be a good time. They're about to add a DLC for spaceships, planet to planet travel. Ooh, shit, yeah. That's gonna be fun. If I'm not mistaken, 255 is an item issue limit for old RPGs. The NES, PlayStation, odd coincidence. Yeah, it's because they are well. I have to learn what the limit is for the new Oblivion, the remaster, but they were using that. They were using GEC, and that's like a 30-year-old fucking engine, so that was why it had a limit like that. But not love Streets of Rogue. Yes, I'm glad I'm not the only one. Yeah, Streets of Rogue 2 is gonna be so awesome. Oh, I'm waiting for it. I played the demo and I'm like, I want more. Like, I want more. Like, all these games can look, you know, amazing. And it's funny listening to Phil because he will never get that and understand what you can do with games. Like, he's looking at this as a way to get money and not because he loves the game. Like, that's the problem with Phil. And it shows all the time. It really shows all the time. Beat Marwin as an Argonian mage? Hell yeah. Trying to find that game I was talking about. Where is it? It's like, it's a 2D game. Where the hell is it? It should be. You know what? I should favor it. Next time I see it, that's what I should do. I should put it in my favorites. That way I don't lose it. I need to get back into Steel Rising. I need to figure that game out. I need to get back in State of Decay too, because I'm on like my second playthrough. Ah, Starbound! That's the game. Starbound. That was the game I was playing. And I've had some fun with that. The modding community has been wild with that. I've added mobile suits to the game. I've added music from like Ratchet and Clank. Ah, that's another fun one.
I got another S class.
Nice. That's what's up. Hell yeah, Astro.
Necromata.
Oh yeah, I have her. I gotta build her up. So I think technically right now I have all the Cunning Hair as members. Yeah, Starbound modded is crazy. It is. It really is. You really don't need boots of blinding speed. Using OP mechs. Yeah, I know. Dude, I got Mechasonic in there, and it's kind of crazy every now and then he chases you around and kills you.
You know, I get that. But
Yeah,
the thing is the difference
insane.
of
I, like,
enjoyment.
just
Someone
pull
who never
another
had that
SR.
enjoyment experience of sitting there
Took some medicine for a migraine. Ah, man, I hope you feel better, man.
mastering the hard
Yeah,
stuff to
mods
do,
did save it.
and then
Yeah,
executing it and getting that feeling of wow,
Serena
validation
and
and its
Necromata,
worth. It's kind of like
Oh, you got
today when
Serena?
played,
That's what's
a
up.
Soulsborne game, right? Why
No,
do
I
people
got
like them
house
so much?
Serena.
Well, you get your
Oh,
ass
okay,
handed
okay.
to you
And
a
you- oh,
million
okay.
times, but then when you finally beat that difficult boss or get past that crazy part of a dungeon you couldn't
The
beat,
puppet lady.
you feel this feeling of a self-worth.
Actually, no. So I'm gonna stop Phil right there because Dark Souls, you can over level. You can over level to the point you destroy every single boss you come across. So you can't really say that about Dark Souls unless you do like I did, which I need to finish that. Where I'm doing a level 1 run, modded Dark Souls 1, and I've got to Anne Orlando still at level 1 when Phil was like level 43 when he got there. And I'm still level 1. I'm just upgrading my katana. Sits on indie games. It's hilarious. Oh, I know. I need to get back into fighting games because I picked up raw pedals for $5 at the pawn shop. Hell yeah.
Worth an accomplishment because you beat
Oh yeah, Follow Babble. I actually have a Zaku 2 as a mech for Starbound.
a tough challenge. Today, there is no tough challenge to overcome playing a modern fighting game.
Yes, there is, Phil. Yes, my raw katana. It's not raw yet. It's still just a regular katana. I need to make it raw because that's the most damage. Well, technically, crystal is the most damage you'll get out of it, but you cannot repair it, and once it shatters, it's gone forever. That's the only problem I have with crystal weapons, is that one thing.
And so something is lost. And that's why I think a lot of the people from back in the day playing the older games are saying there's no feeling of fun or satisfaction playing a modern fighting game anymore. You took that away from us when you dumbed it down for the masses. I think that's where the disconnect is. The more modern generation seems to think that the old generation doesn't like modern fighters because, oh, everyone can just play it at a high level. No, it's because you took out the challenge factor of the grind, of the, again, the...
But actually, let me finish.
That level of execution is gone, and that was...
Actually, no, you're wrong, Phil. What actually took out the grind was the moment it went on console. So let's get that straight. The grind was lost the moment it went to console, and you no longer needed to keep popping quarters in the machine to play to learn. Now I can play it indefinitely without the risk of losing all of my money. I can have people come over to my house and play the game. Again, taking out the need and the risk of going to the arcade and popping in at least $10 of quarters, playing multiple times a day against multiple people. And then when tournaments show up, you're popping in even more money. So again, that insane time money sink grind was taken away. As Raziel said, the barrier was taken away. So the moment that happened, people started getting into fighting games hand over fist. Keeper's sword was metal as fuck. You need to look for the Zaku mod. I have some of the OC mechs I mainly use. The one with the huge laser that cuts through terrain. That was a good one. I had that one too. I was having fun playing modern fighting games. I prefer Arc System fighters. Roughly the same as DSP. Games are getting dumbed down because of people like Phil. Exactly. The grind is learning the game, is it not? It is. It really is. But see what Phil wants. So here's what Phil wants, Astro. And he's even admitted it. Phil wants it to the game. Let's just take Street Fighter 6. He wants that game to come out and nobody post anything about the game for 8 months. So that he has all the time in the world to just beat up on scrubs, quote unquote, and nobody can challenge him. That's what he wants. But again, the moment consoles became a thing and games were put on them, this barrier of going to an arcade was taken down. Now you just go to an arcade to show off your tech against the people you're fighting. That's it. So then you can play more and more people who wouldn't play as well. Exactly. That's the thing he doesn't seem to get. He's looking at this as a one type issue. He's looking at, oh, well, you didn't go to the arcades like I did. We spent hours and money on this arcade machine because really our families either had it good, or I was well off to be able to do this, or I had little side jobs that gave me enough money so I could go do this thing. The last fighting game was Soul Calibur 2. Ooh, nice. Yeah, exactly. So basically, go on video for 8 months after the game was released. Yep, an embargo. Yeah, that's what he wants, an embargo. He wants the people who are not posting videos on Street Fighter 6, I'm just using that game, for 8 months, so he can just sit there and beat up on people like, say, myself. I'm going to say myself. Because we would just be easy scrubs, easy wins to boost his ego, and maybe, just maybe, once in a while, come across someone that actually knows the game, and he can sit there and say, well, that was a good fight because they used tech I never seen before. They did things I didn't know were possible. So it's like, okay, so you're telling me you don't want competition, you want easy wins. That's it. That's dumb as shit. Play better players objectively, even if you get wrecked, it makes you a better player. Exactly. Like, I don't know if you've ever seen when I play Gundam Battle Operations 2, I will fight some fucking killers on A ranks. But I'm learning moves. I'm learning how they use their weapons. I'm learning how to use their beam sabers. You know, you're learning where they'll hide themselves and then come at you. Yeah, he is dented.
Was what was fun. Seriously.
Like, that's why the whole players' night failed eventually, because his viewers just got tired of getting beat up on. Like, all he was doing was beating up on his viewers, and he's in there having the time of their life, and they were just getting pretty bored, because it was like, okay, there's really not, I'm just going to keep losing to him. What's the point? Like, it's just 2 hours of me losing to this guy. He has said he wants to find an advantage to capitalize. Yes, he has. My experience is the exact opposite of people in the FGC. People try to share what they learned to try to build a better challenge. Exactly. The way he reacts to Guilty Gear is hilarious. Oh, yes. The Twink Fighter.
Back in the day, when you watched a tournament and you saw someone pulling off something completely unique and challenging and different, you were blown away and you could watch a match and be like, oh, I know that's Sanford Kelly playing. Because I know that's how he plays, because he does unique stuff that only he can do because of his level of expertise, right? Today you watch a Street Fighter 6 tournament and you see someone playing Cammy or Bison, and you have absolutely no idea who's playing until you look at the names on the screen to tell you.
Exactly,
everyone
Perez.
plays exactly the same because the game's too easy to learn and the meta is the same for everybody.
And you also played the same. When you watched that Dalzine player, you watched his tech. All you did was everything he did. You did not venture outside to come up with something new. You didn't venture outside to see if you can combine it with something else and maybe make it a little better. You didn't do anything to put the DSP spin on it. You played just like the person that showed you that the video of the tech you watched. You turn around and mimic that very person, and here you are bitching about people who are possibly doing the exact same thing that you did to the other person you watched with Dalzine, Zangief, and Blanca, and Bison. Okay. 43-year-old man-child throwing a tantrum over him losing a video game. Exactly.
When you take that level of challenge out, the physical challenge and the timing and all that out, now everyone becomes samey. The game becomes too commonplace and boring. It's not fun to play nor to watch unless you're ignorant of the fact that the execution was supposed to be part of the challenge and fun to begin with, because you never had that level of challenge in your games. You've only played easy mode, baby mode games. There you go.
The thing too, Phil, if the people are doing the same thing to each other, again, so now it becomes who gets to move off first. Again, your argument still falls apart. Now, I'm not saying that it's not entirely untrue what he's saying. The problem with Phil is this isn't coming from a place of wanting the community to get better. This is coming from a place of, I'm tired of losing to these people. Remember how many times he said Cammy, Ken are all brain dead, brainless play that anyone can play, yet he will not touch the characters to show us how brain dead they actually are. How easy it actually is to use that character and do that thing.
Starting off right here, Flash Metroid have something to say.
Can you guys hear the video? If not, I'll pump up the volume. It is max, so that means I would have to actually go and make the volume much louder in my capture setup. I guess people are saying it's way low. All right, let me pump it up. It's still too low?
Yes, they were. The last Evo was damn good.
All right. I'm going to bump it up by, say, 10 decibels. Holy crap. Now let's see if you guys can hear.
You see it right here saying, this idea that players are better today is hilarious and definitely false. I see FGC reacting, if I could talk Damascus right here, saying, in my opinion, players are better is wrong. there is more high-level players than before is the correct statement. Okay.
That's interesting. It's not that the players are better, it's that there's more players who play at a high level, but it doesn't mean that they were better than the previous.
Oh, okay.
Huh.
Flash responds to that saying, I'm not sure if that's even correct. Are there a lot of new high-level players? I guess it would depend on what level you call high level.
Yes. There is almost no one right now placing or winning modern fighting game tournaments who was a high-level player from back in the day.
Yes, there are. There are high-level players from back in the day that are still winning today.
The players from back in the day are all done or retired. They're not playing anymore.
Justin Wong still competes. Maximilian still competes. Snake Eyes still competes. Daigo still competes. What the fuck are you talking about?
This is a whole new generation. So I don't know what Flash is saying there. He's completely wrong. But for the record, it's funny. A lot of people are criticizing Flash Metroid for getting involved in this discussion because Flash Metroid was someone who did play fighting games back in the day, but was a youngster, all right? Or on my day when I was, in my 20s and I was competing and getting good, he was an up-and-comer, all right? During the era of Street Fighter 4, he actually became good, so he would be considered a 09er and not an OG. He's not even one of the older people that are really being discussed in this, but he interjects himself into it. So
you mean just like how you're interjecting yourself in this now? Phil, this guy right here is still part of the FGC. You are not. And you are interjecting yourself in current affairs of the FGC and how players are seeing each other. Okay.
Damascus responds to this saying, Street Fighter wise, if you compare 6 to 4 and you see the vast majority of elite Street Fighter 4 players are still active top players in 6, and you have to add this with all the players who started after 5, plus the amount of players who can beat elite players is way bigger for sure.
the hilarious part about that is you notice they're only mentioning Street Fighter 4. Nothing existed before Street Fighter 4, right, guys? No games. They don't.
No, he said compare 6 to 4. That's where he's starting at, Phil. He said compare 6 to 4 because there was a big gap from Street Fighter 4 to 6. We don't need to worry about Street Fighter Alpha. We don't need to worry about Street Fighter Third Strike. We don't need to worry about Street Fighter 2 Turbo or Street Fighter 2 Turbo Championship Edition. This is what we're talking about right here. This is when EVO was really kicking off, and this is when EVO was getting sponsored to do this shit.
You're not even talking about the old games. You're talking 4, 5, and 6 are the modern trilogy of Street Fighter. That's not the OG games, the old games. So their discussion is even off base because they're even talking about games like Street Fighter 4 was the beginning of fighting games having dumbed down inputs and easy mode combos. You could just double tap down forward on your joystick and press punch and get a Shoryuken. You didn't even have to do the input. So even the people like Flash is arguing, oh, well, Street Fighter 4 is better than 6. You have a 4 all.
Flash isn't arguing that. This is Dalmascus that said that. Flash didn't say it. He read what you're saying on the fucking screen as a tweet. So how are you gonna say Flash is saying this when it's this Dalmascus guy who fucking said it, you fucking retard?
So was baby mode. It was before then when the games were actually harder to play.
Then Flash Metroid responds to that with the fucking list. I guess 4 versus 6. If you compare EVO 2014 to EVO 2024, the competition is roughly the same for elite players. Elite players these days have to go through a lot more mediocre / good players to get to the elite players. At the end of the day, nothing is real until top 100-ish. And it's been that way forever. All right, how you feel about that? That's a pretty good point, I guess. Nothing is real until you get to the top 100. Before, doesn't really matter.
I don't know about that, because being someone who's been in tournament before, all right, man, when you have a tournament, let's say, for example, you're in a tournament that's a few hundred players. So you only
See, right there, a few hundred.
have to win maybe 2, 3, 4 rounds to get to the top 100, top 64. Then the best matches of the tournament start to happen. Everyone good against everyone good, right? The problem is when you go to a tournament that has so many players in it, even if those players are dog shit, all right, it can definitely take a toll on you. You can get worn out. You can get burnt out trying to play in this thing. Like, how many rounds do I have to beat to qualify for day 2? How long do I have to fucking be here in this ballroom grinding out against these fucking scrubs and nobodies? And then the worst part is you might actually run into someone good in the middle of a qualifying bracket and you're exhausted. You've been playing.
Guess what? You fucking signed up for it the moment you entered the tournament, Phil. What part of this don't you understand, dumbass? The moment you sign your name, I'm gonna use myself as the example. If IceYamamoto signs his name up for a Street Fighter tournament that has roughly 1,800 people, and to the point that we now have A bracket, B bracket, C bracket, D bracket, E bracket, F bracket, G bracket, that we're doing a 12-hour stream to go through these brackets before we can get to the smaller bracket, and then we gotta still go through the losers bracket, who has a chance to make a comeback to get into the bracket to fight again to see if they qualify. You signed up for it. Do you think I give a fuck about you being tired or me being tired when this is what I signed up for? I signed up to compete. So if I signed up to compete, I take everything that comes with it. So if I gotta sit here for fucking 6 hours fighting motherfuckers to get to the top, then I guess I gotta fight for fucking 6 hours against people to get to the top. And if I get X'd out on my journey to the top, then so be it. That is what I signed up for. It's just like a job. You work in the on an oil rig, you know what the fuck you signed up for. Working 10, 12, 14 hours in the heat, the blistering heat, fucking getting covered in crude oil every day, smelling like oil, fucking just taking your shirt off and saying fuck it because you're already covered in oil, to load it up and ship it off to get turned over into gasoline and fuel. You signed up for it. That is what you signed up for. And if you don't like it, you have the option to walk away. You can walk away and nobody's gonna be mad at you. You just leave. But now we're trying to make an argument that, well, you're tired because you fought X amount of people, and you're fighting somebody that's really good, and you're still tired. You're so tired from fighting all these other people, and now it's gonna come crashing down because you came across this one guy that was really good, and he just spanked the shit out of me. Okay, that's what you signed up for.
Playing all day. Like, I gotta play now against someone actually good? So, I don't know. Like, I feel like the bigger the tournament gets, the more grueling it is. And there is something to say for these people who are playing in these ginormous 7,000 people tournaments. And they're grinding it out and getting to the end, that you gotta get a level of respect there. At least the stamina level has gotta be superb compared to back in the day. When you were, even EVO back in the day was like 500 players. Now it's like 7,000. So it's like a pretty different thing.
Others are like, what the fuck is everybody doing during Street Fighter 4 days? Or they are called 09ers. Last Metroid's like, if everybody is new in Street Fighter 4, who the fuck played 2 and 3? What about the other games? That's crazy, because I remember when I came into the FGC, I first learned about the FGC, it was around 09, shortly after, right?
Okay, so shortly after 09, okay, so Street Fighter 4. Well, this shows DSP never really done a hard job when he says exhausted playing a video game. Yeah, playing a video game. It's not like he's actually a good person, wasn't also fighting a bunch of people. Exactly! It's an endurance battle. You're now fighting two battles. You're fighting the people and you're fighting... It's an endurance fight.
Officially...
Okay, so let me put it this way, Phil. So back in the medieval days, when the king had his knights storming a castle or having his stormed, I mean, those guys have a chance to take breaks. Those soldiers have chances to take breaks. Were they able to stop and pop open that water skin and drink some wine or some water and then cork it back? Ready the ballistas! I mean, they had to keep fighting. Lugging around heavy armor, a sword, a shield, an axe, a spear, a pike, a crossbow, a heavy crossbow, a long bow, a short bow. Pushing the catapult. Pushing the battering ram. Pulling it back and slamming it into the main gates of the castle. Were they able to take breaks? They had to do all that shit and then go engage the motherfuckers. Like, what the fuck, Phil? Even if I had a chance to go to one of the 20s, I wouldn't go, because I wouldn't be able to stand the grueling 14 hours just to weed out the less players and just go watch. Yeah. Last convention I went to, I was playing Soul Calibur 2 on a cabin, and the guy liked the game and asked to play. We did 40 matches for fun, not exhausting. Yeah. No, they just had time for water, but they always had time for lean.
When I started
So he's an 09er. He's not there from back in the day. All right.
doing content, it was around 2015. But I remember at that time, to say you were an 09er, you were looked at as a joke. You were looked at like a newbie, a rookie. You were fucking green. You were like, oh, he's an 09er, this fucking guy. Who's listening to this guy? It was literally an insult. Now, obviously, you say 09er, people are like, oh shit, you a OG. You a real one. You've been here forever. But nah, I remember the day when you were looked at like a damn joke. Anyway, continuing on right here, I see speed.
So you heard that, Phil? You heard that, Phil? Back in his day, when he started, he was looked at like a joke. You heard that, right? Just as people that are starting up with Street Fighter 6 are being looked at as a joke. And guess what, Phil? When Street Fighter 7, 8, and 9 come out, people are going to be looked at as a joke. LTG was more known than Phil.
Speed Kick saying, I think we could say for sure there are more players who are competitive threats to elite players that just let people have different opinions on why, LOL. Flash Metroid adds saying the competition right now is not hard. Oh my God, here we go. He's getting deeper right here. He said, the competition right now is not hard. 90% of the new entrants are not good. Players these days have zero consistency or fundamentals. They enter 50 tournaments a week and perform in 2, and then they think they're clean. The best players right now are now old. The best players right now are all old.
I don't know why Flash is so salty about like new players. Like,
why are you so salty about new players? Because you've said this same bullshit. You've sat there and said that they don't know fundamentals. They don't know footsies. They don't know the spirit of Street Fighter. You have said these very fucking words that this Flash dude is sitting here spouting off. So why are you gonna sit there and say, why is he so salty when you've done the same thing? You've gotten pissed at so many people that have beaten you just simply because they're better than you. So what? The person beats me at a game. Okay, they're just slightly better than I am, or they're better than I am. That's fucking life. You just get over it, try again. But this is the fact when people sit there and take this shit too fucking seriously. Because like you, they've made this their life. And it sounds like this Metroid dude made this shit his life, and he's willing to die on the hill at least for his fucking opinion that you are not ready to die on the hill for.
some of what he's saying is true.
What's up, Helsing?
Yes, new players who are younger, they're seeing what it is they see internet content
Oh,
creation.
shit. What's up, Alfred? Didn't see you sneak in.
Right? And they see these players who are the top players they're wearing the jerseys and they're part of these teams and they're traveling the world and they say, oh, that's what I want to be.
What's going on, man?
You're doing good, man.
That's what's up. Just to be shouting at my TV the whole time.
I want to aspire to be like that. Back in the day, none of that existed. Back in the day, you would look at the top players like Justin Wong or Sanford Kelly and the like, and you'd be like, well, they're good, but like, what are they rich? Are they famous? No, they're just in the FGC. They are, but there's
Justin Wong is famous and rich, same as Maximilian Dude. So just because they weren't back then doesn't mean it didn't carry over. They stuck with it, and now look at them. They could stop today and they will be A-okay. They are taken care of. Their houses paid off. They're having children. They're teaching their children the ways of the fighting games. They're being asked to sit there and do commentary at fighting game tournaments. They're sitting there, making games. They're sitting there being asked to come to conventions and play a game to show it off for people. I mean, they're doing pretty big things, Phil. What are you doing? Welcome back, Spurs. What'd you miss in the last 5 minutes? Oh, Phil being stupid like normal, asking why are people so angry? Why is this Metroid guy so angry? And when he's said the same thing. Yeah, he's still stuck in 08. Exactly.
There's really nothing to be said. They don't have any internet presence or anything. It's just within this very small.
Yeah. I assume someone who.
community, correct? Now it's.
No, Maximilian is known outside of the fighting game community, Phil. I don't know if you know this. Maximilian was paid to come out to Final Fantasy 16 to play the demo, a portion of the game, for the fans by Yoshi P. So Maximilian's pretty big deal. People know him. They respect him. Justin is known. He's known in the fighting game community, but you can ask just about anybody who knows anything about fighting games, and they pretty much know who Justin Wong is.
It's like now there's something to aspire to. So when you see that, of course you're going to get way more new players. And of course, most of those new players are not going to be great, but they're going to be grinding and trying. And yeah, a lot of these kids are going to have the freedom to go to tournaments and stuff, but older people can't. Older people have, jobs and lives and families. They can't be traveling, grinding constantly. The young.
Phil, you do realize that, see, again, this shows that you really don't understand what's going on. You really don't understand, Phil, that the tournaments now, the qualifying tournaments, are done from their homes. They don't leave to go to a building to play each other. They stay right in the comfort of their own home, like you, and do the tournaments to get up to EVO. And then if they make it to EVO, did a quick metrics of this Flash guy is 27 to 90s, 27 to 29 win rate. Damn. And when they go to EVO, then that's when they go to the tournament and actually fight. So again, this shows how much you really know. Well, I'm just gonna chill here until the CDPR revealed a new update. Wait, Cyberpunk's getting a new update?
Younger people can't. That's how it was for me too back in the day, where I was able to go to way more tournaments when I was in my 20s. I got older, I didn't want to do it anymore. I had other more important shit to do.
No, you didn't want to do it because you got chased out of the FGC and nobody wanted you around. And that's when you decided you weren't going to do it anymore. And guess what? John Rambo went on to go to Japan.
Now, are they entering 50 tournaments a week? No. Are they performing in 2 a week and thinking they're clean? Probably. Because to the modern FGC, again, when everything is easy mode execution, the only thing left is that kind of mind gameplay? Did I execute properly, get them to the corner, 50-50 guess and win? And did I do that consistently? Oh, I'm good. Well, actually, you're probably not. But at the same time, that's the modern game. Like, that's the meta of the game. If you tried to play someone in an older fighting game that had way more to it than this easy, simple meta, you'd probably get your ass handed
what's the
to you.
update?
You wouldn't even be able to play.
Or we're just waiting to see what. Oh yeah, yes, we're waiting to see what it is.
But that doesn't mean that you're bad.
Damn it! That means it's gonna kill all my mods. And I'm gonna have to like
that's
redo
the
them.
thing,
God
like,
damn it!
I think these people are just very salty that modern fighting games are different. I'm one of them. Why? Because I've played better games, and I wish that modern fighting games were as good as the old ones. But as we get older, I think we realize there's not much you can really do about that. They're going in this direction where they just want them all accessible to the masses to make mass money. They don't really care about the quality of the games they put out. They care about how much they can sell.
You were sucking Street Fighter 6's dick when the game came out, Phil. I don't want to hear it. Shut the hell up.
Right? Just like anything. Why do you think movies get worse over time? TV shows get worse over time. Music sounds like diarrhea in your ear. Because
that's what Phil can't seem to understand is like, dude, people been doing this shit from home for years. It's Evo they turn around and go to the tournaments for. It's just like when Call of Duty, when they're doing their qualifiers, they're doing that shit from their homes. Then when it's actually time to go, go to the actual tournament where they're on that grand stage and there's thousands of people cheering them on in the stands and whatnot, then they start fighting each other there. That's when they go to they actually go somewhere. So for a person that sits there and wants to keep butting in the FGC, he doesn't seem to understand, like, dude, you're still wrong in a lot of this because this is what they do in the meantime while they're waiting for that main thing to hit. But Phil can't seem to understand that because why? It's Phil. He doesn't care to learn. He doesn't want to learn. He wants to sit here and spout off all the bullshit that he's spouting off right now.
You realize the
speculation is a new DLC.
But now you're getting older. You don't like the modern stuff. That's what happens. It doesn't mean that the modern players are bad. It just means they're good at something that's different. And some people are just afraid of that. I get that because I'm part of that. I like the old school fighters. I wish there was another game that played like CVS2 or Third Strike or Super Turbo. And there's not. There's no modern fighting games that play like old games. Instead, it's all based on get one hit and get a giant combo for flashiness so everyone could go, ooh, ah, or some simple meta that could be figured out in a day and then the whole game's busted. But, things aren't going to go back to the way they were unless there's demand for it. Will there ever be demand for old fighting games? No. Why? Because the modern ones are best sellers. If Street Fighter 6 tanked and didn't sell, then
Street Fighter 5 tanked and didn't sell like talking about, and it took until the game was at the end of its life cycle before it became good. And once it picked up in popularity, and they were already working on Street Fighter 6. And just like Maximilian said, people will get tired of Street Fighter 6, and those very people that played Street Fighter 5 saying it sucked and went to 6 will turn around and say 5 is better. Just as people that played Street Fighter 4 went to 5 and said 5 sucked and went back to Street Fighter 4. And that's okay.
Maybe things will go back to the way they were. But when you reward something,
Flash pulled the third place in Evo 09. No wonder he acts like DSP. Oh, God.
So there's nothing that can really be done. Either you choose to perform in the modern era, how the way that things have adapted, or you go away. I went away. I said, bye. I don't like this.
No, you got chased out. You didn't just say, I don't like this, I'm out. No, you got chased out. You got chased and you ran away. Too many people wanted to beat your ass, and you knew the only thing that was best to do is DSP exit, stage right. And you went stage right. And you never went back. Yet you seem to always want to butt in and talk shit about the FGC when you're not a part of it. I mean, it's easy to talk shit about something that you're not a part of. I mean, it is easy. I'm not gonna lie and say it's not. But it's the fact that you keep talking shit about it and you have no input to put in on it.
I didn't like Street Fighter 4 that much. I hated Street Fighter 5. Street Fighter 6 is decent, but I'm not going to grind away at a game where I don't really enjoy playing it at a competitive level. I think it's kind of boring because it's too samey and repetitive and just not that interesting.
What is grinding, Phil, but doing the same repetitive, boring motion repeatedly over and over and over and over again? You don't become good by playing it once or twice and then moving on. You get good by playing it multiple times, multiple days, multiple hours, and you are putting in the blood, sweat, and tears to become good at it. The reason I got good at fucking Titanfall 1 was because I played it every single day for a year. And I came up with my own strategies. I got to the point where players were afraid to come after me on certain parts of the map. I got to the point that I took the weakest the Titan unit, the Strider, and I was able to murk the entire other team in their ogres, in their atlases, in their Striders, and I would be able to kill them if they didn't have nuclear ejection, because I knew with the rifle I could shoot their mech, and once that last shot was going out for Doomsday, I'd hit the thrusters to go forward and hit the melee, so before they even had a chance to eject, I would already go into the animation of ripping them out of their fucking Titan and crushing them in the palm of my hand. I knew how to set people up that they would chase me down the road in their ogre and atlas, and I am just in a Strider. Then I had 3 boosts, and I could sit there and boost left, right, and lead them into an ambush of 3 of my allies. I could sit there and fucking go in and destroy people, and when they jumped on top of my Titan, I could eject and shoot them while they're trying to destroy the core, and jump back in my Titan and go kill another person in their Titan. I could sit there and call down my Titan and never jump in it, and only use it as a diversion to let me know where the dumbass was, using their anti-Titan weapon so I could take my Kraber sniper rifle and shoot them in the fucking face across the map. That's what playing the game for a year did to me. I knew how to wall run at every inch of every map and toss in C4 to a room and level that bitch and kill all 6 of the enemy combatants and 10 fucking NPCs. I can sit there and let people come after me and still kill them even though they got the drop on me. I can kill people with the shotgun. I can kill them with the grenades. I can kill them with anything. But that's putting in time. That's putting in work. That's putting in combat. Trying out different things, being able to beat people that were using the smart pistol, because the smart pistol was the easiest way to getting kills in that game if you sucked, because it automatically locked on your head and killed you instantly, and I knew how to beat people that were using the damn thing. Go get his man. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Like, it was like, those were the days, my man. Those were the days. Days.
Interesting to me. I'd much rather play Super Turbo or CVS2, so I'll play those games. And I'll let the new gen come in and swoop in and take over, and that's fine. But
it's not fine when you're sitting there. It's not fine when you're sitting there playing the game, or you see something coming out for the game and all you're doing is sitting there bitching about the game. You're bitching about the game. You're bitching about the players. You're bitching about the company that made the game after you were down there giving it so much oral service. The fact you were giving fucking Capcom so much sloppy toppy that all they was doing was fucking coming money. You gave them well over $300+ for 3 copies of a game that is cross-play. Like, my God, Phil. Like, come the fuck on. I just have a flashback. I'm sorry. Like I said, like I played that game for a year straight. I didn't bother playing anything else. Speed running RE7. Oh, well, it's not a reference. It was just me playing Titanfall. Titanfall 1. I played it that much. Like, I was playing that bitch hours at a time. Like if I wasn't working, I was playing Titanfall. If I was working, I was thinking about Titanfall. And when I got off work, I was playing Titanfall. Like, I put a lot of time. Like, I put a lot of time into that game. Like I had so many strategies for so many different scenarios. Did they all work? Not all the time. And if it didn't work, I just came up with a new strategy. And that was it. Like, I wish was it Demeter? No, it wasn't Demeter. It was the nighttime stage. That was the depot. It was marked for death. And I locked down the back end of the map that I became marked for death and nobody would come after me. Like, I was standing in the open with my Titan below me and nobody came after me. I wound up having to jump in my Titan and running with my squad to find people to kill. Like, I scared them that badly that an entire team of 6 would not come after me. I only played Halo 4 back in the day for like 4 months or so, and I was good because everything in the game can do is in my head. Max player speed, time pass through, area, etc. Just figured out in my head at the times. Yeah. I was like that with Halo 3.
Some people are salty and don't want to release that, I guess, right?
They're basically saying it's all the OGs. All the players that were good back then are the same players that are still good now. It's insane to me to try to claim Noah and Punk, who played in Street Fighter 4. I'm still waiting.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry, I missed that. I wasn't paying attention.
Me to try to claim Noah and Punk, who played in Street Fighter 4. I'm still waiting for someone to list these young killers so I can really destroy this ridiculous conversation. Oh, okay. Because he's like, you can't claim Noah or Punk because they were around back then. They were rocking in that game technically, so they're a part of the group.
I missed Titanfall too.
He's like, where are these young killers? So I could destroy this conversation.
Prepare for Titanfall.
But honestly, when I'm thinking of people that are still top 8s, top 32, or taking home trophies, they're all the OGs. They're all the people that I fucking remember from when we was playing in the Street Fighter 4 days. And down here, we'll wrap it up. He said,
oh yeah, speed runs. Yeah, like my buddy and I were speed running RE5. That was when we were speed running. Which the only thing that we were trying to do was the last thing we were trying to do was when you gotta go around the oil fields, there's a spot where you can actually shoot your partner in the back with a rocket launcher, and it's supposed to jettison them all the way across, but the game is still registering them at where you're at, and you would go to heal them, and it would jettison you over to the other end to heal them, and you would skip that entire section.
bloated with horrible players. The only difference between playing back then and playing now is that now I face more bums before I get to the hard matches, and the bums now are way more random because they are now entering 3 or more events tomorrow.
Is he just complaining about the sheer number of players entering?
Mech Warrior 5, hell yeah.
Was that not? See, this is hilarious to me. Seriously.
Oh, no, dude, I'm a mech fan, so I get you. I get you. I'm a mech fan. I love mech games.
You would go to a tournament and you would enter, let's say it's a $5, $10 entry fee to get into the tournament, right? So you pay your $10 entry fee to enter, I don't know, Marvel vs. Capcom 2. The tournament has like 100, 200 players. Let's say it's a local, right? So 100, 200 players, you win the whole thing. Here's your reward, $70.
Wait, that math ain't mathing, Phil. You just said $10. 200 people. That's $2,000. Okay.
No, seriously, like back in the day, it was awful. There was no
Romance
prizes,
too? Oh, that would be
The
nice.
rewards were all, you were playing for the love of the game. You were not playing for a big reward. So everyone always said, man, I hope the FGC one day will make it big. Back then, the big thing was MLG. So MLG was into Halo and stuff like that. And everyone was like, man, if only Street Fighter could go to MLG levels and could have a whole circuit based in there and could have teams of sponsorships. And then it would actually be profitable to play at a high level. We want to be there. We want to grow to that level. So now the FGC's at that level. You got Capcom Pro Tour, you got, other circuits, you got all these teams signing people, paying them to play and stuff. And now the complaint is, there's too many bums.
The very thing you've complained about, Phil. There's too many scrubs. That is the one thing you said. There's too many bums playing this game. Too many scrubs playing at this level. Playing brain dead characters that they shouldn't be able to be here. And you've got stomped out by all of them. You win very few matches, Phil. So you don't get to make the argument. You've said the same thing that this dude is saying.
There's too many scrubs. Man, I go to a tournament, I gotta beat like 17 scrubs before I get to a good match.
And so far, it seems like there's really only one person making this big complaint. This seems like a one-person complaint going on here. It doesn't seem like a lot of people. It seems like one, maybe two at most.
Well, isn't that what you wanted? That was the complaint.
That's what you wanted. You said that. When you lost that one Evo, you sat there and said, they gave me no scrubs to fight.
That you were wasting all this time and money traveling and playing in tournaments and it wasn't profitable. You were actually losing money. You could actually be a top player back in the day and all you did was lose money. You couldn't make money being a pro. There was no pro Street Fighter player back in the day. Now there's pros and the complaint.
There was pros back then. Those who won Evo were the pros. They may not have had worldwide recognition, but it was still pros. Phil, you don't just take the title away because there was no money. The money doesn't mean they're not a pro, Phil. Everything is money with you.
Nice. Money means everything.
Holy shit, man. Fastest you got was 1:45, and for some reason the speed running was with my coworkers trying to one-up each other. Nice. They saw your time and it ended. Oh, damn.
If there's too many bums, I want more bums. Bring in the bums. Bring me lines of bums to pad these pots and make it profitable for corporations to invest in them. So there's money to.
But that's what's happening now. And then you sat there earlier and complained that you would be sitting there fighting for like hours, fighting these people with 7,000 people. You finally meet one person that's good and you end up losing because you're tired of fighting all these people. So which one is it? You were just complaining there was too many people and you would be tired from fighting all these people to now I want more people to fight because it'd be easier for me to get in the pot. Which one is it? You just went through two different ones. What the fuck? Oh, okay, Phil. There were pros back then. They were at the travel comp and clout at the event. I think it's a shitty practice, but money begins money. Also, pro means you got paid for it. But see, I don't look at pro as professional. You're just a pro at what you do. Doesn't mean you're being paid for it. So if we're going that way, if we're going that route, then guess what? So if we're going by that route, then Phil's not a pro. I mean, he's not a pro anyway because he didn't win. But he didn't get any money either. So what are you, just a player? So going by that, are you just a player? You're not even a professional player? You're just a player? But you kept on saying you're a fighting game professional. But you're not. Go on by your own words. There was no money. You didn't make any money. We saw you lose money, but okay. Part of his problem is shifting definitions. You were not a pro if you couldn't live off of it. Skill is irrelevant here. You know what, Ramen? That's true. That is true. Still need to do an official speed run for Bayonetta? Hell yeah. He doesn't look at it either way. He doesn't look at it that way either. It was just make his point. Yeah. Problem with DSP, uses pro means you got something out of it, and other times he uses it mean money to do it. He flip-flops whenever it's convenient. Exactly. And that's why you can't take him seriously, and that's why nobody continues to not take him seriously. He keeps flip-flopping. He doesn't stand on anything. He doesn't mean anything.
Yeah. Or else you're spinning your wheels for the love of the game, but you're never going to make any money doing it. I'd be happy that there's more people. Seriously. I don't get his argument here.
You just complained that you would be sitting there fighting against 7,000 people and you'd be tired by the time you got to fight somebody actually good, which is an indication that you don't want more people. And now you turn around saying you want more people. So we're back up to saying the 7,000 is a good thing. So which one is it?
We've heard this this debate to death quite a few times, right? As far
this debate happens every fucking Street Fighter, just like it happens with every fucking Tekken, every fucking Soul Calibur, every goddamn Mortal Kombat, every goddamn Guilty Gear. This debate happens with every single fighting game that ever comes out. This is not strictly Street Fighter. All of them do it. All of them complain about the new game and the new generation of players. They complain that these players are not as good as the old players. The new players are complaining that the old players aren't as good as they used to be. It is the same fucking argument that is time and time and time again. You know why? Because the Call of Duty crowd and the Halo crowd has the same exact argument every new Halo. The new Halo players and Call of Duty players are not as good as the old Halo and Call of Duty players. The old Halo players aren't as good as the new Call of Duty players. It's the same shit. The weapons don't feel right. The grenades don't feel right. The fucking kill streaks don't feel right. The weapons seem wonky. The bullets seem to take longer to kill. The fucking shields are staying up longer. It feels like the melee zooms you up. I feel like my grenade didn't explode when it should have. I shot him with a shotgun and it didn't kill him. I shot him in the face with a sniper rifle and he died immediately. The old sniper rifle took 0.2 seconds to fucking get from the barrel to their head. Now it takes 0.3 seconds to get to their fucking head. The fucking intervention was the best sniper rifle in Modern Warfare 2, but now it sucks in Modern Warfare 3. Now I'm using the Barrett 50 cal because it seems to be better in Modern Warfare 2019 than it's ever been in any other Call of Duty. It's the same goddamn arguments. Anybody that plays these games on a professional level has the exact same arguments of players then and players now and players when the games in first inception came into play.
It's like the old versus the news. I think Mena has brought it up a few times as well.
Right,
I want to say Mena considers himself a part of the new group. I don't know when he officially started. But the way he kind of talks about it, he says like,
It's hilarious. They're all new group to me because none of these people obviously were around back in the day. These are people.
It don't fucking matter, Phil. You still can't beat them. So what the? Who gives a fuck in your opinion? You still can't beat them. You lost to no other Prodigy. You lost to Chris G. You lost to fucking Snake Eyes. You lost to Daigo. You lost to Tokido. You lost to Justin Wong. You lost to Maximilian. You lost to Jim Bob from down the street that sells tacos out of the weenie stand. You fucking lost to Coca-Cola. You lost to Pepsi. You lost to Sprite. You lost to Budweiser. You lost to fucking Jade. You just fucking lose. Who gives a fuck what you gotta say, Phil? Well, I guess, these guys, none of them are new because I'm from this era. No Nobody gives a fuck about you, Phil. Nobody gives a fuck about the era you come from. Nobody gives a fuck about your accomplishments. Nobody gives a fuck what you have to say because you're still not in the community and you have no valid points to raise. All you're is an old man here sitting there trying to get a couple of hee-hee-ha-has laughing at them because they're all fucking arguing with each other because they're saying the Street Fighter 4 players are better than the Street Fighter 6 players and the Street Fighter 6 players are saying they're better than the Street Fighter 4 players. And you're over here, well, we're better than the Street Fighter 4, 5, and 6 players. Even though we've watched you lose hundreds of battles against Street Fighter 2 players. But whatever.
Who all started at the very earliest in Street Fighter 4.
The competition-wise that...
Well, guess what, Phil? You didn't start at Road Warriors, so I guess you have no room to talk either. You didn't start at Road Warriors when it began. And you didn't start immediately with Street Fighter 2. It was already midway into the game when you started.
He believes it's harder nowadays. I could be getting that wrong, but I think that's usually what his point of view is. And then you go into debate, like Speed Kicks and other, just let people know, okay, there's more, like there's more numbers, but let people argue what elite actually means. What does that actually mean to you? Just leave it up to opinion because that's where it's gonna fall at the end of the day. But Flash is taking it from the point of view is like, okay, there's just more bums. It was like, I have to face way more fucking random bums before I can get to the real shit. Because yes, there are more numbers, but that doesn't mean it's harder. You know what it reminds me of? You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of that scene from fucking 300. Remember when Gerard Butler, he took his men and they was off, took them soldiers and they were off to go do some battle. And then they linked up with another group that had more than them. And the guys were looking at Gerard and them and he was like, I brought more soldiers than you did. And Gerard was like, okay, what do you do? Pointing at their clique. What do you do? He's like, I'm a school teacher. Bullshit like that. What do you do? I take care of animals. He was like, okay, and what do you do? And then he points at his guys, yo, what do you do? And they were like, yeah, like we do war, bitch. And then he looks back at them and says, I brought more warriors than you did. Don't get that shit twisted. Just because you have more numbers doesn't mean you got more people, more elite fighters than I do. It kind of reminds me of this argument right there. Just because there's more numbers nowadays doesn't mean y'all are more elite. Doesn't mean there's more killers, there's more sharks.
Exactly, Detective. There are people that are actually really good at the game that don't give a shit about tournaments. There are a lot of killers that don't do tournaments. They're just really naturally good at the game and they play the game, get some wins, and go to work or go fuck their girlfriend, boyfriend, husband, wife, whoever, and they go to sleep. They don't care about a tournament because that's not part of their life. So there's a lot of people out there that are good. It's just now in this day and age, the floodgates have been opened for more people to actually engage with the game. This is pretty much what it boils down to. People are upset that more people have access to the games now. That's what this sounds like to me. It's no longer a skill issue. It's just, there's more people here. Now I gotta fight through more people. I want to fight good people. And Phil has said the same thing. I want to fight good people. Well, if you can't beat the bums, you can't beat the scrubs, you can't beat the pattern players, why the fuck you think you can fight the skill players? Because it sounds like if you already losing at the first 2 stages, you're gonna lose at stage 3. What, you want to fight Bowser and save the princess, but you can't even get past the fucking hammer, bro? Get the fuck out of here. You struggling to beat a basic fucking Goomba, and you talking about something, I want to fight Bowser. I want to save Princess Peach so I can tap them cheeks. Well, you gotta be able to beat the Goomba. You gotta beat the turtle shell guy. And then you gotta beat the hammer bro, and you gotta beat a couple other little assholes. And then maybe you can get the Bowser, beat him, and get the Princess Peach and tap her cheeks. But you can't just go straight to Bowser. You're just gonna get your ass whooped. Met was a random 12-year-old in the Xbox 360. Probably in his early 20s now, but he was better than the so-called pro. Yeah, there's a lot of them. Like, there's a lot of them.
in these pools, baby. It just means there's more of y'all. And I guess the argument as well is the games are dumbing down. So people are going to look at that with the new generation. Like, even if we have quadruple, whatever, more players, so like, okay, but look at the quality of the game versus what we had to go through back then. And I guess the main point that he's making is most of those guys that were there, because the FGC is technically not that old, because our OGs, our fucking people that started with it are still here competing and they're still here winning. So I think it's a good point of view. Now,
but again, it's so weird to me to hear this because he's saying OGs are people from Street Fighter 4. They're not. OGs are people from the 90s and the 2000s who were there in the formative years of Street Fighter. All right.
Were you there during Road Warrior? Were you there when the one guy, the guy that died that they all said was the Road Warrior, who played Road Warrior on up, that died, that you sat there and made a fucking video on? Were you there back then? Were you there during when they were trying to get this shit going to go to EVO? Because last I heard, T told you that you need to venture out. T told you need to start going to these tournaments. So even by that, Phil, you were not a part of it. You were not brought into EVO. You were not paid for to go to these tournaments. T was flown out to them tournaments, not you. T had to come back and tell you to go to them tournaments. That you need to leave Connecticut and see the world of fighting games, of Street Fighter, and see what it's really like out there. To see those fighters and those killers. So you don't even have any room to speak. Because it took another person to tell you to go do it. Because you weren't gonna go do it. So you have zero room to talk. You weren't part of the grassroots movement. You weren't part of the road to EVO. You weren't none of that. These tournaments were already in effect. And another man who later got murdered for looking at a dick had to tell you to go do it. You didn't know of his existence. You didn't know how it operated. You didn't know the people that were going to be there. You didn't know the people that were flying overseas to do it. You knew none of that. Nobody was looking at DSP as the next prodigy. Nobody was looking at DSP as the fucking kin to T Carter. You were the only one that looked at yourself as kin to T being Ryu. You're the only one. Nobody else. That's why all them pictures, nobody took a picture of DSP. You were in the back or you weren't in the frame at all. So again, Phil, you got no room to talk.
All right, before Street Fighter was profitable, before Street Fighter had corporate sponsorship, before there was a tournament league, circuits, teams, and all that, the OGs are people who played the big four. All right? Super Turbo, CVS 2, Marvel 2, and Street Fighter 3 Third Strike. Anyone who was good in those games, those are the actual OGs.
Well, okay, so then by that, you're still not an OG because you didn't win any of them. So again, so you're still not an OG. Again, so you have no room to talk. You can't lump yourself in that category. Because you got stomped the fuck out and lost $500+ in Marvel vs. Capcom 2. Third Strike, you even admitted you just played it because it was there. You weren't even competitive in it. So you can't throw your name in that either. Street Fighter 2 Turbo, you only got 4th place. So you didn't even make it big in that. Again, you have no room to talk about this and say, oh, well, I'm an OG because I was here. But did you win? Well, did you win? Did you win any of these EVOs? Can I go look up EVO winners, and am I going to see Phil Burnell in any of these brackets as being the winner of these tournaments? If the answer is no to all of it, shut the fuck up. You're not an OG. You're just another scrub that participated in the tournament, got your cheeks clapped, got nutted on by everybody there, passed around like a bitch, and then tossed out the door.
What he's talking about, or what they're talking about, are OGs from the modern Street Fighter era. Get it? The OGs they're referencing are 09ers.
Let's see. He contributed nothing to the games but a shitty attitude, FGC or anywhere else. He just energy vacuum. Exactly. I just realized something. DSP only talks about the popular fighting games. I have never heard him talk about the Bushido Blade, Soul Blade, Evil Zone. I have Evil Zone, actually. I still have my disc of Evil Zone. Or some of the other random old games. Yeah, he never will. So much toxicity in you, Ice.
So the 09ers also are still the best at modern Street Fighter. My question is, what happened to the people who actually played these games when they were hard to play? They all are gone. You got
No, they're not. Again, Snake Eyes, Justin Wong, Maximilian Dude, Daigo. These guys are still here. They're still participating in tournaments, Phil. Again, you don't keep up with these people, so you don't know. You're just firing off the cylinder mouth, and you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You could go and ask anybody, and they'll tell you these cats are still playing.
You got someone like Justin Wong, who is still a big commentator, a big creator in the space, but he's definitely not a high-level top player in the modern games who's placing all the time and winning all the tournaments. He'd much rather cover it in a different way. And
he still participates in the tournament, Phil. He still participates in tournaments today. Daigo still participates in tournaments today. Whether they win or lose doesn't matter. It's the fact that they're still competing. What are you doing, DSP? Dark Side Phil, Dark Geppetto, what are you doing? Are you still competing in fighting games? Are you still trying to go to tournaments and compete and get your name out there? Are you still getting any placing at all in these games today? If the answer is no, then shut the fuck up. You have no room to speak. Bushido Blade was sick. One hit, one kill. Can hardly bitch about combos in that one. Exactly.
Add his extensive expertise in a way that is not just me playing the games competitively, right? Get it? And that's good. That's a good thing. But where are the real OGs? There's very few of them that are left. You know, you can argue Daigo still plays, Tokido still plays. There's a few.
So you defeated your own argument by saying they still play. You said, where are they? And then, well, Daigo still plays. These persons still. So then you just defeated your argument, Phil. Thank you. Ding, 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 you stupid fuck. You just admitted that, yeah, these people still play.
But most of the people from back in the day who were the big players are long gone. They're not playing the modern games. Why? Hey, well, I'm sure there's various different answers. My answer is I know for a fact there is a large group of them who just don't want to play them because they're not fun to play for us.
No, they probably had other obligations, like i.e. they had a family, or a lot of them maybe because it wasn't profitable, you know, their work took priority over their life, so they had to cut something out, and this was the thing they decided to cut out. Maybe some of them just got bored with competing because they thought they were just grinding their wheels. Like, you know, you lose a bunch of tournaments, it's kind of disheartening. You kind of just like, I don't feel like doing this anymore. I didn't get anywhere. Yeah, there's many reasons, Phil. For you, it's boring, what you just said, so I'll give you that.
We grew up at a time where fighting games were hard to execute, hard to learn the frame timings, hard to do the combos. Everything was difficult. Lots of practice, lots of...
Yes, again, it was difficult because you had to pay quarters to do so. You had to pay quarters. There was a payment method that had to be met to be able to do this. So that kind of makes a thing harder to do. Then when it came to console, what happened? You saw people starting to get more involved in said thing. God, you're fucking dumb.
You know, necessary experience, not the meta's on the internet within a week. You can lab it out for a day, and now you know everything. Don't have it.
Phil, I could lab out an entire day of kin tech and I would not be able to execute it in a day.
At it, kid. And pat him on the back. Back then, it was months to years of arduous grinding, time investment, money, travel, just to learn. There was nothing even on the internet to teach you the games. So it was very different. You know, today, I guess ever since the 09ers, right? Since YouTube and streaming, it's a lot different. And so they're having their own arguments among their own community about what's OG versus newcomers, when the actual OGs are sitting back like, what the hell are you talking about? None of you could even play the old games at all. Good luck doing the frames, the one frame links and shit from back
I bet they can still beat your ass, Phil.
in the day. Good luck full parrying something in Street Fighter 3. Good luck executing these crazy fly refly combos. You know, you couldn't do any of that.
Is it
Okay, Phil, how come there's like 6 versions of Street Fighter 2 Turbo? Like, Street Fighter 2, how come there's 6 versions of the game, Phil? Because they kept changing the game. So, if you want to be honest, they didn't even know what the fuck they wanted Street Fighter 2 to be. 6 versions. 6. You landed on 1. You landed on Turbo. Not Championship, not the other ones, just Turbo. So again, they didn't know what they wanted, how that game to play.
at the end all be all? Who's to say? Because I guess a lot of it's going to be opinion. But I will say, Flash does make a hell of a point. How y'all feeling? Let me know. All right,
and that's the debate. But the one thing that I'll say, the funny part about that is it's Flash Metroid who's saying all this. And Flash Metroid is essentially an 09er, meaning he was there back in the day playing the classics, but he wasn't that great. He was okay. He didn't like come.
How do you know that? How do you know he was great? How do you know he was back then? How do you know he was playing Street Fighter 2 Turbo and Third Strike and Alpha and Marvel vs. Capcom 2? How do you know he was playing it?
Out into his own until the Street Fighter 4 era, where he started playing competitively and doing really good. So even for him to act like, oh, the OGs.
Do you know that for fact, though, Phil? Because it sounds like a lot of assumptions on your part.
You're not even an OG. You know, you're really not. This whole debate is weird to me because I'm from a different era. Or I am. And to me,
nobody gives a fuck about your era, Phil. Nobody's talking about the fucking Turbo players, the Third Strike players, unless they're still competing today. Nobody's talking about the washed up people like you who only played these and then quit because they couldn't get anywhere and make nothing of it. Nobody's talking about them. So just sit the fuck down. You have nothing to add to this conversation. You can sit there and fire off your lip all you want, but it doesn't change the fact that you gave up. And you're trying to add your 2 cents to something you gave up on. Because why? You didn't love it enough. You didn't cherish it enough. You didn't respect it enough. So you gave up on it. You turned around, balled it up, tossed it in the trash to never be seen again. But you still want to live off of the old glory. I got 4th place. One time back in NAM, I got 4th place at EVO. Like your whole character. Oh, go ahead. What's up, Raziel?
You're forgetting something, Ice. His source is he made it the fuck up.
That is true. that is true. Let's see. Can I find that? Let's see if I can find that. Can I find it? Let's see. I might have to get that as a sound clip.
Yep. Anyway, I gotta get back to Road Bridge building. Have fun.
All right. I think this is it right here.
That's a nice argument, Senator. Why don't you back it up with a source?
My source is that I made it the fuck up.
There we go. There we go.
None of these modern fighting games are hard to play. That's the problem.
Okay, then why are you getting your ass kicked so much? If they're not so hard to play, why are you getting your ass kicked? Like, I love this argument. It's not hard to play. Well, why can't you win? I don't know why I can't win.
Like, take a look at a game like City of the Wolves that just came out, okay? I played the first wave of the beta, all right? And I started playing, I'm like, so there's really no execution to this game. All it is you do one special move, you cancel to the next special move, then you do this move, you do a giant combo that's like 60, 70% damage. You could do it within a few minutes. You could figure...
Yes, and guess what? There's been that way from the majority of KOF. The one you played a couple of years back that you dropped because you fucked up, and next thing you know, you had an 80% combo done on you, and you fucking dropped that game because of it. Because people was doing these combos on you and beating your ass.
And he decides to bring this up.
Huh?
And he decides to bring this up.
Yeah, pretty much. Oh my god, this dude, man.
I know.
He keeps wanting to say fighting games are easy, yet he keeps getting his ass beat in them. They can't be that easy if you keep getting your shit pushed in.
Pretty much.
For context, one of Flash's last tournaments was at the convention that I do go to in the open enrollment. He placed 13th in the open enrollment in the open tournament, and that was a side part of the competition. Oh, the convention. Oh.
You're out. Back in the day, if you actually wanted to do a giant custom combo, or whatever, you had to practice, you had to grind, you had to figure it out. It's like, well, how is this fun then? There is no era of discovery. There's no era of anything.
Okay, then why do you keep buying these games? Let's go ahead and point at the elephant in the room. Then why the fuck do you keep buying these games? If this is your argument every single time, then why do you continue to play these games? Why do you continue to spend $60, $70, $80 on these games when you still come to the same argument, the same complaint, the same bitching every single time, Phil? Then why do you continue to spend your money to play it for a couple of times and then drop it? Because the people are better than you, because you play it once a week and you get back to it thinking you're going to be Don Juan and beat everybody's ass, and you get your shit pushed in, you're getting your cheeks clapped, you getting nutted into and left on the floor fucking twitching, and then you want to drop the games. It's a bad game. Well, I guess so. If you're not actually playing the fucking game, you're just getting your shit pushed in, I guess it would be a bad game.
It's just, everything's just given to you, handed to you right up front. Here's...
Oh, like how you want people to give you money right up front? Okay, well, it seems like you and those games got something in common then. This should be like, second nature to you.
All the easy tools to do everything in this game. So it takes out the element that's fun to me. It really does. Like, I think
and that's this problem. That's the problem. These pros are starting to get clapped by the newer generation. And it's like, no offense, you're playing against people that are like younger than you. Their response time is faster than you. Their hand-eye coordination is faster than you. They got more time to do this than you do. A lot of these guys are kids. They're like 17, 18 years old. This is all they do. Maybe you were the one they looked up to growing up and they want to be like you, and now they're doing the thing and now they're beating you. Like, there's a lot of things involved.
Back in the day, that was part of the experience.
They can never be a DSP.
Going to the arcade, competing, discovering
like
tech, the camaraderie, all of that shit. You know what I'm saying? It confuses me, because I feel like the true OGs, the people from back in the day, that's why they're not competing anymore. It's not because...
But you defeated your own argument by naming a couple of them that still compete, Phil. So they're still competing. Wait, and then on top of it, Phil, are you still competing? You admitted that you're not because you're bored with the games. So why do you care what the FGC does? Oh, that's right, because secretly you want them to pay attention to you, and you even said that Street Fighter 6 was giving you that competitive spirit back, that you may not compete in tournaments, but you want to get back into the spot of the FGC.
And let's not forget, he bought 3 copies of Street Fighter 6.
Exactly.
Oh, the games are too hard. The new gen has moved in and swooped in and taken over. The OGs could never hang. No, the OGs don't want to hang. They're bored with your games. Get it? The OG.
Actually, I'm letting him finish. Let him finish.
Just think that Street Fighter 6 is such a boring game because it's so repetitive, it's so samey. You can't discern player from player unless you're looking at the names on the screen because the tech is so easy to execute. Everyone plays it the same. There's nothing interesting there.
Okay, Phil.
Okay, wait.
Here's
I want names, Phil. I want names. The OGs who saying that you're saying. I want names. I want names.
Well, here's the thing. I'm gonna be mean right here. I'm gonna be mean for a second. So forgive me, everyone that's a fan of what I'm about to say. Who gives a fuck about the OGs? Do you think Cashcom, Capcom gives a fuck about you and all the other OGs? Are you bringing money to Capcom? Are you sitting there making sure they're getting millions of dollars from the product they put out for you to consume and buy and play? You think they give a fuck about you, Justin Wong, Maximilian, Daigo, fucking Perry the White, fucking Tilo from down the street, Tito's, anybody? You think they give a flying fuck about you? No, they don't. What they give a fuck about is putting that mucho dinero into their pockets. So if I can make a game that even the most retarded of the retard can play, go ahead and do it. Let's make more mucho dinero. We're gonna double the mucho dinero by the motto. Oh, well, they're not doing it this way. They want to wait. Who gives a fuck? Halo doesn't play like Halo did back in the day. Do you think I give a fuck? No. They care about the bottom line. What can line their pockets? And in Street Fighter 6, that was the calling. Let's make a game that everybody can play. You want to do one button combos? Street Fighter 6 is for you. You want to be able to play the OG way where you got to do all these inputs? This game is for you. You want it to be more simplistic in certain areas? This game is for you. And then Street Fighter 6 became one of the top selling games. We got a new Street Fighter, and it's beginner friendly? It's noob friendly and OG friendly? Well, sign me the fuck up, Hendrix. But y'all dumb motherfuckers on the internet sitting there arguing about players that are better or worse than other players because, oh my god, your fifis are hurt because you feel like you're being pushed out and edged out. Yeah, it sucks. I'm not going to sit here and say it doesn't. It truly does suck. But at the end of the day, the company does not give a fuck. They don't give a fuck about the OGs. They don't give a fuck about the new Gs. What they care about is how many people are buying the game. That's all they care about. So you think them holding the tournament and saying, hey, there's $1 million pot for Street Fighter 6, you think that $6 million pot's that $1 million pot's hurting them? Same as Call of Duty when they go, hey, we got a $20 million pot, but we done made over $5 billion off the game. You think a $12 million pot's hurting them? You think they give a fuck if these people turn around and go to the tournament or not? If the tournaments do bad, they just cut the money off from the tournaments and the shit shrivels up and dies, but the game is going to keep selling. If y'all truly feel this way, you truly feel this way, and you truly want to do something about it, then you vote with your fucking wallet. You don't buy 3 copies of the game with all the DLC. You don't buy the game and talk highly of it just to shit on it later after you done bought the fucking season passes to get all the characters. You sit there and you tell people, I'm not getting this game because I don't appreciate what you're doing. I don't appreciate that they're making this game accessible to everyone, even though you're a champion of accessibility when Super Blind Man was still alive and kicking and can't see. We're all for accessibility. But then when the accessibility is against you, you hate it.
Yeah, that's true.
Like, this shit's dumb. I hear this shit everywhere. I hear it with car guys. I hear it with gamers. I hear it with anime fans. It's the same fucking argument from all of them. And all I can do is look at them and go, do you really think the company gives a fuck about you? It's cool to be a part of something. It's cool to be a part of the culture. But at the end of the day, all you're doing is lining a company's pocket so they can keep doing the thing you're now bitching about. I don't like the new Mustang. I don't like the new Honda Civic. I don't like the new Lamborghini Murcielago. But I bought it. Well, then you're contributing to the problem. You sung high praises of Street Fighter 6, and now you're complaining about it. But you bought it 3 times. I don't compete because I'm bored with the games. Ignores that I bought Street Fighter 6 3 times and spent over $600 a controller alone. DSP, exactly. They only care about money, exactly. There's also the argument of caring. Not every good player wants to enter a tournament, which is a thing that during DSP's time, a lot of people would rather play on the SNS or going to the versus going to the tournaments. I'm a new gen player that started in 2023. I've accepted that down the line in the decade or so, it's gonna start losing my edge. Exactly, I've lost my edge in shooters. Like that edge is fucking gone from what I used to have. I've said it before. For over a decade, the money it costs corpos to finance these tournaments with their game is a waste. 99.9999 of their game sales are casual with zero tournament affiliation. Exactly. It's not like a stupid thing to try to compete in. Travel expenses, then a few hundred prize money if you win. Best you break even. Yeah. Even just the company number in the end. Yeah. So, I mean, you listen to these guys complaining, and I get it because they're passionate about what they're doing, but you're all complaining about the very thing you've all been a part of. Like, you're all a part of Street Fighter. Like, you're all a part of the FGC, but you're sitting here complaining because, oh, well, these guys have it easier than we did. That's essentially what it's breaking down to, even with DSP. Oh, well, this game is easier than what I had to go through. It's the same shit I had to deal with in my old job before they shut the doors. When I had an employee say, Ice, I could work circles around you. You don't know what work is. You don't have to work hard. I had to work hard. And I told the guy right to his face, well, I'm sorry, technology makes it so I don't have to work hard. You got a problem with how I work? Take it up with technology. Take it up with the people that made the technology to make it so we don't have to work as hard now. Don't come bitching to me about it. And then when they were going to shut the doors, I walked up to him and I said, hey, you working harder than me didn't really help you, didn't it? You're out the fucking door like I am. And then I walked off, got in my car, and drove the fuck home.
Did you give the guy the finger?
No, I didn't give him the finger. I just made my point with that statement. He just stood there with his mouth hung open. It's like you're a fucking number. Like, I laugh when people say, oh, I'm a good employee. At the end of the day, the job really doesn't give a fuck about you. You're replaceable. You can fucking croak and they're going to fill your position within the week. Uh-oh, what did I do? Phil, respect my opinion while yelling into the void. Yeah. Let's see. Damn, I feel called out on that rant. I'm an Aries model kit, which wouldn't happen because I still buy kits. Yeah, but see, you're not complaining about how model kits were harder back in the day than the model kits of today. Like, you're not making... You buy kits, you enjoy kits, you put them together. I buy kits, I enjoy kits, I put them together. I like shooter games, I still buy shooter games, I get my ass kicked in shooter games. Like, it doesn't... Like... I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, well... Call of Duty 1 and 2 and 3 were way harder than Call of Duty Modern Warfare, guy. Like, who gives a fuck? Street Fighter 2 is harder than Street Fighter 3rd Strike and harder than Street Fighter 4. Okay, and? Who gives a fuck? The games have to evolve. Street Fighter stopped being Street Fighter 2 Turbo with Street Fighter Alpha. It stopped being Street Fighter 2 Turbo with Street Fighter 2 Championship Edition. Like, come the fuck on.
The first year of Street Fighter 6 was great. The moment that everything was discovered, the meta was discovered, the game's boring as dirt. I don't want to play.
There you go, right there. Let me rewind that.
Everyone plays it the same. There's nothing interesting there. The first year of Street Fighter 6 was great. The moment that everything was discovered, the meta was discovered, the game's boring as dirt. I don't want to play it anymore. I'll go back to Street Fighter 6 when Sagat comes out. Why? Because I like Sagat.
Oh, there you go. He'll play it when Sagat comes out. But see, here's the thing, Phil. Here's the problem, Phil. When people know everything, you now have a new type of competition. It is now trying to find out how to beat what is now known. And that's what people in the FGC do. When the meta is out there, out in the open, they start coming up with a new meta. So everyone can learn a new meta to learn to beat the old meta. That's all they're trying to do, Phil, is beat what's out now. So it continually keeps the chain moving. It keeps the evolutionary chain going so people can turn around and learn how to fight, so they can get better at doing it, and they come up with new strategies that people are able to compete with, and people can still be surprised because, oh my god, something else then came out that nobody knew about. So now we need to learn it, we need to study it, and we need to do something else. Like, that's it. Yeah, the moment the meta was discovered, it was boring as shit. Yeah. People learn how to... Yeah, exactly. People learn how to whip my ass and I can't do anything.
I'll see how he plays in Street Fighter 6. I'll play it for a little bit, and then I'll probably get bored and drop it again. But no, the OGs didn't quit or can't hang with the new generation. That's ridiculous. The OGs just don't like the game.
I mean, are you hanging with them? Are you hanging with the new generation, Phil? Huh? Are you, Phil? Are you hanging? Are you hanging with the new people? Are you out there going, yeah, boy, this is DSP. We here live at the 2025 Evo Championship. Sponsor me, senpai. I just beat Maximilian. I just beat Justin Wong. I just beat that little bald fucker over there. I don't even know his name. We doing it live, chat. We doing big things. Let me post. Click there. We go. Yeah, I just beat him. Look at Daigo over there all pissed off because I stomped a mud hole in his ass. I don't see you doing that.
That's why they're not playing it. I get a test, and there's tons of people that I know who I've been talking to recently who are like, yeah, we just don't want to play. The modern games are dog water bullshit. They're terrible. They're not fun to play at all.
Again, name names, Phil. I want names.
Okay, let's do shout-outs. All right? We've got...
You ain't gonna get that.
Oh, by the way, I will say one final thing to Button Check here, and I'll even say it on the screen. To... I believe his name is Ernesto or Button Check. Your content is actually quite good. You cover things well. You've covered me before, but he keeps saying, I don't know how to find DSP's content. It's here on DSP Gaming.
Okay, Phil, maybe that's a problem you need to work on. That people can't find you? They can't find your channel. That sounds like a you issue. That he can't find you. Or maybe when he says he can't find you, he can't find the spot and he's not going through all the fucking slop to find it. So he just checks out a clip channel because it's right there to the point. Who DSP was, I said he wants a game where you beat the game, but part of fighting games is beating the other player. Yeah, he seems to be beating the other player. He doesn't seem to be enjoying the game. He has to beat the player. Yeah, I mean, that's any game. He has to win. He has to win.
If you get it from anywhere else, it's out of context, and they've probably taken anything interesting out. You're just watching highlights that are not going to be the full story.
Phil, if I clipped this from the moment you started this and to the time you finished this whole segment, what else is there for me to say? There's nothing else to put in context, Phil. That's the context right there. I don't need the extra hour and some minutes before that point. I just need that point. What do you think people do, Phil, when they actually go to your channel and they snip out this part they want to talk about? They just snipped out that part, Phil. Hell, look at June the King, Phil. He turned out and took clips from your detractors. He took clips from Pig Go. So he didn't even bother to go through your fucking channel and go through the fucking slop you threw out to find it. He went to a site you despise to find it. So if this guy, a YouTube documentary, is going to the detractors to get the information he needs about your channel and about you and the clips, that should have fucking opened your eyes right there. That, hey, even the documentaries are going to the detractors because it is easier to find what they are looking for versus going to the fucking source, because they will be sitting there sifting through hours and hours and hours of fucking slop just to get a 5 to 10 to 15 minute segment that they're looking for. You stupid fuck.
Just watch this on my podcast here on DSP Gaming, the June 20.
So you want him to watch an hour and some minutes of bullshit before he actually gets to this segment. Nobody's got that time, Phil. Nobody. I'm not telling him not to go to your page, but I'm telling you he's not going to go to your page because it's full of slop. All you had to do was just ask June the King, why didn't he go to you? And I'm sure he would have told you, because your channel is a mess. It is hard to find what he wants. So he went to the easier source to be able to find what he wanted. Even Craig and them from Side Scrollers went to Pig Go to find the clips. And yes, they direct back to your channel to that moment. But they still had to go to an outside source to go back to the main source for the clip they're looking for, or they just went to detractor channels to gain the clip because it was so much faster for them to get. Maybe you should just fucking cut this shit out and segment it so it's easier for them to find. Like, you can sit there and say DSP reacts to button check, and you can start it here and then say it ends here. That would at least make it somewhat easier for him to find the content on your page. You don't do that.
22nd episode of the Level 1 podcast. That's where you can find the original content. Who knows if he'll actually see that, because he'll probably just see the clips. But it would be nice if he could actually see the real content, because he only sees the clips and he never gets to see the whole thing of what I'm saying, you know?
Because it's nothing, Phil. Phil, you don't seem to understand that you talk so much and have nothing to say. You can talk for over an hour and have nothing to say at the end of the day. That is an issue that you as a streamer need to work on. You just need to be straight to the point. Hell, I'd rather watch fucking Young Yeah over you. And I know Young Yeah is going to repeat himself fucking 10 times to make a fucking 10-minute video 20 minutes. But at least I know he's still right to the fucking point. Phil do actual work? Good one. Phil doesn't do work. I know. Seems like DSP has never learned SEO, which is extremely important for his job. Exactly.
Okay.
He wants front page. He doesn't get it on Kick It all the time.
So
Yeah, he does.
Shout outs. We've got Ubi Ubi.
Oh God, who
Became a
cares
member
about
this
shout
morning.
outs?
Thank you to Ubi Ubi. It's just a different kind of challenge, is it not?
What?
As part of the lineup of competitive games. And people freaked the hell out. They were like, Smash Brothers, that's not a fighting game.
No, you shat on Smash Brothers. Don't see. Stop trying to hide under everyone else saying, well, this is what people. No, Phil, that's what you said. That's what you said.
It's not a competitive game. That's literally a party game. You just hold a direction and mash a button. You get a special move. How could you have that at EVO? You've completely ruined and spoiled the competitive nature of the tournament for profits and money. And then within a few years, people started to accept Smash. Now Smash is accepted as a competitive game and a fighting game, even though arguably at one point it was like the black sheep and no one would see it that way. Now, if you were to ask me what's more fun to play, Smash or old school Street Fighter, I would say old school Street Fighter. That doesn't mean Smash isn't a competitive game.
This is ass anyways.
Exactly.
But sadly, what's happening is modern Street Fighter is becoming Smash Brothers. There you go. Modern Street Fighter is literally becoming Smash Brothers, where it's just a party game. It's not hard to learn. Anyone could jump in. Anyone can lab for a little bit, learn the meta. So now it's more about, like what Flash Metroid's complaining about is endurance. He doesn't want to go to a tournament and have to beat 10 bums before he plays somebody good. Well, that's what happens when you go mainstream. Like, literally, that's the difference. Bigger crowds, more competition, and therefore, you have to have more stamina. It's becoming now, these games are more of the grind of patience than they are the grind of skill.
So, now again, remember, he said, bring on the bums. I want more bums. We're back to complaining about it. Doesn't stand on anything.
That's still a challenge. It's just a different kind of challenge, is it not? Okay. Someone tipped 250 says, I find it ironic if you didn't grow up in the FGC or with fighting games and just played them recently as part of being a variety gamer, you'd be the opposite side. You'd be arguing against yourself. Doesn't that prove that it's boomers being boomers? Again, I don't know.
Yes. Yes, it is. That person is right. A dent for giving you money, but right.
I don't know, because you say that. I don't know if I would. You could be right. It could just be your frame of reference, and it could be your level of experience. If I didn't have competitive experience in old school fighting games, you're probably right. Maybe I would be arguing the other way. You're right. Another $3 tip.
Do you get it? Look at him leaning in. Just put on your fucking glasses.
FGC players simply moved on. They got older and accepted that. It's not that they don't play fighting games anymore. They just don't game in general anymore. It's not FGC centric. They have busy jobs and wives and kids, in some cases multiple kids. They don't have time to play anything anymore. And they
yeah. Like, it's just funny. His own chat's disagreeing with him.
Probably don't even care anymore. This is old memories for them. They spend more time sharing photos on their days out with their family than they do talking about games. It's all fond memories for them. I think the new era should be allowed to form their own memories. No one is saying the new era can't form their own memories.
No, Phil, you blatantly said the OGs from your time period do not play anymore because they find it boring. Those were your words, even though you did state that there could be many reasons, but the main one you focused on, because you fall into the category, is they got bored with it. Your words.
I can personally tell you, recently having reconnected with some of the people from my past, FGC heads, who back then we were all competitive, we were traveling together as a team and doing stuff. They still play fighting games. They still travel to locals. They have families. Don't get me wrong. But this is still their passion. It's still their hobby. But they're not going to play Street Fighter 6. They're going to play Third Strike. They're going to play CVS. That's what they want to play.
Yes, and they just had the Sponsor Me Senpai that was playing those very games. In fact, Justin Wong was sitting there announcing for the one for Marvel vs. Capcom 3. And then I watched the Virtual Fighter 5 one that was on behind it. Or Virtual Fighter 4, one of the two.
Play, because those are the games that appeal to them. Those are the games that are fun. You're right. There are people who aged out and said the era of me going and playing this stuff is over. But there's still people who love it and play it as a hobby, and they don't like the modern games. I'm here to tell you personally. I know from experience, all right?
You've said this with every Street Fighter. You bitched about 4, you bitched about 5, and now you're bitching about 6, and then you turn around and you play very little of the ones of the games you liked. So shut that shit up.
Did I age out? I think uniquely, I'm someone who...
Here we go! Here we go! Uniquely! I am above the rule of thumb! I uniquely, only me, unique to I, DSP. This is the only reason why I did it.
I wanted to get back into it. I could, because this is my job, but I just don't want to. Like, actually, my preference is to not play these games competitively because I don't care, because I don't like them. I'm not saying the Street Fighter 6 is a bad game, okay? I want to...
Well, pause.
All right, go, Soul, go.
You don't play these competitively, but every time you get into a match, he bitches about how, I should have won this, I should have won that, they're cheating this. Like, Phil, if you don't care, you would not make every excuse under the sun about why you lost the match. You would just play the match, go, oh, it went this way, and just keep playing. Like, yeah, you can look at it and say, oh, there was some lag here, some lag there. Oh, I wish that had gone off sooner or something like that. Like, just to try to understand where you lost or what you can improve. But the way you keep bitching, you clearly just want to come out on top, regardless of anything else. You are such a competitive little bitch. It's surprising you can say that with a straight face.
Exactly.
Because it's every match. He just simply says, oh, and he blames the competitor like it's their fault for whatever internet they have. Like, shit happens, dude. Not everyone's going to go for that business class internet that you see the love harping about so much whenever you do an online game. And it's like, I just don't understand how you can say he's not a competitive gamer at this point.
I mean, because he still wants to be able to hold, like, he is and he isn't. He's trying to play both sides of the fence. That's all this shit is. He's trying to play both sides of the fence, but nobody's buying it. No one in the FGC is buying it. No one in the detractors is buying it. Not even anyone in his own chat's buying it.
When I'm in the heat of the moment and I'm playing it and I get angry, this game sucks, right? The game is not a bad game, all right? It's just very different from what I grew up knowing to be fighting game. It had.
Guess what, Phil? And when I play Halo Infinite, it is very different from a Halo 1. But I just
since Halo 2.
You know, I just turn around and accept that and I move on. That's all I do. I just move on.
Has some of the same base elements, but back when you used to say fundamentals, that meant something. Now you can literally play Street Fighter 6 with no knowledge of fighting game fundamentals, and you can be good at it and win. And that's weird.
Again, who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck, Phil? Because you use that as the cudgel of saying, oh, well, they're bad because they don't know the fundamentals. Who gives a fuck about the fundamentals? No one. Only those who are stuck in the past thinking because I had this made me something. Okay. And? You know, just like when you had Edgar Allan Poe and them, who were the top writers and poets and all that shit back in the day, and then they fucking died off. Are their spirits still running around and say, I was the top shit back in my day? Oh, I'm sorry. I was the top shite back in my day. Nobody gives a fuck. People who are stuck in the past tend to stay stuck in the past. Because that was the time they felt they had some type of notoriety. That people knew who they were. And yes, that is true. People did know them. Just like people knew Phil back in the day. They knew who he was. They knew what type of person he was. That was the only place Phil truly felt alive. Why? Because he got fourth place at a tournament that nobody really attended. So he felt like he was on top of the world. And then the truth and reality came crashing down. So Phil's only highlight in life is back then, not now. 2006 was his top point in life. That was his high point in life. Then he had his next high point in life when he was making 15 to 20 grand off of Machinima. That dropped off. And what do you hear Phil talk about? The amount of money he used to make on YouTube. These are people that are stuck in the past. They cannot move past the past.
Because it means that you've changed fundamentally what a fighting game is. And that's why I don't really like them. Get it?
And you'll buy Street Fighter 7 when it comes out.
I have more fun playing laggy CVS 2 than I do playing non-laggy Street Fighter 6.
Whoa!
I'm sorry. Say what?
Oh no! I have more fun playing laggy CVS 2 than non-laggy Street Fighter 6. You know, the game with that rollback netcode is laggy as fuck. Oh, I love it. I love it. All right, Liquid Fan. Need to wake up at 7:30. All right, man.
$2 tip.
Take care. Thank you for stopping by.
Have you banned politics from your streams?
Most of these fighting games are just games for friends to goof off with. Yep.
No, but my streams aren't political.
You have DSP politics. Yeah, I mean, right now, this is a form of politics. Right here. This is a form of politics you're doing. Yeah, it's not worldly politics, but it's politics in the fighting game community. Oh yeah, Wet Floor, that's definitely going to age badly.
I did at one point, very short term for a month and a half, do a DS politics show, and then it ended because no one liked it. And now we're doing gaming. What is so hard to understand about that? I'm not someone who's going to sit here and talk about politics. We're into gaming. Get it? Video.
Phil, talking about this is a form of politics. Okay, so let's get that straight. You're talking about events and shit that's happening in the FGC. That is politics. You were talking about the politics of the FGC right now. Yes, I get it. You don't want to talk about the worldly politics and how there's going to possibly World War III is around the corner and the world is fucked. But you're still talking about a form of politics. And people are on edge right now with this whole Israel-Iran shit going on and the US getting involved and Russia talking about getting involved and Yemen talking about getting involved and China and all that shit. People are in arms and they're scared.
Games, that's the point of my streams. DSP Gaming is the name of the channel. Did you know that? Yikes. I got a $3 tip. As long as the new generation are having a good time, it's all good to me. If they're having fun, there's no issue, and that's the point, to have fun. I think they should be allowed to do it their way, what they want, if that's how they enjoy it. I will agree with you there. However, there is a philosophy, right?
Fuck you and your philosophy.
Have fun doing what you want to do, as long as it's not at the expense of others.
Who's the expense of, Phil? Who is the expense? Who is being harmed in people playing a fighting game? What retardation is this, Phil? Who is being hurt at people playing a fucking fighting game? Who is being hurt playing a fighting game? Is fucking somebody showing up at somebody's house with a fucking 12 gauge? Somebody flying overseas to hit somebody up? Like, what the fuck, Phil? Only Phil is worried about video games and much bigger things that are happening. Exactly.
And when you're telling me now that there will never be another fighting game that has the level of execution and challenge that old school fighters have, because now everything needs to sell to a mass group.
Then who is it hurting, Phil? Who is being harmed by this? You know how you like to say that detractors are harming you by spreading lies and misinformation and calling you out on the bullshit you've done and still continue to do? You know what? Let's play devil's advocate. Let's give you that, Phil. Let's say, yes, detractors are harming you. Detractors are harming your business. Let's say that. Let's say that detractors are making shit up about you every single fucking day. Let's give it to you, right? But you're telling me that Cashcom is hurting people by making a video game to sell to the masses at $60 a pop, is harming older Street Fighter player. It is harming them. A game that they actively choose to purchase is harming them. Is that what you're about to tell me? That these people are being harmed by buying a video game that no longer plays like a game that was 15, 20 years ago? Is that the bullshit you're about to tell me?
That's sad. That means that an art has been lost. There's an art form to the competitive gameplay of old...
And people fucking lost the art form to Picasso. What's your fucking point? People lost the art form of Beethoven. What's your fucking point? People People lost the plot on what Gundam is supposed to be. What's your fucking point? People lost the plot of what Dragon Ball Z was supposed to be. What's your fucking point? Who the fuck is it hurting? This is something you can decide to engage with or disengage with. You can actively choose to purchase the game or not purchase the game.
Street Fighter that's now been lost because Capcom wants to sell millions of copies and be rich. And that's sad.
Phil is okay. So okay. Oh my God. Okay, Phil. What do you do every time you fire up a stream? What do you do 100+ times a day when you are streaming, Phil? You are asking and begging and demanding money every single day, hundreds of times a day, 2 different streams. What's up, Greedy Piggy? How you doing, man? Yeah, he can't gatekeep anymore. Exactly. Are you telling me that if your fan base doesn't give you this money, then it is hurting you every day? It is causing you harm every single day. Because you're making the same fucking argument here. Capcom, chat, is hurting you. Yes, you, Rue, because they are no longer making a fighting game the way it used to be compared to now. So it is causing pain and misery to you.
You know? It is. That would be like, imagine if right now, all the movies that are coming out, that there were absolutely no actual artistic movies, that instead it was all giant explosions, Michael Bay-esque CGI. There was no art house films. There was no films that were dramatic and had great storylines. Instead, it's just everything's explosions, right? You'd be upset, would you now? You're like, man, I don't just want to see explosions. I'm tired of that. Right now, modern fighting games are literally all explosions. It's all easy mode, simpleton shit. So anyone who liked the old stuff, the way that it used to be, there's nothing to satiate your hunger. You just got to play the old games again and again and again because they haven't.
And guess what, Phil? That's happening to gaming in general. I don't know if you pay attention, Phil. EA was actually bitching that when they were going through and they were seeing that players, new and old, are going back to the old games instead of buying a lot of the new games. They're going back to PlayStation, PS1, back to Super Nintendo, back to the original Xbox, back to 360. Back to Sega Genesis. They're going back to the old games, and these newer generation is going to these old games, experiencing them for the very first time because they don't really care for a lot of the new stuff. Imagine that. And it's hurting their fifis, but it doesn't matter because all they gotta do is put out a game that'll make them billions of dollars. Oh, right. They already have.
Made another one like that. And they keep claiming that they're going to do it. They never do. Now they're going even further. Now there's no motions anymore. You see what I'm saying? So I understand what you're saying. There's no reason to say, oh, don't make them like that anymore. That's wrong. But that doesn't mean take away what used to also be good.
Phil, if it's good, then go back and play it. You will always find people playing the old stuff. Oh, that's right. You're too bitch made to go to Fightcade, where you can find all the opponents you want playing the old games. Again, you have a choice. Where you're sitting here to Capcom, you can just go to Fightcade and play the old shit that you enjoy so much. You can play it, you can love it, you can have sex with it, you can do whatever. But you won't do that because you're like, please, Capcom, please. My mouth is open. My butt is puckered. Just give me the old game again so I can purchase it again. And then when you run out of people to fight because there's nobody playing that because they went back to Fightcade because there's more people to fight, you go, well, people just went back to Fightcade. What do I do? Go to Fightcade. Play the fucking game there.
Ice, remember his excuse why he's going to do fight K is because he's afraid his internet information we put out there, even though he can easily get a VPN.
Dude, again, it's like, dude, you're making up all this shit for something that's an easy fix. It's an easy fix. It's like, oh, you blew a tire. Okay, put on the spare, get a replacement. Done. End of story. Phil, I want to play the old games. Go to Fightcade. End of story. But we gotta sit here and get on our fucking soapbox and bitch and bellyache and complain that, oh, well, Capcom is moving away from the fighting game. They moved away from it again when they made the Championship Edition. They already moved away from Turbo. They move away from the previous game with the newer version of the game that comes out. So I love when people say the stupidity, well, it doesn't play like this. Of course, guess what? Armored Core doesn't play like Armored Core used to. Armored Core 1 doesn't play like 2. 2 doesn't play like 3. 3 doesn't play like 4. 4 doesn't play like For Answer. For Answer doesn't play like 5. 5 doesn't play like 6. Imagine that. Oh, I'm sorry. 5 was For Answer. But you get what I mean. None of them played the same. Like, Armored Core Battle Arena, Armored Core 1 played the same. Armored Core 2, what was it? 2, Another Age, 3 Silent Line, Nexus, Ninebreaker, and Last Raven, they played the same. But the moment it went to 4, it changed. Hell, actually, no, I'm sorry. Boosting changed. Ballistic weapons started changing. Missiles started changing. Thrusters started changing. Things started changing to differentiate from each game. Hell, Last Raven actually had people. You couldn't shoot them, but there was these little shitty figures that were like two-dimensional running across the screen as you were assaulting certain bases. Now that was unheard of in Armored Core.
Right? I think there's enough of a demand in the market that you could make. I've been saying this for years. You know what they need to make? Super Turbo 2. What? Yeah, make a game that's made for those who want execution.
You already have it. The game is out. Go fucking play it. So you want them to do a remaster of Turbo? This nigga retarded. Oh my god, I just said, god damn it!
You did say it. You
Oh,
did say
fuck! My bad.
You did say it.
Oh well.
But you
it's
know,
out,
but you know,
it's out there now.
You know, Chad, he can see in with pass, even though Phil has a way of pushing people's buttons, including mine.
Exactly, Lambert.
Like this motherfucker. Make Turbo. Why? Turbo's already out. You have like 4 different versions of Turbo that are out. Go play the 4 fucking versions of Turbo. There's 4 versions. Go play one.
It's like Ice. Oh well, they need to make Mass Effect 2. Oh wait, there is Mass Effect 2 game. Hello?
Exactly. Like what? Like motherfucker.
And 3 times Street Fighter 6?
Exactly. This motherfucker can literally go play Street Fighter 2 on everything. Everything has Turbo on it. Like them saying this is so stupid because you can go anywhere and play this game. And for the best results, again, go to Fightcade. But you have the collection that has Turbo on it. In fact, you got 3 different versions that have Turbo on it. Go fucking play it. You will find someone. I can go on my computer and play Warhammer Dawn of War 2, and I can still find people playing the Horde mode. Jesus Christ. Guys, I'm gonna keep saying what I've said all along. I think Capcom should make Street Fighter 2 Turbo. That's right, I said it. Make a game for us oldies, you know, because we're fossils and we want to keep talking about the good old days of Street Fighter 2 Turbo, the only game I was good at. I would like for Capcom to remake this, give it Street Fighter 6 graphics, but let it be made in the function of Turbo 2. I would love this very much. Please and thank you, your dearest fan, Philip Paul Burnell, the man who sucks at everything. I thank thee.
Who want footsies and fundamentals. No big flashy bullshit. No giant drive cancel at level 7 supers, custom Super Turbo 2. Basic gameplay, zoning, grappling, you know.
Ooh, grappling! Guys, grappling! The one thing he got pissed about when he got stuck in a Kami throwing loop! And he mentions it! Grappling! Ken's a grappler! I want grappling and footsies, but I'm gonna play characters that footsies doesn't count for. I'm playing Zangief and Dalzim. Footsies doesn't work for these motherfuckers. I'm playing Blanky. Footsies don't work for this motherfucker, but I want my footsies back. Shut the fuck up, you retarded dumb son of a bitch. Wow.
This is classic Phil. This is Phil.
I've said it. I would love a remake of Parasite Eve. I have said this numerous times. I do not deny this. But if I really want to play Parasite Eve, I just go play Parasite Eve. It's not that hard. I just pop the old version in and play it.
I just love the laughing fact is that he talks about wanting to play the old game, but he doesn't want to do oh shit, what's the term? Crap, I do to play old games on your
RetroArch. Yeah, he won't go to RetroArch.
He won't do RetroArch or anything else to play like PlayStation or Super Nintendo games on.
Yeah, he won't do it
because he thinks it's too hard. I'm like, what are you talking about? I can do it, dude. Ally to play Super Nintendo, PlayStation 1, and PlayStation 2 games.
Yeah.
Like,
they got shit out there to play these old games. Like, people wanted to preserve these games the best way they knew how. And how was through emulation.
That was an emulation. Jesus Christ, I can have to think of the word.
But Phil over here, Capcom, you need to remake Turbo. Make a game like Turbo. So Turbo. Not Turbo, but like Turbo. So Turbo. No, like Turbo. Listen here, you stupid son of a bitch. You want Turbo. It's like the fucking play Turbo. That's what I'm saying. Like, go back and fucking play Turbo. You can find people to play, and you're gonna bitch because you're gonna get stomped out. You lose.
The stuff that made fighting games good. Footsies are back, right? But you could still have your Street Fighter 6. Have Street Fighter 6 continue. This is really the problem.
So you want them to make 2 games? Okay, so here's the problem with that, Phil. Here's the problem, okay? I'm gonna... All right, let's be kind. Let's be kind, right? Let's scratch everything I just said. Let's scratch it all and be kind, right? Okay, so you want them to manage 2 games. So you want them to make a Turbo 2 remake, and you want them to keep going with Street Fighter 6. So you want Capcom to now split their efforts and to maintain 2 games that are the same title, just different variations. And you want Cashcom to continue these games running side by side, is what you're saying. Now, in theory, it should be very easy to do, but in practice, they're not going to.
Back then, there was a
Found
big
your
4.
Platinum
Super
GameCube,
Turbo,
when you play your GBA
Street
games.
Fighter
Hell
3,
yeah, man.
Capcom vs. SNK 1 and 2, and Marvel 2. Now there's Street Fighter 6.
There's more than 1 year
There's
worth of
nothing
Street
else.
Fighter
There's nothing
2.
else at all. Either you play the dumbed down stuff or you play nothing. You got to go play the classics. That's the problem.
So then go play the classics. Why is this even a conversation? And again, we're still late because Maximilian already talked about this shit. And he said, yeah, people are going to say Street Fighter 6 is boring. And they say Street Fighter 5 was better than 6. And they go back and they play 5. Just as the people, when Street Fighter 5 came out, they said Street Fighter 5 was boring. And they went back and played Street Fighter 4. Just like when Street Fighter 4 came out, people said that was boring. And went back to Third Strike and so on and so on and so on. This is the same argument. This is something that's already been talked about. But you're trying to sit there and be like, well, see, I'm right. I'm right. Yeah, back in the day when I was young, I'm not a kid anymore. And some days, say, I wish I was a kid again.
Problem. People are having fun, great, but you're having it at the expense of all those who actually built fighting games from the ground up.
Who gives a fuck about those who built fighting games up? We'll build on their corpses. We'll build on their bones. We'll build on their ashes. Who gives a fuck? Because if the people online don't remember them, nobody will. Do people still, God forgive me, and people forgive me, people still remember World War II vets? Do people still remember Vietnam vets? No. Unless they're in their family, or they go to the places that they're still alive, or they know someone that knows them, and they go talk to them about them, nobody knows them. Nobody's going on talking about, yeah, man, back in World War II, man, that was the day, man. You know, I shot down 5 zeros back in the day. Man, my Mustang was doing some shit in the air back in the day. Man, my old carbine was doing good. The M1 Grand even had the M1 Grand thumb. Nobody's talking like that, Phil. Nobody. You want to play Turbo? Go back and play Turbo. You want more people to fight? Get a VPN, get it on Fightcade. There's a very simple solution here. But no, you want it to come out as a brand new game when it's the same shit that already happened 15 plus years ago. Now, if they decided they were going to do that themselves, then so be it. But you're sitting there demanding, well, you're not really demanding, actually you are, fuck it. You want them to do it. So you're demanding that they make another game of Turbo. And remember, when DJ was announced to be released in Street Fighter 6, the first words out of Phil's mouth was, I hope he plays like he did in Street Fighter 2 Turbo.
Who were there in the grassroots days of fighting games, toughing it out, playing for nothing but fun because there was no money to be made.
And people are still playing them for fun, dipshit. When I play Street Fighter 6, I'm playing it for fun. I'm not playing it for money. When I play any game, I'm playing it for fun. I'm not playing it for money. It seems like you're kind of stuck on the money aspect of this. Back in the day, I was 4th place in the Evo. Yes. Valedictorian and made changes to the helicopter company to be more productive, and then I got fired for no reason.
People who traveled and, sweated it out at these tournaments, these locals, and then went to their regionals, and then went to the national.
Phil, Smash Brothers tournaments weren't making money like that either. And they had to put they had to put a rule in place that motherfuckers had to shower. Because them motherfuckers was being so stinky, they were fucking making the other team heave and throw up.
They had you playing a dance where someone didn't shower for almost a week.
Dude, it was so bad at them Smash tournaments. They had to put in a rule for them to shower. That's how bad it was, because they would purposely not shower to go to these tournaments to gross out their opponent to beat them.
Not only that, if you don't wash up, that's how you get viruses, bacteria in your body to the point.
Exactly. It needs to be cleaned.
Yeah. I can stand not showering for one day, but the very next day you should be showering immediately.
I mean, I think, what was it? I think the science is you can go a week and you'll be semi-okay. That's why I said science. I think the science says. That's why I said that.
Well,
but
okay, if you stay sedentary and don't do anything, then you can get away with it. But if you're
if you doing hard shit, no. You could go every other day. You could do every other day and you'd be fine. Unless you're doing heavy shit. Then you want to do it every day.
Like if you're doing like construction,
Yeah, you want to every day. But like if you're doing something minor, you'd be fine like every other day. But it's these dudes is going weeks.
No. You know who we should be showering every day? People that do waste management. They need to shower.
Oh my God, yeah. I talked to a guy in my town that did waste management. I was like, how do you do it? He's like, dude. He's like, our masks don't even help. We still smell it through the mask. I was like, I guess so, man. It's our waste every day.
I could not do that.
I shower 3 times a week.
I would quit.
It's because our town water bill is so high. Oh my God. Dude, my old roommate, that dude used to take 5 showers a day.
5?
Yes.
I mean, I don't blame him for trying to be clean, but 5, that's a little overkill in my opinion.
Oh yeah, it was. I told him, I'm like, dude, what are you trying to do? Scrub your skin off next? Is that what you're trying to do? Scrub the skin off? Like
I can stand taking 2 showers a day, but Jesus, 5?
Dude, he rubbed off a layer of skin one time, and I told him, I'm like, dude, you need to stop that. Like, you can only get so clean.
Exactly.
Explains why our
They
water
were there
bill was
during
so high
the
then
formative
too.
years. Now, there's money in Street Fighter. Fuck all that shit. Throw those people away. They don't mean nothing. Out like yesterday's garbage because we got millions of kids in to mash buttons and do flashy shit and do 50-50 throw loops.
Yeah. You know what? Yeah, Phil. Actually, fuck the old guard. Fuck them. Absolutely, fuck them. Guess what happened to the old Yu-Gi-Oh players? Fuck them. They got thrown away with like yesterday's trash, and the new guard came in. Fuck them. Same with Magic. Same with Final Fantasy. Same with WoW. New guard comes in, old guard gets fucked. Like what? 2 a day, you kind of got to do it in the South, yeah. I mean, like he's sitting there acting like, oh my God, they're throwing away the people that brought it up. You guys didn't bring up Street Fighter though. You just held tournament. A bunch of you got together and held tournaments. That's it. Who's the best fighter? Capcom didn't see the money in it like talking about. Activision saw the money in it. EA saw the money in it. Fucking CSGO saw the money in it. Capcom didn't see the money in it. And then they did see the money because, like, again, they're not seeing a lot of that money. They're the ones fronting the money for it. So they had these grandiose tournaments. $1 million, $12 million, $20 million in a pot for a game they're making millions and billions off of. So you think they give a fuck if like 500 people quit playing the game? They've already made their money. 500 or 100 old fucks that no longer can compete, they stop playing the game. You think that's hurting them? When 200 more are buying it? No. Well, hey Phil, how about your dumbass? You bought it 3 times. So you really helped their numbers. You bought the season pass 3 times. So you really helped their numbers. Again, so you're contributing to the fucking problem.
But what happened to fighting games? These aren't even playing like fighting games anymore. Oh, who cares? We're making money. You see?
They are a corporation. A corporation's job is to make money. Like you beg for money every day. Your job is to make money. You beg for money and you get pissed when you don't make money. What do you think a corporation is here to do? Make money. What do you think every appliance in your home is for? To make money. That's it.
Exactly.
It makes your life a little bit easier, but it's still to make money for them. Now, do you see Capcom going, hey, we're giving away 1 million copies of Street Fighter 6, all DLC included? I don't see that, do you? I don't see Whirlpool going, we're giving 1 million people in the US a Whirlpool washer and dryer, or Maytag giving 1 million units. I don't see that. Or the electric company going, hey, we're giving you free electric for 6 months. Half a year you get free electric. I don't see that. Do you see how stupid that sounds, Phil? You want the company to cut off its nose, to cut itself at the knees, to make a handful of people happy, so they can relive their past glory when they have the ability to relive their past glory. And it sucks. I'm not saying it doesn't. It does suck to be cast aside. It really does. But at the end of the day, you were looking at Capcom as some type of savior. You were looking at this company as they're going to be honorable, that they're going to do the right thing, that they're going to sit there and they're going to uphold the values of the old guard and keep pushing them up when they got to move on. I'm not saying they can't make a game going back to the ways of Turbo or Third Strike. They most certainly can. But they're going to do what's going to bring in maximum profit. Just as you sat there and said a few streams ago that you cannot play games for free. That you have to make profit off of your gameplay. They have to make profit off of the games they create. And it sucks because, yes, well, I'm not going to say we all, but the majority falls into that line of thinking of saying the older one was better. Because that is the one we came into first. I always say GoldenEye is the best shooter because that is the first one I played. So of course I'm going to say that is better than a lot of shooters. That doesn't mean it's true. You can say Street Fighter 2 Turbo is the better game because that is the one you played the most. And that would be a true statement to you. That is not a true statement all the way around though. Not everyone is saying that that game was the best game of all time. It doesn't work like that. So when you're making this argument, you are making this argument for you and others like you.
That's where I'm coming from. At least have an alternative for those who actually liked the challenge of the old school game.
There is. It's called Fightcade. You can play those. You can go play those old games, and those guys do. What's up, Mr. Marauder? Welcome to the stream, man. How you doing? I played Dark Souls 3. I say Dark Souls 3 is the best because it's the first Souls I played. Exactly. And that's the thing, like Phil doesn't seem to get. The game you played first is always going to be the best one in your mind. It doesn't matter if it's true or not. But to you, it is. Like, I played Gundam Battle Assault 1 first, but Battle Assault 2 is better. But we all know Einhander is the best mech game ever made. Armored Core is good, but it's not Einhander. I mean, not Einhander. Zone of Enders. My bad. Zone of Enders. Zone of Enders is the best mech game ever made. Its motions, its movement, its fires, its thrusting, its bursting, its slashing, its everything about it was top notch. Yeah, nostalgia is a hard thing to ignore. Exactly. I'm going all right. Been on holiday for 2 weeks, so catching up on Phil's BS. Hell yeah, man. He wants them to remake Turbo.
It doesn't exist anymore. You've
He always wants them to
eliminated
remake
one
Turbo.
style for the sake of profits, and that's sad.
It's sad. It's sad. It's the way of the fucking world, Phil. That's what you do. Again, you always want to talk about a company wanting more money is sad, but you want more money for just turning on your stream. At least I know the company is honest with why they're doing it. You're not. You're not just saying I'm a greedy son of a bitch, I just want money. I have more respect for you. I'm like, damn, at least Phil was honest. But you always have this, try to play this moral high ground about companies wanting more money when your streams evolve around begging for money. The irony in that. The fucking irony.
Let's see here. I got a 250 tip. I could be wrong. It sounds like old school FGC had a toxic masculinity and a hyper masculinity and gatekeeping. Sounds unwelcome from your story. It's like you'd be shouted down for having different opinions. This modern FGC sounds much more helpful and welcoming. You're right, but at the same time, at the end of the day, all that mattered was what happened in the tournament. Like,
oh my god.
Like you'd be shouted down for having different and gatekeeping. Sounds unwelcome from your story. It's like you'd be shouted down for having different opinions. This modern FGC sounds much more helpful and welcoming. You're right, but at the same time, at the end of the day, all that mattered was what happened in the tournament. Like, people could talk shit endlessly as much as they wanted, but then when you went to the tournament, who won? And that's the determining factor. It really was dependent on skill.
And you didn't win. You did a lot of shit talking and you didn't win. And you were okay with gatekeeping. Ding, 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 as Shinko says. You're okay with gatekeeping because you felt like you were somebody. You were part of an in crowd. I mean, I'll admit, some things need to be gatekept. That is absolutely true. Because you get the pretenders that roll up in there and fucking destroy it. Look at gaming, look at anime, look at the comic industry, look at movie industry.
True.
But this person's sitting there making a point that, hey, the new FGC seems a lot friendlier than the old FGC. Well, that's true, but, you know, it came down to the tournament. Well, you didn't win. And that's all I would type in his chat. Well, you didn't win. You didn't win tournaments. I can go look at the winning brackets of all the tournaments, and I'm not going to see DSP winning the ones that count. He's not winning EVO. He won qualifiers. He won some locals that nobody gives a fuck about. Did he win the one that actually mattered? No.
Not
yes,
at
he
all.
did. He did hate the FGC shouting him down. Exactly, Ramen.
You know, there was, like, right now, this is what's hilarious about it, right? Right now, I could go to a tournament, and I'm not saying this would happen, but hypothetical. Let's say right now, I went to a tournament. Right now in Seattle, it was a Street Fighter 6 tournament. I win. I beat everyone, right? Well, then I've proven my skill, right? No. Oh, everyone online will just shit on me anyway and say it was, he sucks, it's a fluke. That's the problem.
Yes, because local tournaments, you were playing people 9 times out of 10. They're not major competitors. Hence why we have EVO. EVO is the one thing that you can go, and if you win EVO, let's go ahead, Phil. Phil, if you won your locals, whatever. Nobody cares. But if you went to EVO and you won EVO, that's going to shut people up. Because you went in there, you mopped them up, and you got to wear the king's crown. You got to hold those flowers. You got to have the hot babe on the side of you doing the tee-hee, blowing kisses to the crowd. Handing you the golden Vitrix joystick. And you can hold it up and be like, yeah! And then people can't say Phil didn't win. But it's okay, Phil.
With the modern day. Back then, you could
Look at his
literally
ass
talk as much
kicked in
shit
the
as you
tournament
wanted,
these
but it was
days.
all about, at the end of the day, how you performed in that tournament. And only those who had nerves of steel and the best level of patience and basically not crumbling under pressure, those are the people who won and earned the respect. The real
Oh, so you crumbled under pressure. Got it.
respect. And it's funny because back then I did earn respect. People actually, by the end of my run in competitive Street Fighter, they did respect me.
No, they didn't.
Walking ATM would like to make a phone call.
No, they did not respect you, Phil. Let's stop.
Justin Wong saying, don't be like Phil. Jaha saying that they were about to whoop your ass, and you even admitting you were about to get your ass whooped. Doesn't sound like people respected you. The fucking forums where people were shitting on you, doesn't sound like people were respecting you, Phil. Like, oh my, how many times are we gonna rewrite this fucking history?
But now they don't anymore. It all went away. You know, because now it went to the internet, back to online gossip and stupid bullshit. You know what I mean?
Exactly, Robin.
So that's the thing. As much as you hear these stories, it was like a good old boys club, a locker room mentality. You're right. Oh yes, 1,000,000%. That's exactly how it was.
Phil, the ATM.
You had to be a tough mental and physical. You had to have that to have the stamina and the mental fortitude to actually perform, because it wasn't just a game of your skill. It was a game of people talking shit all the time and sometimes getting threats and shit. You had to be tough.
Oh, that's Jaha right there, getting threats. Yeah, you looked your ass beat twice.
To make it back then. You did. But at the same time, at the end of the day, it was all about the game. Today, it's just an online popularity contest half the time, which is pretty sad. I think a lot of those things from back in the day are lost when everything's just easy mode, and now it's about who's Mr. Popular and shit like that. Pretty stupid.
Okay, so you want us to go back to the days of slurs. You want us to go back to calling people bundles of sticks. You want us to go back to the Jew jokes. You want to be Isaac Heimler again, Phil? Or do you really want to go back to Left 4 Dead 1, Mercy Hospital, where you just randomly blurt out that the Jews need to die for whatever reason, Phil? Is that what you want to go back to? You want to go back to your old days and saying some foul shit like that? Is that what it is? Telling people you're gonna whoop their fucking ass like on Alphaism Radio? Is that what it is? Is that what we want to do, Phil? You sad that you can't do that anymore? And now you gotta actually show a tiny bit of respect to people online? You just can't be an asshole now? Because that's what it's sounding like to me. Daily
$2 tip. Smash players make out that because a game has frame data that makes it competitive. By that logic, games like Shaq Fu and Kasumi Ninja are competitive fighting games. They just don't have that popularity. I think I kind of understand what you're saying, but I got lost because I think that some of the grammar got screwed up there.
But you can understand
So I
Jade.
think that
His speech is all fucked up.
What exactly you were trying to say.
And he has
I mean,
reasons,
at
'cause
this
he's
point, we can be
actually
honest.
handicapped.
Every single video game could be competitive, right? Any game, if you
Wait. So now we're saying every game can be competitive. Now, if I remember correctly, one of the games he played not too long ago, he said could never be competitive. Now every game can be competitive. Okay.
you somehow throw in some kind of qualifying criteria, you play it within a certain environment, any game can be considered a competitive game. But, you know, I mean, that's neither here nor there. What we're talking about is the modern FGC versus the old FGC, new fighting games versus old fighting.
The old FGC is dead. The old fighting games are dead. This is what Capcom deemed worthy to put out because it would make them money. They put it out, people bought it, you bought it 3 times, you enjoyed it, and now you're having buyer's remorse because you cannot be the DSP king wearing the crown on top of your head thinking that you're hot shit in the city of wolves.
Games, you know.
I know he didn't play City of Wolves besides the beta, but you get what I mean with the reference.
And that kind of mentality. And again, I think what I've done is over the years that I've been a creator, I've misrepresented my stance. My stance is not that modern fighting games are bad. I actually think Street Fighter...
Oh, wait. So now I've misrepresented my stance. Over the years of calling these games shit, now we're sitting there saying I've misrepresented my stance. Revisionist history. Okay, let's go.
6 is a much better game than Street Fighter 5. I don't know if it's better than Street Fighter 4. Maybe it is. But I would much rather play an old school fighter than a modern fighter because the modern fighters are boring to me. Like right now, if I play Street Fighter 6, I tell you, I'd be bored right away because it's the same stuff over and over. Just, yawn. I've seen more variety playing, CVS, the Marvel collection last year, than I've seen playing Street Fighter 6 in 2 years. You know?
Because you keep getting your ass beat, Phil. That's why. You're losing constantly. You get some wins in there, but the majority of the time you were losing. And that losing is really getting to you. See, this is the same reason why you quit Tekken 8, because you D-ranked 4 times. You D-ranked 4 fucking times. 2 times I understand, but 4. That dude, you are on such a fucking losing streak that you D-ranked, and after that 4th D rank, that game went to fucking ban world to never be spoken of again.
Oh, that's sad. You're Not Funny did a $5 tip. Evolution exists and the new generation is better, like in every sport on the planet. You could play a lot less and have more fun if you accepted that fact instead of doing everything in your own power and time to not give in to me being right about this for whatever reason. Huh?
There is no huh. You're putting so much energy into saying you were right and everything is wrong. That's what the fuck they're saying. You're putting in way too much energy to say you're right.
What? Huh? Listen, the modern generation of players is much better than me at modern fighting games. No shit. I never argued anything's different than that.
Yes, you have. You have sat there and said on numerous occasions that people don't understand how fighting games are supposed to be played. They do not understand the fundamentals of how fighting games are supposed to be played. It doesn't fucking matter if they understand the fundamentals or not. All they have to do is be better than you, better than their opponent. That is it. It's this, like, this is the same shit I hear in Final Fantasy 14 with certain people that are playing tank and they play their tank a little bit better than the person that started off playing tank. Well, I think your tank, you should be doing this. Like, you know, start fucking critiquing my tank playing. Motherfucker, you alive? Yeah, then shut the fuck up.
If anything, what I showed is that for the time that I was actually playing Street Fighter 6 more seriously online, I was like, I want to learn this game, right? I did good. How many characters did I get to master?
5. Zangief, Blanca, Dalzim, Bison,
Lily,
and Lily. 5. Everybody else has all characters to master, Phil. And they had them to master well before the first DLC character dropped. So...
And then they finally got into Legend after that.
Yeah. So... You're not good. Oh, yeah, 6. I think he got Mai to master, yeah. So 6. He got 6 characters to master. No, he gave up on Akuma. And he'll probably get Sagat to master, so we'll say possible 7. From a long time, healer tanks die from lack of healers and tanks seek cooldowns. Yeah, like when I play Dark Knight, if I know a tank buster is coming, I will pop the 2 cooldowns. And I say that because I count Blackest Night as a cooldown. So I'll pop that, and then maybe I'll pop not, is it Mind Wall? I think it's Mind Wall. I forget Dark Knight's equivalent, but I'll pop those. And 9 times out of 10, the tank buster doesn't even hurt me. Yes. Yeah, Justin Long mastered every character before DSP got 1. Like, all these cats that are still playing mastered all their characters. Like, all characters are max. They're master. And Phil's over there, well, I got characters to master. Like that's supposed to be a big thing. Like, motherfucker, you got 6 characters. Like, other people got the entire roster. So just going by that alone shows these people have more love for the game than you do. Because they even took characters they're not good with and got them to master, and you didn't. You got characters you never even fucking touched. I agree. Tanks need healers. Pocket healers, I call them. Yeah. Like a good tank needs a good healer. A good healer needs a good tank. They go hand in hand, because if either one of them goes down, the party's going to die. They're going to wipe. Unless the boss enrages and then insta-kills everyone, then you're just all fucked.
at a relatively accelerated pace. There was some tougher ones in there, but I did it. I had a winning record. I was leveling. I was doing good. I could.
After you said that anybody just playing the game naturally will get the points to get to master. Okay.
Do it. It just wasn't fun. Like that grind to do it in a modern game to me is not enough fun to warrant the level of investment. Obviously, there's people.
Oh, there it is. The level of investment. So, i.e., just give it to me. Again, fake fucking gamer, fake fucking FGC fighter, fake fucking pro fighter, fake fucking fighter all the way around.
People who disagree. Maybe people who just like that style more. I don't like that style. I want the challenge of footsies, zoning, execution.
But you play characters that do not do that. So what the fuck does it matter if you're playing characters that don't do that? That makes zero sense, Phil. If you're sitting there saying you want this, but you're not using the characters that benefit from it. You're using gimmick characters. Yeah, he's a poser, not shocking.
Actually hit
Exactly.
someone more than 3 times to win. When in Street Fighter 6, like combo. Oh, I won already. The hell?
So, in other words, you cannot hang with the new way the game is played. Plain and simple, Phil. The game now is too fast for you. That is fine. There's games I used to like that I don't play anymore because they're too fast for me. That is fine. I can still enjoy it from a distance.
Anyway, thanks for the tip. All right, well.
This is why, like, even in Wild Assault, I'm not a frontline fighter anymore like I used to be, so I switched to the support role using the sniper, using his howl to sniff out the enemies and putting a bullet in their skull. That's all you do is you adapt. I can still enjoy said thing, I just can't play it the way I used to, so I go to another way of playing it. And then I started playing healer, and I've actually been enjoying it a little bit.
Let's see here. Swordblade did a $2 super chat. Why are you called yellow paint among developers? I'm not. You're retarded. Thanks for the tip.
People do call you yellow paint, Phil, because you're part of the reason why we have yellow paint. Thank you. Wait. He called him retarded.
He did.
Swordblade did a $2 super chat. Why are you called yellow paint among developers? I'm not. You're retarded. Thanks for the tip.
I mean, they are retarded. They gave him money, but yeah, well.
Every time you say something stupid, I'm just going to call it like it is. All right? You're a dunce. Thanks.
Well, actually, no, Phil, because you're the fucking retard. I mean, Mind's Eye, you couldn't figure out how to follow the cars on the map when it's got a little triangle or diamond dinging where you need to go? And you couldn't follow it? And you're sitting there screaming, where do I go? You're not telling me where the fuck to go? Or like any other game, I can't see where I'm supposed to go because you're not taking a split second to actually see where you're supposed to go, Phil. So yeah, you're retarded.
Thanks for the super chat. Okay. Cyber Elk, how you doing, man? How's it going today?
I mean, Mario Kart, journalist plays Mario Kart World, and you went the wrong way and said, how did I get back here? The game sent me the wrong direction when you clearly went the wrong direction yourself. So yeah, Phil, you're kind of retarded. You've even said that you need an indicator or something to show you where to go. You stop playing open world games, especially ones that don't tell you where to go. What's that game? Hell Is Us. You sat there and said, oh, it's going to be annoying because the game's not going to tell me where to go. Telling me you need your handheld and you need yellow paint. Congratulations, Phil. You fucking played yourself, you stupid, retarded bastard.
And the worst thing is that it was on what was essentially the training level, too.
Exactly. Where am I playing? You still haven't told me. Exactly. Yeah, I can't even solve a puzzle in Onimusha. Hell, look at fucking the game he's playing now. Blue Palace or whatever the fuck it's called. Recently, like, guys, Blueprints. He's like, guys, just tell me the puzzle. I can't take all day to figure this out. Wow. Real entertaining, guy. Real entertaining.
All right, folks. Well, that ends my fighting game discussion, likely for a while. Every once in a while.
Okay, what else? What else?
Look at shit. All I'm trying to do is have fun.
No, you're not. Shut the fuck up. Oh, he's in it. Okay, so that's that. That's that. That's over. Yeah, that's over. That was Phil in a nutshell. Fucking fuego. Ugh. I mean, he was the test subject for one of the most. Yeah, exactly. God of War. Exactly. That is a very true statement. But
he still didn't understand Ragnarok.
Well, no, the funny thing was because they showed God of War 2018, and
no,
that was
when he Ragnarok, he was even worse.
Oh yeah, that's why I still laugh because he sat there like, and the thing is, they were just as disingenuous with that when they sat there. So, see, he knows where to go. He knows there's a reward there, and then a split second later, Phil's like, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing here. Gee. How many times did y'all have to watch that shit over to know where to stop it at? Because that would have blew y'all shit right out of the fucking water. Resident Evil 4, we got yellow paint on the boxes, so you know these boxes are breakable. What happened to me just fucking knifing it and seeing if it breaks? What happened to me just shooting it to see if it breaks? Like, what happened to me just experimenting with the game? Like, I get it if you say I don't have time to deal with this. I've said that before too, and I'll beeline through something, and it's like, fuck it, I'll deal with the consequences if it fucks me over, and then I'll deal with it the right way. But Phil does this on the first attempt, and then bitches about it. It's like, my guy, this is what you decided to do. Like, the fuck, my guy. But oh well. That's going to be it for me, chat. I greatly appreciate all of you. I thank you all. Well, where is it? Ah, there we go. So we can put that back on. So thank you. This is IceYamamoto of the Dark Descent with Alfred Aponte, Soul. Oh, Alfred left. Vanguard and G Million. Signing off for the night. Stay safe out there, guys, especially with all the craziness. Stay locked on. This is IceYamamoto signing off. Good night.
Take it easy.